simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Free Labor Force. War Council. If Carl has plans for the Shadow World, it has already happened. Even if you go back, it will be useless. Chu Yang raised his hand to signal Aizen to calm down, and then said, you should find a way to connect with the Holy Knowledge Treasure House. You may not be able to do it with the existing technology in your hands, but Aizen is the power of the galaxy and has been promoted to the 3rd generation body. You can use the special features of his super gene to build a set of void controllers. I guess this is not too difficult for you. Aizen's eyes lit up slightly, and she felt that this method was quite feasible, because it was quite unrealistic for her to return to the Angel Nebula in a short time. After Keisha's death, the Angel Nebula must have entered a state of alert, and she could only go back through the Big Bug Bridge. But the problem is, there is no spaceship. There is a Den 3 on Earth, but neither she nor Aizen has the face to borrow it. In comparison, it is undoubtedly faster to build a set of void controllers based on Aizen's super gene, and then use the void controller to establish a connection with the Holy Knowledge Treasure House or Skyblade 7th. Do it as soon as you think of it. Aizen stood up and said, I'll go find Aizen now. Aizen was confused all the time. He didn't understand what the two were talking about at all. Seeing his wife was about to leave, he said goodbye to Chu Yang and hurriedly caught up. Chu Yang watched the two leave with a smile on his face. What is the most scarce thing in the universe? Talent. Especially high-level talents like Aizen, who inherited Z's legacy. In the field of science and technology alone, apart from Carl, who controls the big clock, there are really few people in the universe who can be stronger than Aizen. When Aizen has a Xianxin or even the Kyankan, Chu Yang can completely copy it after integrating the Shenjin chain. Even because of his higher starting point, the void controller and celestial computer he can create will be stronger. After leaving the meeting room, Chu Yang found Dukeo and asked directly, Old Du, how is the preparation I asked you to do? Dukeo frowned. We modified a TOT warship and removed the weapon system, but the defense system and speed are better. But, are you sure you want to hold a war council on this warship? Even if the defense system is completely reversed to face the enemy, if a fight really breaks out, this warship will definitely not be able to withstand it. Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry. They won't do it, and they dare not do it. Dukeo was silent, but there was still worry in his eyes. It must be admitted that Chu Yang's strength is very strong, but the problem is facing many civilizations, some of which are powerful main gods. If these guys attack together, can Chu Yang alone suppress them? Of course, some civilizations will choose to support Chu Yang, but all civilizations that will benefit from the war regulations are relatively weak, and their high-end combat power can be completely ignored. To put it bluntly, this war council is destined to see the top powers in the universe gather together to launch a punitive attack against Chu Yang. Chu Yang suddenly remembered what Keisha said. Thinking carefully, this really seems like a test before the new king ascends the throne. It's just that the so-called gods are not worthy of being this examiner. War. This is a new name given to the modified TOT battleship in the makeup exam. On this battleship, a council that will affect the entire universe will be held. It is worth mentioning that, although the TOT Legion once brought despair to the Earth, with Chu Yang's efforts to turn the tide, this has become an opportunity for the Earth. Chu Yang only took away a cross-shaped spaceship, and the remaining warships and spaceships were left to the Earth, which greatly promoted the overall technological level of the Earth. Of course, the biggest beneficiary is China, and other countries can only drink soup, but the demons followed one after another and directly overturned their pots, and they almost couldn't even drink the soup. But due to Chu Yang's deterrence, Morgana didn't go too far, just spreading the ideas of depravity and freedom, and at the same time spreading demon genes. After the demon genes were taken away, whether the countries could curb the ideas of depravity and freedom would depend on their ability. The Milky Way, the Great Insect Bridge. This was originally left by Carl many years ago, but now it has become a public passage. At the exit of the Great Insect Bridge, the warship was in a silent state. Representatives from various civilizations would enter directly, but Chu Yang, the host, had not yet appeared. Holding a parliament on the warship and letting it stay in the Milky Way undoubtedly demonstrated Chu Yang's confidence, and it was clear that he was not afraid of the major civilizations making trouble in secret. Many representatives of civilizations were also holding back their energy, wanting to knock Chu Yang down in the parliament and explore the secrets of the earth in one fell swoop. Back then, the genetic code in mythology created a Sun Wukong, which had already aroused the interest of many civilizations in the earth. For example, the Dena civilization, the Liang civilization, and the death god Karl. Now another Chu Yang has popped up, and even Keisha had to give way to him when he was alive, intimidating the Liang civilization, intimidating Morgana, and creating a void battlefield. Everyone attributed these two existences to the secrets hidden in the earth. Sun Wukong can be understood, as he is a combination of the 3 generations of divine bodies and the 3 generations of beast bodies, but Chu Yang is too unfathomable. Everyone knows that it is a power other than super genes. In the past, apart from the genetic code, only the void studied by Karl possessed supreme power, but the void was too dangerous and too difficult to conquer. In contrast, the earth, which was not threatened by the loss of Chu Yang, undoubtedly became a fat lamb in the universe. In the 3 days after Chu Yang publicly announced the convening of the parliament, the spokespersons of most civilizations had already rushed to the warship. Chu Yang's delay in showing up made many people feel that they were despised and quite dissatisfied. Also not there were the god of death Karl, the demon queen Morgana, and the new angel queen Yan. Many ancient beings had never even heard of Yan's name. Everyone thought that after Keisha's death, the Xianji King Hexi would take over the throne. But they never expected that a young girl would take the throne. On the 4th day after the news came out, Morgana came late, accompanied by Rose in black armor. She did not bring Thornton and Achilo with her. Recently, there was a lot of commotion in the shadow world. She asked Thornton to rush over. On the one hand, she wanted to cause some trouble for the angels, and on the other hand, she wanted to curb Karl's actions. While reaching a consensus on the matter of Rose, Chu Yang also told Morgana about Karl's conspiracy. Morgana was very unhappy that she was betrayed by her old friend, and that the other party used her to get rid of Keisha. Although she was happy to do so, when cooperation became exploitation, the nature was completely different. Yan came next. Compared with the past, perhaps because of the transformation from the left-wing guard to the Angel Queen, Yan was less mature and more stable and resolute. Now she is more like the thunder god of war admired by countless people in Fraser. Yan only brought Moi with her, who was her right-wing guard. With the fall of Keisha, Zixin had automatically resigned from the position of right-wing guard and Moi took over. The left-wing guard now is the Angel Zoo. With Easy in charge of the Angel King City, nothing will happen, even if Yan is not there. But the situation in the shadow world is urgent, and Yan sent a large number of high-level angels, led by Zhu, to control the situation. On the 5th day, when many people were getting impatient, Chu Yang finally showed up. The original command center on the God of War became a conference room, with representatives of major civilizations sitting at a round table, arranged according to the foundation and strength of the civilization. Chu Yang sat in the first seat, with Yan on his left, and Morgana on his right. He looked around and asked casually, "Carol hasn't come yet?" No one answered. Everyone knew that, whether Carol would come to this council or not, he would be destined to stand on the opposite side of Chu Yang. Although it was a good thing for Carol, who liked to study death, to build a void battlefield in the Styx galaxy, the problem was, the Teoti Legion of the Styx galaxy, which was under Carol's command, was wiped out by Chu Yang, and the two sides had already formed a grudge. Moreover, the battlefield was at Carl's doorstep, but Chu Yang was going to make the rules. How could Carl agree? However, this guy was as cowardly as ever, and even refused to show up at the parliament. It was a bit ridiculous that a person who liked to study death and even gave up his physical body and turned himself into a phantom was afraid of death. Since he hasn't come yet, then he doesn't need to come. Chu Yang's tone was calm, but his voice was a little cold. Today, I called everyone together for two things. First of all, the war regulations. The void battlefield has been built, and I believe everyone knows about it. But if you want this battlefield to play a sufficient restraining role, you must formulate strict war regulations, and all civilizations must supervise it together. Once someone violates it, all major civilizations will jointly punish him. At this point, Chu Yang paused, and then said indifferently, the first article of the war regulations, anyone from the Dark Nebula is not allowed to step into the void battlefield, and is not allowed to start a war in the universe, otherwise he will be killed without mercy. Since Carl is not coming, then kick him out. Carl, the old silver coin, will definitely continue to make trouble behind the scenes, but as long as his people dare to show their heads, they will become rats crossing the street. Of course, Chu Yang knew very well that this guy had many ways to deal with it. For example, find other civilizations, provide them with power and technological assistance, and let them be his guns. Carl is no better than this kind of thing. Chu Yang didn't care. He just wanted to kill the chicken, to scare the monkey and disgust Carl at the same time. Chu Yang, since you just said that all civilizations should supervise together, then should we also jointly formulate these war regulations? A young man who was 3 meters tall and extraordinary looked directly at Chu Yang with sharp eyes. This is a war regulation that constrains the entire universe. How can it be determined by your mood? Here it comes. Everyone was slightly shocked, knowing that this parliament was about to turn into a storm. Although everyone wanted to deal with Chu Yang, no one wanted to be the first to do it, but this young man had no scruples. Yan, who is he? Chu Yang glanced at the young man. Yan said softly, the prince of the Womar civilization, Wall. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Wall with a strange look. He had to admire that this guy's father was a genius in naming Womar civilization. Prince Wall. Could there be an Emperor Wo Yi? My son is right. The War Council is not my one-man show, but Carl's absence, or his disdain for the council, must be paid for. Chu Yang smiled and said, no matter who it is, as long as they do not join the War Council, and do not accept the constraints of the war regulations, they will be regarded as heretics. Heretics have no right to start a war, nor do they have the right to participate in a war. Otherwise, what is the meaning of the existence of the void battlefield and the war regulations? Chu Yang's words made many people silent. Wall always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't grasp the key. Chu Yang was right. If you are unwilling to accept the war regulations, you can still do your own thing in the universe. What is the meaning of building the void battlefield and convening this war council? Wall said again, there is another question. Each of us has proposed a regulation. What standard should be used to measure it and decide whether to adopt it? Depending on your personal decision, or should we all vote? The expressions of the people around the round table were different. Those who were willing to support Chu Yang felt that Wall was a bit aggressive. But those who wanted to watch the fun, or even those who were planning to deal with Chu Yang, applauded in their hearts. Wall's words can be said to have forced Chu Yang into a dead end. Either give up the dominant power or declare dictatorship. But there are so many civilizations present, and there are many powerful ones among them, who would be willing to accept the dictatorship of a young boy. Of course. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, still smiling. It's my personal decision. As soon as the words fell, the place suddenly became quiet, and Chu Yang's face turned cold at the same time. I created the void battlefield. I sat down to hold this meeting with you, which has given you a lot of face. If someone is dissatisfied with me, or is unwilling to accept the constraints of the war regulations, you can just withdraw like Carl. Or you come to challenge my authority, I will beat you, until you agree with my decision. If Chu Yang's words just now made the meeting room cold, these words made the air become hot. There is no doubt that he is declaring war on all the opposing voices. Dissatisfied? Want to mess with me? Then come. Put things on the table. At the end, Chu Yang added, if anyone is like this Wall, talking like an unfilial descendant, you can get out now. Wall finally understood what was wrong. Damn. How could this guy call his name? It's clearly taking advantage of him. Chu Yang. No one has ever dared to humiliate my Womar civilization like this. Wall slammed the table and stood up. Even if it's holy kasha, you have to give my father some face. You just killed a small Teoti, and you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of all the major civilizations? Chapter 277. Who are ye? The little white mouse who was killed instantly upon his appearance. Who agrees? Who opposes? What Wall said was actually not without reason. Putting aside Carl, the Styx galaxy was not even ranked in the universe. Although the Teoti core was famous, it was only for some low-level civilizations. For a godless civilization, no matter how powerful its technological power was, it could not be mentioned in the end. Moreover, although the Styx galaxy was a force under Carl's command, it could only be regarded as his vanguard, and Carl did not take them seriously at all. Among the major civilizations present, there were many who could destroy the Teoti core. Teoti is indeed nothing. Why don't I send you to see Shishi, and you can discuss who is stronger, and who is weaker in person? Chu Yang glanced at Wall coldly. As for you, you only dare to shrink in the corner of the known universe. Even if your inheritance is as ancient as that of the angel civilization, do you have a 4th generation divine body? You. Wall stared, but he had no way to refute. Womar is indeed an ancient civilization, but as Chu Yang said, the reason why they have been able to survive for nearly 100,000 years is because they have always been at peace with the world and have lived in a corner of the known universe. Womar civilization is not strong, but it is not weak. Their strength lies in the fact that all people are martial, but their technology is not developed. When Chilan founded the Super God Academy, a scholar from Womar civilization joined and established a good relationship with the angel civilization. It is precisely because of this that they have been stable and peaceful for nearly 20,000 years, and with the technology brought back by the scholar, they have created a large number of super soldiers. But among these people, the strongest are only a few 3rd generation gods. I remember that Thornton seems to have some relationship with the Woma civilization, right? Chu Yang suddenly tilted his head to look at Morgana. Does that mean the demon civilization is friends with them? Morgana smiled disdainfully and said, demons won't be friends with idiots. Thornton's super gene comes from a lost genetic code of the Woma civilization. I cracked that genetic code to create Thornton. It has nothing to do with them. Just kidding. She had seen Chu Yang's strength before. He suppressed Yan during the left wing angel period with a wave of his hand, and he even possessed a weapon that even she, a 4th generation god body, was afraid of. Morgana did intend to attack Chu Yang in this parliament, but that would require the support of the Spokespersons of the major advanced civilizations, not Wall, the idiot 2nd generation ancestor. Chu Yang looked around and said with a smile, besides the Woma civilization, who else has a problem with me? There was a dead silence in the field, and even Morgana chose to avoid the sharp edge, which showed that Chu Yang should not be underestimated. Who would stand up and cause trouble at this critical juncture? Since there is no such thing, the council will continue. As for you, Chu Yang looked at Wall. I don't like unfilial descendants. You can go now. Arsehole. Wall was not very sophisticated. He was provoked by Chu Yang's repeated words and went berserk. As the prince of the Woma civilization, he could represent the Woma civilization to attend such a meeting, which was enough to show his status in the Woma galaxy. Therefore, although Wall was young, he was already a 2nd generation peak divine body. He only needed to wait for the throne to be upgraded to a 3rd generation divine body. Wall's super gene focused on spatial power. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the space around Chu Yang was slightly distorted. Then he reached his hand into the space in front of him. The palm disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already above Chu Yang's head, and it slapped his head hard. Part of the limbs are moved in space. This is a very sophisticated advanced algorithm. It can be seen that the scholar got a lot of benefits in the Super God Academy. Chu Yang had a blank expression on his face, and did not move at all. Instead, Kyangri, who was standing behind Morgana, frowned. Rose waved her hand gently, and a dagger suddenly appeared beside Chu Yang's palm above his head. A sharp light flashed, and cut off 4 fingers at the root. Ah. Although the queen likes you to say that, it's a pity that she is not my person yet. Morgana curled her lips and said, she is from Earth. Chu Yang is her instructor, or you can think of her as a teacher. She is from China on Earth. People there respect teachers. You insulted and attacked her teacher, but she didn't kill you. She was already doing it for my sake. Wall was stunned and didn't react. Shouldn't the person Morgana brought be her confidant? How could he be an earthling? Or Chu Yang's student? I need to remind you that an important meeting to plan the entire universe war is going on here, not a child's play. Yan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, on behalf of the angel civilization, I agree with the first war regulation that Chu Yang just proposed. If the Womar civilization has any objections, it will be regarded as a heretic and deprived of the right to war together with the Dark Nebula. Her words actually gave Wall a way out. If Wall was willing to sit down obediently, this matter could be turned over. But Wall obviously didn't understand the deep meaning. He stared at Yan and said, are you the new king of the angel civilization? I never thought that the angels would let a little girl younger than me take charge. How dare you? Moi stared, and the holy sword jumped into his hand. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense, and there was a tendency for the parliament to evolve into a battle. Ha ha ha. Well said. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded, but the sound made people unconsciously feel disgusted. Then, the space next to the round table trembled slightly, and two figures walked out. A man and a woman. The man was wearing luxurious blue European-style clothes and armor, a golden headband, a black cloak, a middle-parted blonde, a long face, a little beard, and a slightly red nose. The woman was wearing black armor. The style was quite similar to the silver armor of the angels, with brown curly hair and a hint of evil smile on her face. Who are ye? Yan was quite surprised. Moi raised the sword in his hand. There are traitors. Who are ye? The king of the heavenly palace, once dominated the angel civilization in the male era, but was eventually defeated by Kesha and fled. The woman was once Kesha's left-wing guard, but because she was dissatisfied with being replaced by Yan, she rebelled against the mellow heavenly palace and colluded with Hua Yi. Oh, there are unexpected visitors? Chu Yang just smiled, tilted his head to look at Morgana, and teased, your wormhole blockade seems to have been cracked by someone. Morgana's face darkened, and she was a little embarrassed. In the field of wormhole calculation, she is recognized as the strongest in the known universe, and even Kesha can only be second. In order to ensure that this parliament will not be disturbed, Morgana blocked the wormholes around the warship before it started. But now, these two people broke in openly, obviously cracking her wormhole blockade. Queen, I just set up the blockade casually. Morgana snorted, who knew that ruining that bitch would suddenly come over? Hua Yi kicked Wall aside with his leg and sat down in his seat, crossing his legs and said, a little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair is not qualified to be the king of angels. I, Hua Yi, will return to the angel nebula and re-establish the order of the heavenly palace. So how can this parliament be without me, the future king of angels? Chu Yang ignored him, but looked at Yan and asked, your people? Yan shook his head and said, we are angels, and they are scumbags of the sky. Chu Yang then looked at Hua Yi and smiled. There is no place for you here. TSK, the little brat is quite arrogant. Hua Yi picked his ears with a look of disdain. Chu Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, and suddenly raised his hand. A white light flashed, and, heavenly palace, turned into a stream of light, and swept towards Hua Yi. Ruining sneered and took a step forward, but before she could make a move, Chu Yang raised his hand again. Deprivation. Ruining's power was reduced to 1/10 of what it was. She was only a third-generation divine body, not much different from Yan at the beginning. She felt that the dark energy she had just mobilized suddenly dissipated, and then she felt weak and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Hua Yi never thought that Ruining would actually sell out his teammates. Caught off guard, he only had time to summon his Shiansha made by Suyin to block. But what he didn't expect was that this divine sword, which was very famous in his father's hands and had a very high upper limit, only made the white ancient sword stagnate for a moment. Dang. The sound of metal clashing sounded, and Shiansha Yingsheng broke into 2 pieces. Puff. Xiang pierced through Hua Yi's chest, and his upper body armor broke into pieces. Hua Yi looked down at the simple white longsword with a dull look. How is this possible? His divine body was actually irreversibly injured. Not only that, but at this moment, his soul suddenly had a gap. You, what kind of monster are you? Ruining screamed suddenly. She couldn't imagine that her power was taken away. That was something that even the Holy Kasha couldn't do. Not only them, but everyone around the round table also had a solemn expression. Two third-generation divine bodies were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Chu Yang. This scene dealt a heavy blow to their worldview. Even the few fourth-generation divine bodies among them asked themselves that they couldn't do this. There is no place for you here. I don't like to repeat what I said again and again. Chu Yang waved his hand to return Ruining's power and at the same time put away Shanks. He didn't intend to kill the two, nor would he give Yan this opportunity. Huiyi is only a third-generation divine body now, and he hasn't gone to Carol for cooperation. Chu Yang doesn't want this little white mouse to die early. It won't take long, but Carol helped Huiyi upgrade to the 4th generation divine body, and this guy will definitely pop up again. By then, she can be used to put some pressure on Jezzayalan and Yan. In this way, Jezzayalan's growth rate can be accelerated. At the same time, with the information left by Keisha, Yan will also come to Chu Yang to make some deals in times of crisis. When Chu Yang makes a lot of money with this little white mouse, he will once again knock him down. Cole will not give up this little white mouse easily and will arm him with the 5th generation divine body. Regardless of whether it is a complete 5th generation divine body, Cal can further improve it after having practical experience. At that time, Chu Yang can swing the sickle and harvest leeks. Huiyi covered his chest and looked at Chu Yang with fear. He didn't even dare to say anything harsh and directly followed Ruining into the wormhole. Wall hid in the corner and trembled, no longer having any arrogance. His biggest reliance was only the many years of heritage of the Woma civilization, but even the 3rd generation divine body was vulnerable in front of Chu Yang. Even if the high-end combat power of the Woma civilization was tied together, it might not be enough. This guy is simply a freak. Who said Chu Yang was just a new god? You call this a new god? Even the Holy Kasha, whose power is unique in the known universe, was just like this when she was alive, right? Chu Yang glanced at him and said lightly, you can leave too. If the Woma civilization wants to take back the right to war, let your father come to Earth to find me. Woa was as if he had been pardoned. Like Huiyi, he didn't even dare to fart and ran out in disgrace. Chu Yang sat in the first seat, with white light dancing on his fingertips. The sharp aura hidden in the light made everyone present feel like a thorn in the back. Looking around, Chu Yang raised his hand and threw a stack of documents out, landing in front of everyone, and laughed softly. This is the war regulations I formulated. The core content of each regulation cannot be changed, but we can discuss the details together. If anyone only has objections, they can say it now. These words sounded nothing, but in other words, it was equivalent to, I have already set the war regulations, and there is no doubt about it. Who is in favor? Who is against it? Damn. What's the point of changing the details? This is simply an overlord clause. Especially the second one. No civilization may enter the earth without permission. And the 5th one. The parliament will make an accurate assessment of each civilization, and advanced civilizations may not declare war on low-level civilizations. This one alone is fine, but if it is linked to the 6th one, the problem will be serious. Article 6 of the War Regulations. Under the permission of the regulations, the passive party may not refuse the war initiated by the active party, but the Earth has the right to refuse any war. After reading all the regulations, Lan Yan frowned and looked at Chu Yang hesitantly, as if asking, isn't it not good for you to openly give privileges to the Earth? At this moment, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded. Chu Yang, we have no objection to the core content of these regulations. But I want to ask, can the part about the privileges of the Earth be removed? The war regulations are based on fairness and exist to restrict wars. If any civilization has privileges, it will break this fairness. Chapter 278 The Cheating Master God from the Life Nebula. The Heavenly Palace is finally unlocked. This sudden voice of opposition immediately made Morgana's eyes light up. She had always wanted to create some trouble, to test Chu Yang's strength. After all, she had only seen him attack the 3rd generation divine body, and could not measure his specific strength. But Wall, who jumped out first, was too stupid, and she never found another opportunity. Especially now, regarding the matter of Earth's privileges, Morgana did not want to get involved, because Rose was an Earthling, and she did not want to disgust Rose, because of such things. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. It was a man in a black robe, covered in black robes from head to toe, without revealing any skin. The hoarse voice could not distinguish between men and women, but some people present knew its origin. The Lord of the Life Nebula, Soru. The Life Nebula is a new civilization that has just emerged in the past 6 months. It is a barren land where no life survives. But 10,000 years ago, a planet gave birth to autonomous consciousness and evolved step by step, eventually becoming the current Soru. This is a miracle of life, and it is also something that cannot be explained by technology. At the beginning, Carl and Keisha both wanted to conduct research, but for some reason, they returned empty-handed. Since both Keisha and Cole were very secretive about Soru, all the major civilizations were unwilling to cause trouble for him. After all, Soru was not afraid of those who wore shoes, even though he was barefoot. If anyone offended him, the entire civilization would never have peace. But what people did not expect was that although Soru had not been exposed to any advanced civilization's technology, he had developed atomic technology that was unique in the universe. Even the Holy Kesha could not compare to him, because Soru, with his atomic technology, actually created one planet after another. Those planets were formed by the aggregation of countless cosmic dust, but they could support life to survive and reproduce. It took Soru only 1,000 years to create a nebula, and another 1,000 years for countless lives in the nebula to derive technological civilization. This development speed is even faster than the Earth. Chu Yang received information about SUORUI in the Life Nebula from Yan, and was slightly surprised. He looked at the black-robed SUORUI, and became interested. He smiled and said, "You seem to have misunderstood. The core content I mentioned refers to the privileged part about the Earth." SUORUI was stunned for a moment and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why does a pre-nuclear civilization have so many privileges?" "Because the Earth is under my protection." As Chu Yang finished speaking, the white light on his fingertips turned into Shanks, lying quietly on the table in front of him. Looking at his domineering look, Kayangwei suddenly frowned. She remembered what Morgana said. The Earth is now completely protected by Chu Yang alone. The more domineering Chu Yang is now, the more enemies he will create for the Earth. Once he loses his protection, the Earth will become the target of public criticism. SUORUI suddenly laughed, but his laughter was as unpleasant as a rotten bellows. "Do you know why Holy Kesha and Carl came to me when I just completed my evolution, but didn't force me to go back for a search?" Everyone was shocked and realized that a secret was about to be revealed. SUORUI said coldly, "Because I can make my body explode instantly, blow them into countless atoms, and then prevent the atoms from aggregating. In this way, in a sense, they will die completely. But this is not a mutual destruction, because my body can reaggregate. In addition to my body, I can control the movement and detonation of the stars I created. How many times do you think the Earth can withstand the explosion of stars?" These words stunned everyone present. Even Chu Yang was a little shocked. No wonder this guy has no dark energy fluctuations, but can become the main god of a nebula. It turns out that this is a cheat. Create planets, move stars, detonate stars, and his own body is also a star, and it can be detonated and reaggregated at any time, and can prevent others from aggregating atoms. Even if this guy has no fighting power except these powers, it is still abnormal enough. This is completely a walking cosmic nuclear weapon. Chu Yang has a strong interest in SUORUI's ability. Even if it is a natural power that cannot be learned, it still has an estimable value. Everyone's eyes are focused on Chu Yang. They want to see how this Earth god who has been extremely domineering since his appearance will deal with such a situation. At the same time, they have made up their minds that they must never provoke the Life Nebula in the future. Although SUORUI's words are not sure how true, his body is a star, and he did create a nebula. Presumably, the self-exposure and detonation of the star are true. The only doubt is that after self-exposure, can SUORUI still make himself aggregate again? Or is there a price for this aggregation? How long does it take? Chu Yang stretched out his hand and tapped the tablet top of the round table with his index finger, as if thinking. But just when everyone thought that he would compromise under SUORUI's threat, the white ancient sword on the table suddenly whistled out. No one reacted because they had never thought that Chu Yang would dare to take action under such circumstances. Shanks was extremely fast, and at the same time Chu Yang whispered softly, "The Emperor stars call each other, the auspicious stars respond, the supreme Shanks." The beginning of the solution. The moment Chu Yang's voice fell, Shanks had already arrived in front of SUORUI and pierced his chest without any obstruction. At the same time, 7 stars appeared in the sky above everyone, and white light connected them into a line, and finally poured into the sword body of Shanks. SUORUI's black robe hood was blown away by the strong wind, revealing a somewhat illusory old face, which was actually a body between a real body and an illusion. But he only uttered one word, and his eyes instantly became empty and dull, and his expression and movement seemed to be frozen. Chu Yang waved his hand lightly, and the 7 stars above dispersed, and Shanks also flew back and lay on the table in front of Chu Yang again. The beginning of the solution Bidao. After Chu Yang refined the infinity gem with the treasure training technique and merged the blood of the 3 emperors, his overall strength was further improved, and he was finally able to initially develop the power of Heavenly Palace. The effect of Bidao is very simple, that is, soul sealing. However, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to achieve an absolute sealing, but just now, Heavenly Palace has been inserted into the so-called flesh, and Bidao's power has been fully exerted. In addition, SUORUI is just a half-baked god. This guy only has the ability to gather, and the talent to detonate the stars he created. Other aspects are too weak to withstand a single blow. According to legend, between Ziwei and Bidao is the Nanshanman, the entrance to the heavenly court. The first stage of the initial release is Bidao, and Chu Yang estimates that the next one is likely to be Ziwei. It seems that your speed of self-destruction is not as fast as my sword. Chu Yang looked at SUORUI with a smile, and the latter still maintained the action before the soul was sealed. Just looking at him, Chu Yang's eyes gradually became deep, as if containing some kind of magic. The devil is planted in the heart of Tao. It seems that he can no longer oppose the rules I set. Which friend has any objections? Chu Yang looked at the others, and paused for a moment on Morgana. This time no one spoke, and Morgana turned her head away and ignored him. Weird. This guy's really weird. Before finding out his details, no one wants to be an enemy of such a person, otherwise they may not even know how they died. Ruining, who inexplicably lost the ability to resist, and SUORUI, who was stabbed by Chu Yang, both revealed a weird taste. It seems that all of Chu Yang's methods are somewhat anti-scientific. Everyone fell into silence. For a while, the scene was extremely quiet, and only the sound of Chu Yang's index finger tapping on the table remained. Every tap seemed to hit everyone's heart. Just now, when Chu Yang was tapping on the table, he suddenly attacked SUORUI. Who knows if he will be unhappy and use some unlucky guy to establish his power again. After a long time, when some people began to be unable to bear the pressure, Yan suddenly put down the file and said, "Mr. Chu Yang, we, the Angel Civilization, have no major objections to the war regulations you have drawn up, but we hope that we can further discuss and make some minor amendments to some of the details." Chu Yang smiled and responded, "Of course, I thank the Angel Civilization and Queen Yan for their support. Aizen once said that Queen Keisha regards me as a friend. Although I denied this at the time, if the angels are in trouble in the future, I will help them for the sake of friends." Yan also smiled gently. She saw the video of Keisha and Chu Yang talking on the giant gorge in the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. At the same time, Keisha also left instructions that, if the Angel Civilization encountered a life and death crisis, they could go to Chu Yang to make a deal. So she knew Chu Yang's purpose very well, and knew that the so-called friendship was just a cover. At the same time, Keisha also left another instruction, that is, no matter what, the angels cannot be enemies with Chu Yang. It was for this reason that she had passed Wall's information to Chu Yang during the parliamentary process just now, and when Sori jumped out, she passed on his general information. It was also because of this that she was the first to come forward to support Chu Yang after confirming that no one could shake the privileges of the earth in the war regulations. With the first person taking the lead, some civilizations that were willing to support Chu Yang expressed their opinions one after another, and some civilizations that were not powerful but unwilling to compromise also became fence sitters. Just as Morgana was hesitating whether to continue waiting to see if anyone else would take the lead, Rose suddenly kicked her lightly under the table. Morgana tilted her head to look at her and saw Rose silently mouthing, "Support Chu Yang, I joined the demons." Morgana's expression was delighted, but she didn't understand why Rose would do this when Chu Yang was already invincible. But it didn't matter. Apart from Chu Yang, there was no big threat to the earth. After all, the super warriors such as the Galaxy Force had not grown up yet. Not to mention that only the earth has some privileges, even if the war regulations are all unequal treaties. If it can get Rose to join willingly, she will not hesitate at all. I think it's okay too. Let's discuss the details quickly. Morgana looked impatient and shouted, "The queen is very busy. How can I have time to talk nonsense with you here?" Those major civilizations that were still hesitating were all confused. They didn't understand why Morgana's attitude took a 180-degree turn. In desperation, they could only give up the last little thought. This parliament lasted a whole day. When the parliament ended, the spokespersons of the major civilizations were in a complicated mood. Some were happy and some were worried. For some weak civilizations, the war regulations were equivalent to a protective umbrella that could protect them from the oppression of higher civilizations. But for some powerful civilizations, there were many more restrictions for no reason. Of course, in addition to these restrictions, there is also a benefit that can benefit all civilizations. It is precisely because of this that the major higher civilizations feel much more balanced. This is something Chu Yang mentioned before the establishment of the void battlefield. That is, both parties involved in the war must take out trophies and hand them over to the parliament for safekeeping. After the war, these trophies will belong to the winning party. When the war cannot be aimed at destroying the enemy, it can only be to obtain as much benefit as possible. In a sense, this is more valuable than destroying the enemy. Take the fifth war between angels and demons as an example. Although Keisha was killed, Morgana did not get any actual benefits. But if the war takes place in the void battlefield, both sides will take out their chips, such as the sacred knowledge treasure house, or the technology of the fourth generation of the divine body. Morgana will be able to make a lot of money. It is worth mentioning that the void battlefield does not exist in the void as the name suggests, but encloses a part of the Styx galaxy, which contains many uninhabited planets and some unstable small spaces. Such an environment is undoubtedly more suitable for war. As the spokespersons of the major civilizations left one after another, only Chu Yang, Yan, Morgana, Moi and Kyangui following the two queens, and Sori, who was still in a daze, were left at the round table. Chu Yang naturally knew the purpose of Yan and Morgana staying, but he first looked at Kyangui and asked softly, "Will you come back to Earth with me, or stay in the Demon Nebula?" Faced with his straightforward question, Kyangui was a little surprised, but still took a deep breath under Morgana's gaze and said, "I won't go back. From today on, I will no longer be a soldier of the Chinese Hero Company, but the space-time Rose of the Demon Nebula. But I will always be an Earthling. Please help me convey these words to my comrades, and my father." When she said the latter, Kyangui's mood was a little low. Making this choice means that she will say goodbye to everything in the past and embark on a completely opposite path. Chu Yang was not surprised. He nodded and said, "I respect your choice and will also pass on your words. Next time we meet, I look forward to you pressing those rookies to the ground and robbing them. I believe their expressions will be very exciting." Kyangui was surprised again. She always felt that Chu Yang seemed to have anticipated all this. There was no anger and doubt as expected, and this guy was even in the mood to make a joke. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze from her and turned to look at Yan and Morgana, smiling and asking, "You two stayed here, probably for those lost warriors of yours?" Lost? Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. Morgana wanted to run away on the spot, but when she saw the Shanks on the table, she had to give up. Chapter 279 Conditions and Transactions. The Peculiarity of the Phantom. Yan looked at Chu Yang and asked softly, "What do you want?" Through the information left by Keisha, she naturally knew Chu Yang's plan, but those things were too important to the angel civilization and would never be handed over easily. Chu Yang thought about it and then said, "I want a complete angel gene and some data from the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Of course, the data I want will not involve the core technology of the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House, but it must include information shared by all advanced civilizations in the known universe, as well as some computing technology. Jarvis's operating frequency is too low. Although after Zixin and Jezialan come up with the Xianxin, they can copy the technology, but Chu Yang's vision is very high, and he will not be satisfied with this. If he wants Carl to be at all, he must be able to crush him in all aspects when picking peaches, especially for the big clock. Chu Yang doesn't want to draw water with a bamboo basket and work in vain. If he doesn't have the means to crush the big clock, Carl can completely destroy the big clock when he sees that the situation is not good. In this way, even if Chu Yang has made all the calculations, he will not get any benefit. Yan fell into deep thought. Chu Yang's request was not excessive, but she could not help feeling uncomfortable. In the final analysis, Chu Yang was still blackmailing. When had the angels ever been treated like this? If it weren't for Keisha's order, asking her not to be an enemy of Chu Yang, how could Yan sit here calmly and listen to his conditions? Chu Yang was not in a hurry. He turned to look at Morgana and said, "Hand over Lina to me, and then give me the complete genetic technology and the complete dream gene of Hefeng." Morgana stared and said, "Why do the angels only have to pay such a small price? But I, the queen, have to pay so much." She felt that Chu Yang was targeting her because the conditions he proposed to both parties were not equal in value. "I don't care about what happened between you and Kesha, but Rihanna is my student. You used her, and I turned a blind eye to it." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "But the matter is over, and you are still not letting her go. Isn't it a bit too much? I know your purpose, but with the current technology you have, you can't conquer the stellar drive technology." Because of his appearance, many things have changed subtly. For example, Rihanna was controlled by the dream in advance, and was taken away by Morgana. After killing Kesha, Morgana did not throw her back to Earth, but took her to the Demon Nebula. Even a fool can see that Morgana wants to study stellar drive technology. Okay. The queen is in a good mood today, and I don't want to bother with you." Morgana knew that she was in the wrong, and she also knew that she was able to control Rihanna with Chu Yang's tacit consent. The most important thing is that Morgana attaches great importance to her subordinates. These people use everything to support her, fight for her, and die for her. She never disappoints every demon. "But, what do you want Black Wine's dream gene for? That thing should be of no value to you, right?" While speaking, Morgana glanced at Sori not far away. Compared to dreams, Chu Yang's method of directly making people lose their consciousness is undoubtedly more terrifying. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Leave the things to me. When I see Rihanna on Earth, I will naturally let her go." Morgana snorted coldly and directly established contact with Devil number 1 and Jarvis, transmitting the complete genetic technology and the complete dream gene code to them. For people at their level, the value of genetic technology is actually not great. After all, there are many civilizations in the universe that have mastered the technology of supergenes, but there are not many civilizations that can research the second generation of supergenes, and there are even fewer civilizations that have the third generation of supergenes. It's like everyone has the same cultivation method, but most people can only cultivate to the first level, and only a few can cultivate to the second level, or even the third level. However, Black Wine's dream supergene code is of great value. This is the third generation supergene, which was tailor-made by Morgana for her old friend Hefeng. The fact that Hefeng can control Lina through dreams is enough to show its power. In the known universe, there are only a handful of people who can research this supergene, and most of them come from the angel civilization. In addition, there are Morgana and Carl. But Carl does not need this method, because he can create powerful void warriors, and the angel civilization disdains to control others through dreams, which makes this Morgana's patent. After Chu Yang received all the data, a smile appeared on his face. The Dream Super Gene is the first complete genetic code he has obtained. A super gene is only a disposable consumable, but mastering the genetic code can mass produce super genes, which is enough for him to do various experiments. Kyanmui, let's go. Morgana was reluctant to say more to Chu Yang, because every time she faced this guy, she couldn't get an advantage. Rose followed her silently. Yan suddenly looked up and said, Morgana, this is the last time we sit together peacefully. Next time we meet, I will make you pay for the death of Queen Kesha. Morgana sneered, don't think that you can become the second Kesha, just because you have upgraded the 4th generation of Divine Body. You are still far from it. How dare a little brat who has not experienced the Order of the Heavenly Palace and the era of the Three Kings speak nonsense to the Queen. After saying that, she took Rose into the wormhole and left. Yang narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a proud fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. She used to be the sharpest sword in Kesha's hand, fighting for the angel civilization. Now she is ordered to take charge of the situation. Although she faces internal and external troubles, she is fearless. I promise you. But I can't give you the genetic code of the angel. Yan turned to look at Chu Yang, raised his hand, and placed a genetic reagent on the table, and at the same time, established connections with Jarvis and the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House with Skyblade number 7. She has the authority granted by Kesha, which includes the right to transfer some technologies to Chu Yang. Obviously, after the conversation on the Giant Canyon, Kesha had already anticipated that some things would fall into Chu Yang's hands sooner or later. Happy transaction. I will find those lost angels soon and send them back to the Angel Nebula. Chu Yang picked up the genetic reagent with a smile. He naturally knew that Yan would not give him the genetic code of the angels. A complete copy of the angel gene was enough. Yan slowly stood up and walked out with Moe. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and asked sideways, how is Jesiah Allen? Chu Yang shrugged and said, very good. He now has a 3rd generation divine body, and ZH Aizen is helping him build a set of void controllers. Once successful, he will become the most special god in the known universe. Don't you want to go see them? Yan shook his head and said, ZH Aizen has ended her mission as an angel. In the days to come, she will use the holy light to cover the gun of Dexing to pursue a beautiful love. As for Jesiah Allen, there is no point in seeing him now. Please help tell him that I will wait for him in the future. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, watching the two leave. He did not mention the Shadow World and Carl's conspiracy, but Yan must have guessed some of it. The Shadow World will inevitably bring a lot of trouble to the angels, but for Chu Yang, this little accident will speed up Carl's process of connecting to the void. This is a good thing, so Chu Yang is happy to stand by and watch, waiting for things to ferment slowly. The meeting room fell silent. Chu Yang looked at Suoyui, who had a dull face and was only drooling compared to an idiot. His smile became even bigger. Speaking of which, the biggest gain of this meeting was controlling Suoyui, a star maker, or a star detonator. Although Suoyui can only detonate the planets he created, it is enough to be called a killer. Chu Yang has already used the Tau Heart Demon on Suoyui, but it will take some time to completely change his cognition and make him surrender. Walking in front of Suoyui, Chu Yang held Shanks in his hand, poked him with the tip of the sword, and frowned slightly. Suoyui's body is very strange, between the real body and the phantom body, but it is different from Huayi, who has upgraded to the 5th generation of divine body. Huayi, who has the 5th generation of divine body, can switch between the real body and the phantom body, but Suoyui is half phantom and half real. Chu Yang was not interested in the phantom. He did not want to become a ghost, but if he could control the transformation between the entity and the phantom, or enter the phantom state for a short time, it would greatly improve his Yuanwu true body. There was another key problem, that is, Chu Yang found that the influence of Shanks on the phantom seemed to be very low, because he felt that Suoyui was constantly attacking Bidao's soul seal. The soul in the seal should have entered a deep sleep without the possibility of breaking free. Chu Yang analyzed this situation with the data he received from the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House, and finally came to the conclusion that the phantom has no soul. Or to be more precise, when a person or a god abandons the flesh and transforms into a phantom, it is a process of materializing the soul. The soul becomes a shell, which is naturally much stronger than the invisible and intangible soul. Chu Yang stretched out his other hand, and a black light surged in his hand and turned into Fengdu. When the breath of Fengdu touched Suoui, the soul that was constantly attacking the seal stopped. Earth, giant gorge. Seeing Chu Yang returning, all the members of the Xianbing company, led by Dukeo, were nervous. This war council seemed to have a far-reaching impact on the entire universe, but the biggest beneficiary was actually Earth. Chu Yang pulled Earth out of the vortex of war, but there were still many civilizations eyeing it covetously. The most important thing was, they really wanted to know whether Chu Yang had a dominant position in this war council. This would determine whether their patron saint could still protect Earth. I have passed the finalized war regulations to Dana 3 through Jarvis. Chu Yang smiled at Dukeo and said, once you have read the contents of the war regulations, there is no need for me to elaborate on them. Aizen, let your angel sisters get ready. I will send them back to the Angel Nebula on the warship. Xiaolun, go gather all the demons. Rihanna will be back soon. As soon as you see Rihanna, just let her go. As the orders were issued, everyone was delighted. Dukeo rushed to the command center, eager to see the war regulations, which would mean the final result of the war council. Hearing that Rihanna was safe and would soon return, the members of the Xianbinglian were relieved, and Zixin was also happy that the Angel Sisters were about to return home. Only Jezaialan hesitated to speak and did not directly execute Chu Yang's order. Chu Yang glanced at him and said softly, I have seen Kyangwei. She voluntarily joined the devil. This is her own choice. As soon as these words came out, the originally cheerful atmosphere solidified instantly, and Jezaialan's expression became even more uncertain. The devil once tried to invade the earth, and even made a lot of noise outside of China. I don't know how many people on earth died in their hands. Therefore, in their view, what is the difference between Kyangwei joining the devil and surrendering to the enemy? This is a difference in thinking. These rookies who have not yet stepped out of the greenhouse find it difficult to understand that in the universe, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Especially Jezaialan. He doesn't understand why Kyangwei did this. Dukeo, the supreme commander of the hero company, was her father, and his relationship with her gradually warmed up. The earth was out of war, and everything was moving in a good direction. But at this moment, Kyangwei was gone. And this was a separation across the universe. Why? Jezaialan's voice was a little hoarse. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Morgana once participated in the creation of the crystal of time and space, so for Kyangwei, being with her can speed up the process of becoming a god and becoming stronger. I said a long time ago that I'm not the guardian of the earth. Imagine what the earth will face without my protection. Kyangwei sees farther than you. Then, Chu Yang said what Kyangwei asked him to help relay, and everyone in the hero company fell silent. At the same time, Dukeo in the command center also heard Chu Yang's words through the black armor frequency band. He looked at the war regulations on the screen, but his mind was wandering, his eyes were slightly red, and he was speechless for a long time. On the deck, Chu Yang suddenly changed the subject. Where are the wings? Show them out. Before Jezaialan could come to his senses, he subconsciously released a pair of black angel wings. Chu Yang flicked the feathers on the black wings. Yang opened your gene lock, made a vow to protect you, and became your guardian angel. You should know these things very well. She asked me to tell you. She will wait for you in the future. After saying that, Chu Yang took Killin's hand and turned to enter the wormhole. Jezaialan has transformed from a loser to a warrior, but he has not yet adapted to the transformation from a warrior to a god. The most important thing is that, except for places outside the battlefield, this guy's thinking is still at the loser stage. Kyangwei was his white moonlight, and now that the white moonlight is gone, he didn't even look back, so it is natural that he will find it hard to accept. Yan is another white moonlight that shines into his world. As time goes by, the second white moonlight will completely replace the former. Chapter 280 The ultimate vision of the treasure refining technique. The great sage leaves the Milky Way. Chu Yang did not think too much about Jezaialan. He had already conveyed a message to Kyangli and Yan respectively. No matter what choice Jezi Island made, it would not affect his future growth and Chu Yang's layout. At night, Cheyenne City, Villa. Chu Yang sat on the sofa, Killin leaned on his arms, wearing a suspender nightgown, her white and tanned legs dangling on the armrest of the sofa, holding potato chips in her hand. A sweet emotional drama was playing on TV, and Killin's face was full of satisfaction. After experiencing the cruelty of war, people tend to cherish the tender time more. Chu Yang was watching TV and thinking about various things. Suddenly he asked, how is Jezi Island's void control being constructed? Killin tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, there should be great progress. Zixin is like a chicken bloodshot every day. She is not so happy when she is with Zaozin. Obviously, she could not understand a scholar's obsession with technological breakthroughs. Chu Yang nodded and said, after a while, I will help you upgrade your super gene again. This time it is a complete gene, which will bring great improvement, but it will also cause a certain load on the body. But after success, you can open the gene lock in one fell swoop and upgrade your body to a third generation divine body. Third generation divine body? Keelan's eyes lit up, the same as Xiaolan's. Chu Yang nodded, then shook his head and said, although they are both third generation divine bodies, your gene limit has exceeded the power of the galaxy, so you will be stronger than him. The Liang civilization has related technology. I will go back to talk to them. Keelan nodded as if she understood, but she didn't know much about these things. She shrugged and said, it doesn't matter whether it's strong or not. Anyway, you will protect me. Chu Yang pinched her face, shook his head and laughed. In the Soul Palace, Super God Chu Yang walked out of the nebula, looked at the busy people, clapped his hands and said, brothers, there is good news. Hearing his words, everyone looked up at the same time, stopped what they were doing, and gathered together. Immortal hero Chu Yang said first, don't worry, we have good news too. Oh. Super God Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Damning Chu Yang smiled and said, the luck absorbed by the dragon vein has reached saturation. Now it is being refined in the pirate world. It won't take long for it to be completely integrated into the spine. And we found that, after refining the dragon vein, the treasure refining technique can be completed. But if you want to be completely perfect, you need to integrate it into several key parts that are not inferior to the saturated dragon vein treasure. Super God Chu Yang's eyes lit up. They have been using the dragon vein to absorb luck in various worlds, just waiting for saturation to maximize the benefits. I thought this process would take some time, but I didn't expect it to be completed ahead of time. Which parts? Super God Chu Yang asked thoughtfully. The peaches in various worlds are almost picked up, and it is difficult to find treasures equivalent to the saturated dragon vein level. Magic Chu Yang said, both leg bones, both arm bones, and the most important frontal bone. Super God Chu Yang nodded, and said hesitantly, I have been thinking, can I use the refining treasure technique to merge the celestial computer with the body? His words immediately made the scene quiet, and everyone fell into silence and thought. The celestial computer is a product of the pinnacle of technology, but it is not a treasure with special power. The most valuable thing about the celestial computer is its data and computing power. Without these, even if it is refined into the body, it is no different from scrap metal. The big clock certainly can't do it. Even the void controller can't do it. Marvel Chu Yang denied this. Hawkage Chu Yang thought for a while and said, what if we change the carrier of the celestial computer? For example, with some kind of soul treasure as the core, we build a unique celestial computer. Magic Chu Yang thought thoughtfully. In theory, it is indeed feasible. With the soul treasure as a backup, even if it fails, there will be no loss. But such a soul treasure is hard to find. Super God Chu Yang smiled and said, take your time. The current Jarvis is just a low-end celestial computer. Wait until I get the core technology of the treasure house of sacred knowledge and the big clock, and then combine it with Jezi Island's void controller. I will first make an unprecedented universe-level computer. Everyone nodded, and Jujutsu Chu Yang suddenly asked, you just said there was good news? Super God Chu Yang smiled and nodded, then shared with everyone, and took out the complete version of the Angel Gene reagent. Magic Chu Yang said, with this data, we will be able to upgrade Jarvis soon. Dream genes can be added to the Shen gene chain. After this extension, we can select the last sequence of the Shenjin chain that is most suitable. Super God Chu Yang asked, what about the Deno gene chain? After integrating Monkey Brothers genes, the Deno gene chain with 6 sequences added, has initially touched the edge of the ultimate gene. Chu Yang got the Angel gene, just to make it the last sequence of the Deno gene chain. Once the Deno gene chain is extended to the ultimate gene, Chu Yang can extract Suzaya's genes, and make himself a real super soldier. Or, God. There are still some technical difficulties, but with complete genetic technology, it is only a matter of time to overcome these difficulties. Marvel Chu Yang smiled confidently. Super God Chu Yang stretched his body. Now we just have to wait for Carl to create the 5th generation of divine body on Huayi's little white mouse, and then explore the secrets of the void. Immortal hero Chu Yang reminded, I always feel that Carl's ultimate fear is not empty talk. The demise of those cosmic civilizations 100,000 years ago may really be related to the void. You'd better be careful, lest you capsize in the gutter. Super God Chu Yang nodded and said, when Huayi makes a comeback, Yan will come to me soon, and then I will go to the shadow world. I think from there, I can find some traces of the void. Super God World, Earth, North Star. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the messy living room, and looking through the window at the messy yard, Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Tell me, what's going on? Looking up at the 2 people in front of him, Chu Yang looked helpless. In front of him, Suzayaly looked aggrieved, and the depressed monkey brother stood beside him holding a stick. It was his own fault. He was busy with the void battlefield recently, and forgot about Sun Wukong. The reason why Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared after the Cheyenne battle was because of Suzayaly in his memory. Sun Wukong was originally a super gene sleeping in mythology. Teacher Wu quietly implanted the memory of Eri, Suzayaly's ancestor thousands of years ago, into his genetic code. Although they were called ancestors, Suzayaly and Eri were actually from the same era, but only her lineage remained. Although Suzayaly had not yet upgraded to a divine body, she had a combat power comparable to that of the 3rd generation of divine bodies, and Chu Yang helped her conceal her aura, so Sun Wukong never found her. It was not until today that Sun Wukong found some information about Suzayaly from an entertainment company in Beeshixing, and followed the clues to find this courtyard. Suzayaly directly fought with this guy who broke in illegally, and looked like nothing like a normal person. She didn't know much about Xiang Binglian, or most people on Earth had only heard of Xiang Binglian and Black Armor. Only military personnel knew them better. Therefore, in Suzayaly's opinion, since angels and demons were all aliens, the legendary Monkey King was probably the same. Fortunately, Chu Yang discovered the huge dark energy fluctuations, rushed over in advance, and told Dukeo that it was just a minor problem, so there was no big mess. He suddenly barged in and asked me if I knew him. Suzayaly pointed at Sun Wukong and said angrily, it's obvious that he's an alien. Sun Wukong glared and said, I shed blood for the earth. How can I be an alien? For the sake of our friendship, I don't bother to argue with you. Suzayaly wanted to say something else, but Chu Yang raised his hand to stop her and said to Sun Wukong, Brother Monkey, Xiaola's situation is more complicated. Her genetic code has changed, so I'm afraid she can't remember what happened in the past. Brother Monkey waved his hand and said, well, since she's with you, I'm relieved. After so many years, there are not many old friends left. When he said the last part, Sun Wukong's eyes showed a touch of reminiscence, and his expression was a little lonely. He has protected the earth for many years, and he had comrades who fought side by side, but most of them were drowned in the long river of time. The only one who can still survive is Suzayaly, except for a few guys who immigrated from the Dena galaxy, led by Dukeo. Back then, Eri was Sun Wukong's lover, and Suzayaly was his comrade who had fought alongside him for the longest time. But now things have changed. Under the influence of the Dena gene chain, Suzayaly's previous fairy genes have gradually faded, and the memories hidden in the genetic code have also disappeared. Chu Yang suddenly smiled and said, Brother Monkey, since you are here, why don't you give me some more of your blood? Sun Wukong's mouth twitched, and he said unhappily, I'm the fighting Buddha after all. Why do you want to draw blood as soon as we meet? Chu Yang pouted and said, your divine body and beast body have reached their peak, right? Your genes have also evolved further. As long as there is certain technical support, you can upgrade to the 4th generation divine body and the unprecedented 4th generation beast body at any time. Sun Wukong scratched his head and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Because Chu Yang was right, the reason for all these changes was a special reagent that Chu Yang provided at the beginning. That was the extreme substance. Chu Yang asked Dukeo to implant it into everyone in the Xiangbing company, but most people didn't know the source and function of the extreme substance and didn't take it seriously. Because their gene locks have not been opened yet, they are far from reaching the limit of their own super genes. Only Sun Wukong and Lina found the key and learned from Dukeo that this substance came from Chu Yang. Suzaili didn't react until now, blinked and said, "You know each other?" Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "One of us, Monkey Brother, is a real Monkey King. In order to protect the earth, he defeated an alien civilization with his own strength." This time it was Suzaili's turn to be embarrassed, and she stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. "You go buy some vegetables. Monkey Brother will eat at home tonight." Chu Yang gestured to Suzaili to go out first. Suzaili understood, went upstairs to change clothes, and prepared to go out. Sun Wukong suddenly said, "I'm a vegetarian." Suzaili responded and pushed the door open. A moment later, the yard had returned to normal. Chu Yang and Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a human appearance and was dressed in casual clothes, were lying on rattan chairs. Looking at the sun in the sky, Chu Yang asked softly, "Brother Monkey, what are your plans next?" Sun Wukong said somewhat comfortably, "Traveling in the world, in the words of my master, is practicing in the red dust." As he said that, he looked at Chu Yang and then said, "I have heard about the war regulations from Leodu. You do better than me. This is a once and for all solution." Chu Yang suddenly asked again, "Have you ever thought about leaving the earth? Walking around in the universe? Where to go?" Monkey Brother asked back, "My roots are on the earth, and I must never forget the teachings of my master." Chu Yang said meaningfully, "The universe is going to be in chaos, and the earth cannot remain immune. If even you can't do anything, what can I do? It's nothing more than a fight to the death." Sun Wukong was extremely free and easy. Chu Yang said seriously, "Brother Monkey, I would like to invite you to the shadow world. There are clues to the source of the chaos there, but you don't have to intervene in the dispute between Carl and the angel civilization." Sun Wukong thought about it, then nodded and said, "Since it is about the earth, then I will go there, but..." At this point, he paused slightly, and then changed the subject. "If something happens to me in the shadow world, you have to bring back my body. Return to your roots, bury me and my master together." Chu Yang said speechlessly, "Things are not that serious. There are not many people in the known universe who can threaten you. But you have to pay attention to Huai. Carl is behind him. If you meet him, don't confront him head on. I remember Leodu mentioned this person." Sun Wukong recalled, "It seems to be the Angel King of the Male Era tens of thousands of years ago." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It was him. I almost killed him at the War Council. If he knew you were from Earth, he would definitely make trouble. Carol has been studying the void. This crisis that is about to cover the entire universe also comes from the void. The shadow world is related to the void. If you can find traces of the void there, bring them back as much as possible. If you want to fundamentally solve the problem, you must start with the void." Sun Wukong sat up from the rattan chair, picked up the dark alloy stick next to him, and black armor attached to his body inch by inch, and he once again restored the appearance of the fighting Buddha. "Leaving now? Not staying for dinner?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Sun Wukong laughed and turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, his voice rolling out. "Wait until I come back, then have this celebration banquet." Suzaili just walked into the courtyard, looked at Sun Wukong who disappeared in the blink of an eye, and looked at the large and small bags in his hands. He felt that he had worked in vain, and was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Chapter 281 War and Chips. Earth vs. Demon. In the pavilion of the courtyard, Chu Yang and Dukeo sat opposite each other. After Suzaili finished cooking dinner, she went back to her room. This girl is an esports geek. Only in the virtual world does she not need to worry about her charm that has nowhere to go. At the same time, Suzaili is a very smart woman. When there are guests, she will never disturb Chu Yang. Dukeo looked at Chu Yang, who was eating heartily, and asked softly, Wukong left the earth. Is this your arrangement? Chu Yang nodded and said, there are some things that I'm not convenient to come forward. Now there are many people in the universe who are dissatisfied with you. They dare not vent their anger on the earth, but if they are outside the earth, they will definitely find ways to make trouble. Dukeo frowned. Chu Yang smiled and said, you should know that in the known universe, few people can threaten Sun Wukong. Dukeo took a deep breath and said, who are you? Went to the Dark Nebula. Chu Yang shrugged. As expected, he wants to return to the Angel Nebula to seize power, but the current third generation divine body is not enough. What are you planning? Dukeo finally asked the biggest question in his mind. The earth is supposed to be stable, so why should Chu Yang interfere in the affairs of major civilizations? Carol is a hidden danger. He holds the big clock in his hand and has been studying the void. He will not be content with the status quo. Chu Yang put down his chopsticks. Now that I'm protecting the earth will naturally be safe. But once Carol has the power to threaten me, or even destroy me, do you think the major civilizations will let the earth go? The void battlefield is just a temporary solution. If you want to solve the problem once and for all, you have to solve the problem fundamentally. Dukeo thought for a while, then asked, with your strength, can't you kill Carol? Chu Yang smiled and said, old dude, the problem is not Carol, but the void. Even if you kill him, the threat of the void still exists. Dukeo was silent. He knew that Chu Yang was right. If you want to solve the problem thoroughly, you have to start with the void. Because the theory of ultimate fear already exists, even if Carol is gone, sooner or later there will be another scholar to study the void. At the same time, he also vaguely guessed Chu Yang's purpose. This guy actually wants to destroy the void, or even control the void. Because only in this way can the source of the disaster be fundamentally solved. But in his opinion, this is too crazy. Because all this is based on the establishment of the ultimate fear, but once the ultimate fear really exists, it means that the destruction of those ancient civilizations 100,000 years ago is inseparable from the void. No one knows what level of technology the ancient civilization has reached, and what kind of strength it has, but there is no doubt that the void is an unknown and powerful existence. Chu Yang is playing with fire. Once he gets on fire, it will implicate the entire earth. Dukeo took a deep breath and asked softly, what do you need me to do? Chu Yang said calmly, let the Xiang Bing company enter the void battlefield and represent the earth to fight the demons. Dukeo widened his eyes. Demons? Didn't Kyangli join the demons? Morgana is the 4th generation divine body. Now that Wukong is not here, unless you take action yourself, what can the Xiang Bing company use to fight them? Chu Yang waved his hand and said, don't worry. Morgana won't take action. You can regard this war as a training exercise. The Xiang Bing company needs to be tempered, and so do the new forces of the demon civilization. But this war needs a little prize, otherwise both sides will lack motivation. Dukeo thought about his words over and over again, and felt that it made sense, so he asked again, what prize? Chu Yang said directly, extreme matter. It can break the genetic upper limit and give any super gene the opportunity to become a god. This is a temptation that Morgana cannot refuse. I will talk to her about this matter. Go back and make arrangements to expand the Xiang Bing company and recruit directly from the army, allowing them to sign up voluntarily. I will provide a batch of super genes to arm these people. Dukeo's eyes lit up. The high-end combat power of the earth is actually not weak. The difference lies in the overall strength. Looking at the major civilizations in the universe, which one does not have its own legion? Either technological weapons or super soldiers. On the other hand, on Earth, apart from the Xiang Bing company, there are only ordinary people using pre-nuclear weapons. Once a war breaks out, they can only use human lives to build a flesh and blood wall. If Chu Yang can provide enough super genes so that the earth has a legion composed of super soldiers, it will greatly enhance the overall strength of the earth. Even if the technology is backward, it is not afraid of any civilization. Chu Yang continued, in addition, I asked the New World Group to gather some scientists from all over the world. You hand these people over to ZHI's to form a scientific research team. The technology on Earth is too backward. Now with Aizen's help, it is a good opportunity to rapidly develop the level of technology. Even if we can't catch up with advanced civilizations, we must at least enter the era of cosmic technology. Dukeo was excited. The more he listened, the more excited he became. He stood up and said, "I'll arrange it now." Chu Yang smiled and said, "We haven't eaten yet." Dukeo curled his lips and said, "Do you really think I rushed here by helicopter just to have dinner with you?" Chu Yang was speechless. "You deserve to have no friends." Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Yang added, "By the way, help me build 5 sets of black armor and some dark alloy weapons." Dukeo's eyes condensed. Those 5 beast bodies are still alive. Back in Loyang, the black curtain covered the sky and the sun, and even the residents of Loyang didn't know what was happening. After that incident, the 5 beast gods under Chu Yang never appeared again, and Dukeo could not capture their dark energy fluctuations on Earth. Because of this, Dukeo speculated that the 5 beast gods all died in that battle. Chu Yang now suddenly asked for 5 sets of black armor and dark alloy weapons. Dukeo thought about it, and it seemed that it could only be prepared for the 5 beast gods. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "Who told you that they are dead? But you can also treat them as non-existent and don't count them into the Earth's combat power. I have other arrangements for them." Dukeo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The origins of these 5 beast gods are too mysterious, as if they jumped out of thin air. All signs indicate that they are likely created by Chu Yang. But Chu Yang's background is too innocent. He is a native of Earth and has never had any contact with alien civilizations before. In this case, how could he master the technology to create the 3rd generation of peak beast bodies? This is a mystery, just like the extreme matter and Chu Yang's incomprehensible power. Dukeo has gotten used to it. It seems that anything related to Chu Yang cannot be understood with the knowledge of the known universe. It must be said that Dukeo is very efficient. After hearing that Chu Yang was in urgent need, he only took half a month to create 5 sets of black armor and dark alloy weapons. Cheyenne City, in the courtyard of the villa, Chu Yang looked at the full set of equipment that Keelan had taken out and said in surprise, "These weapons seem to be a little different." Keelan nodded and said, "This is the result of the latest research. It has the power of some god-killing weapons. It can be understood as a low-end version of god-killing weapons." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It seems that Aizen has helped Xiang Binglian a lot." Keelan agreed. Indeed, in addition to this low-end god-killing weapon, Xiang Binglian also helped Aizen to let each soldier have his own independent computing system. The computing efficiency exceeds that of the previous Dino 3rd, but the specific algorithm needs to be developed by ourselves. Dudeno 3 has also been fully upgraded. The bullets I'm equipped with have also been upgraded from the previous God-Killing number 1 to God-Killing number 3. God-Killing number 1 is a god-killing bullet that is enough to threaten the body of a god, but its power is limited. If it is used on a demon or an angel, it can cause serious damage or even kill in one shot if it hits the vital point. But if it is used on a strong person at the level of Rina or Sun Wukong, God-Killing number 1 can't cause any damage at all. The God Killer 3 is a fully upgraded product, benchmarking the 3rd generation of divine bodies. Of course, this is just talk. Unless the opponent does not defend or resist, it is difficult to effectively kill the 3rd generation of divine bodies with just one bullet. But below the 3rd generation, it can be said to be invincible. But the problem is, with Killen's current strength, it is completely enough to challenge the 3rd generation of divine bodies head on, which makes the God Killer 3 seem a bit useless. Chu Yang thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Old Do wants to hide your strength on the surface and treat you as a trump card." Keelan spread her hands and said, "Not only him, everyone in the Xiang Bing company thinks so, making me look like a big sister. Especially Liu Chuang. Every time I talk to him, I feel like a female gang leader." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, took out a gene reagent, handed it over and said, "This is the 6th sequence of the gene chain, which is very stable and will reduce the burden on your body to the greatest extent. However, your super gene is constantly evolving and has reached an extremely powerful level. The process of opening the gene lock will be a bit painful. but as long as the gene lock is opened, you can upgrade to the 3rd generation of divine body in one fell swoop. At this point, Chu Yang paused and then said, in fact, theoretically speaking, you can upgrade to the 4th generation of divine body in one go. But to upgrade to the 4th generation of divine body, in addition to sufficiently excellent super genes, certain technical support is also required. With the technology that old do, and I have mastered at this stage, we cannot create a 4th generation of divine body. This is the upper limit bottleneck of the earth. Killin nodded and said, General Dukeo told us that he conducted a pre-war mobilization of the Xiangbing Company and told everyone the purpose of this war. Chu Yang asked with interest, oh, what did he say? Killin cleared his throat, pretended to be serious, and imitated Dukeo's tone and said, warriors, I know you must have doubts in your hearts. You don't understand why we have to fight aliens after driving away the invaders. This war is not for us, but for our future generations. Everyone has read the regulations of war. The spoils of war brought out by both sides of the war will be obtained by the final winner. Instructor Chu took out some of his precious resources as spoils, provided by the earth, and Morgana took out the equivalent spoils, which is the technology of the 4th generation divine body. Perhaps many people are a little confused about this, but you only need to know that with this technology, the earth will make any cosmic civilization dare not invade. This is a matter of great benefit to future generations. It is also the first time that the earth has launched a war against an alien civilization. Hearing this, Chu Yang's expression became a little strange, and he was quite emotional. I didn't expect that Dukeo, a war madman, actually learned to boost morale and mobilize the army. But he was right. With the technology of the 4th generation divine body, Chu Yang could improve the high-end combat power of the earth as a whole. Even the original Super God Academy, the greatest achievement was only the 3 major god-making projects. But Chu Yang, who has extreme materials and gene fusion, can make gods in large quantities, as long as he masters the technology of the 4th generation divine body. In this way, putting aside the unstable factor of Kaal, the earth can not only protect itself, but also dominate the universe. You have mastered all the martial arts I taught you. I told Leodu that I would make you the deputy instructor of Xiangbinglian. Chu Yang pinched Killin's face. The other deputy instructor is Jesiah. You will teach the new recruits martial arts, and Jesiah will teach them how to use algorithms. The training will last for 3 months. After 3 months, all members of Xiangbinglian will enter the void battlefield. Killin frowned. So urgent? Chu Yang smiled and said, your special training period was shorter at the beginning. War never gives people time to prepare. After finalizing the expansion of Xiangbinglian, Chu Yang contacted Morgana. After learning about the existence and function of extreme matter, Morgana showed great interest. Although she knew that this might be a trap set by Chu Yang, she was unwilling to miss this opportunity and found a way to get the complete technology of the 4th generation divine body from Kaal and stored it in the War Council as a trophy. Of course, Morgana is not a fool. It is impossible for her to give the earth too much preparation time, so she did not give up an inch on the time of the war. In her opinion, as long as the war tempo is accelerated, and neither Chu Yang nor herself personally participate, the demons have a great chance of winning. After all, when she was on Earth, Morgana had known about the Xiangbing Company, and had fought against them at the same time as the Luang battle broke out. She did not think that a group of rookies who did not even know how to fight a war would be able to grow to the point of competing with her elite troops in such a short time. After Killin left, Chu Yang summoned 5 beast gods, distributed black armor and dark alloy weapons, and then gave orders, Bear, go to the Life Nebula and control the entire life civilization as quickly as possible. Be careful of their atomic polymerization technology. Tiger, go to the Womar civilization and create some trouble for them. It would be best if you could make the royal family lose prestige. Leopard, go to the Angel Nebula and report the situation there to me in real time. As long as you don't show hostility, even if you are discovered by the angels, they will not bother you. Snake, go to the Styx galaxy. You can gather a group of natives there by occupying the mountain as the king. Only 1/10 of the power of Teoti remains, and Shishi is dead again. The Styx is now a mess. Before Carl is free to manage it, I need you to become the new king of the sticks. Chapter 280 To the Power of Ascension and Faith. The Precarious Sun Star. Chu Yang arranged the 4 beast gods for a clear purpose, which was to obtain intelligence. Earth's intelligence was too closed, and because the War Council had become the target of public criticism, Chu Yang would definitely be targeted if he sent people out to collect intelligence in public. As for through information channels, in the known universe, who else would share intelligence with Earth except for angels? Even angels would not tell Chu Yang some important information, especially about the Angel Nebula. Yang Ke was not as carefree as Kesha, and she always had a little vigilance towards Chu Yang. That's why Chu Yang asked Bayo to go to the Angel Nebula to get first-hand information. After Earth, the Angel Nebula became another turbulent place in the universe, with the shadow world and turmoil inside, and the sky scum led by Hui eyeing it covetously outside. All major civilizations wanted to see whether the new Angel Queen would continue Kesha's legend, or whether the Heavenly Palace Order would make a comeback and let the angels return to the male era. SUORUI was in Chu Yang's hands, and the Life Nebula became a mess. All the major civilizations were coveting this piece of cake, but they were afraid of SUORUI, the main god of the cheetah, and dared not act rashly. Even though SUORUI had been controlled by the Dao Heart Demon, Chu Yang did not intend to let him go back, but had other plans, so he sent Xiang to take over. Carl had a lot of things to do now. On the one hand, he had to take measures against the void battlefield, and on the other hand, he had to be vigilant against Chu Yang's attack, and he had to add fuel to the flames behind Hui. For a while, he had no time to manage the Styx galaxy. Although the 5 beast gods had once appeared on Earth, Chu Yang used the source energy to help them conceal the truth at that time, so there was no information about them in the universe. Even the big clock could not find any clues, so even if the snake was the king of the Styx galaxy, Cole would not doubt it. Moreover, in this troubled time, if Carl did not want the Styx galaxy to be in chaos again, he would only choose to pinch his nose and recognize this local emperor in his territory. To put it bluntly, it was to recruit. This is equivalent to Chu Yang planting an eyeliner or an undercover next to Carol. Of course, once there is no source of energy to cover it, the big clock can read the snake's information. But don't forget that Chu Yang got a part of the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House technology from Yan, which includes the analysis algorithm for the big clock. Through this technology, Chu Yang tampered with the snake's information. Even if Carol read it with the big clock, he could only read that the snake came from a medium-sized civilization that had been extinct. It was a genetic code that had been dormant for many years, and it was transferred to the Styx galaxy and revived by chance. As for why Chu Yang asked Chu to go to the Woma galaxy, this was naturally not because of the revenge of Wall, the young man. He would not take such a small role to heart. There are 2 purposes for doing this. One is that the Angel Civilization, Woma Civilization, Life Civilization and Styx Civilization are located in the 4 directions of the known universe, and they are the best in each region. Chu Yang wants to start with these 4 civilizations and muddy the water. At that time, Carol will definitely seize the opportunity to speed up the process of connecting to the void, and at the same time, he can also weave an intelligence network. On the other hand, it was because the Woma civilization had a special system for upgrading the divine body, ascension. The natives there called the gods ascendants. This was something Chu Yang only knew after receiving some data from the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. At that time, the term ascendant really scared him, and then he became very interested. But he soon discovered that this so-called ascender, like SUORUI, although possessed powerful power and special characteristics, was in a sense a paper tiger. SUORUI's ability to aggregate and blast stars was a gift, but other than that he was weak and his biggest reliance was atomic aggregation technology. He had no super genes, or even a physical body, so Chu Yang had no way to obtain his genes or bloodline factors, and no way to copy his power. So Chu Yang directly controlled SUORUI, and wanted this guy to work for him. But the Woma civilization was different. Their so-called ascension was actually a kind of evolution, and it was an evolution for all people. The root of evolution was not super genes, but seemed to be faith. It has to be said that those who were able to participate in the super seminary were either extremely crazy or genius scholars. Morgana and Cole were the former, while Keisha and Kieran were the latter. The scholar from the Woma civilization was somewhere in between. In the Woma civilization, the Woma royal family had absolute prestige and an unshakable position, but it was more like a religious organization, and all the people of the Woma civilization were believers. At the beginning, the scholar cast a wide net and released countless genes in the Woma civilization. These genes were hidden at the bottom of the gene chain of every Woma person. When someone gathers enough faith, or when their own faith reaches a certain level, they can open the gene lock and become a god in one fell swoop. This is a process of ascending to heaven in one step, but the disadvantage is that the upper limit is not high, and at most only the third generation of divine bodies can be created. Moreover, the strength of the ascender depends on the power of faith possessed at the time of ascension, which leads to the uneven strength of the gods of the Woma civilization. This is an unchangeable evolution, and there is no growth potential. For example, if an ascender is a first generation divine body after ascension, he will never be able to upgrade to a second generation divine body, due to the special nature of the gene. Even Carl, who has the big clock, can't change this situation. Only the Woma emperors of all generations can break through the shackles, undergo the only transformation, and upgrade to the third generation of divine body in one fell swoop. Chu Yang is very interested in this ascension system. If he can crack the key technology, he can once again raise the upper limit of the ultimate gene. With the weak super genes mixed in the bottom of the gene chain, the Woma people can use the power of faith to ascend to the third generation of divine body. Chu Yang, who already started with the ultimate gene, can imagine the improvement in strength if he can ascend. But if you want to understand the principle, you first need to determine what is so special about the so-called power of faith. So Chu Yang asked Chu to create chaos and hit the prestige of the Woma royal family. When the prestige decreases, the power of faith will naturally decrease, and the impact it brings will be directly visible. After the 4 beast gods left, Chu Yang looked at Hong Lei. This is the first beast god he created. He has been with him the longest, and is also the most powerful. Although Hong Lei's combat power is not as good as that of Monkey Brother, he is definitely a killer. The peak beast body of the third generation, plus the stellar driving power brought by the sunlight gene, is simply a walking infinite energy source. He alone can support the energy consumption of a huge fleet. Let's go. Come with me to meet an old friend. Chu Yang patted Hong Lei's shoulder and took him directly into the wormhole. Juxia City, a bar. Sitting in the corner seat, there is a beautiful woman wearing a leather windbreaker, long boots, black stockings wrapped around long legs, and a hot body. Especially the iconic flaming red lips, attracting the attention of all the men in the bar. Also eye-catching is a pair who just walked into the bar. Walking in front is a young man, handsome and extraordinary. Many girls are flirting with him along the way. The burly man behind him is even more eye-catching, because this guy is actually wearing a black suit and a pair of sunglasses, like the Terminator, but he has a short red hair, which looks extremely alternative. Many people were puzzled. Someone actually came to the bar in such an outfit. He seemed to be the bodyguard of the young man, but it was even more puzzling that he brought a bodyguard to the bar, and to such a low-end bar. Shouldn't people of this level go to various nightclubs? After Chu Yang entered the bar with a clear goal, he went straight to the corner and sat down next to the girl with flaming red lips and asked with a smile, "Beauty, are you alone?" Many people saw this scene with teasing eyes, because this was not the first man who went up to chat up, but the previous few people were all embarrassed because the woman spoke too aggressively. There was also a man who was so angry that he wanted to fight, but was knocked down by the woman with one hand. What people didn't expect was that this time the woman suddenly smiled. "What? Want to pick me up?" Chu Yang pouted and said, "I don't want that kid Yao Wen to fight me to death." Lena shrugged, picked up the glass in front of her, and drank it all, and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Talk here?" Chu Yang asked back. Rihanna thought about it, and felt that this was not the place to talk, so she stood up and said, "Let's go. Don't delay the goddess, I'm going to the next show." So, in the eyes of countless astonishment, Chu Yang and Rihanna walked out of the bar. That night, the bar's sales hit a new high, and most of the men were drunk. They couldn't figure out why they lost. This guy looked a little handsome and seemed to be a rich boy. What else was better than them? He took away a goddess of that level with just a few words. They didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. Is this the power of money? At the top of the Pearl Tower, Chu Yang and Rihanna leaned on the mast. Not far away, Hong Lei stood straight, looking like a thug bodyguard. Overlooking the bustling city below, Chu Yang asked softly, "You are a god of the Liang civilization. Why are you acting like a girl who has been heartbroken?" Rihanna was silent for a moment, then said, "There is a saying in China, don't advise others to be kind without experiencing their suffering." Chu Yang knew that the reason why Rihanna was so depressed and even hid in the magic city to get drunk was because the dream had a great impact on her. That was a dream at the god level, and being in it was no different from reality. But the problem was, Rihanna was a god. No matter how much she drank, she couldn't get drunk. Chu Yang did not beat around the bush and said straight to the point, "Come with me to Liang Star. I have something to do with Panzen, and I need your participation in this matter." Lena glanced at him and shook her head and said, "No. Can't you see that I'm depressed? I know you are powerful. You can press me to the ground with one hand, or even hang up the entire Liang Star and beat me. But I said I won't go, and I won't agree, even if you push me down from here." Lena is extremely single. When she thinks of the things in her dream, she wishes she could live in another universe. In fact, she didn't have a very tragic experience in her dream, but many of her experiences were too shameful. The most important thing is that when she was thrown back to Earth, she still couldn't get out of the dream, and many of her ugly behaviors were witnessed by the rookies of the Xiangbing Company. Lena really couldn't stand this blow, and she didn't even want to face Chen Yaowen, so she just ran away. "I got the complete dream genetic code from Morgana. You should know that all of He Feng's memories are contained in the genetic code." Chu Yang said lightly, "If I visualize your memories and let Yaowen and Xiangbing Lian." Before he could finish, Lena stood up straight with a serious expression and said, "No need to say anything. Instructor, I will go to Liang Star with you. You are my instructor, and your orders are military orders." Seeing her righteous appearance, Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, and pointed down teasingly, "Don't I have to push you down?" Lena's eyes twitched, and she turned her head away, as if she didn't hear anything. Liang Star, the palace. Looking at the towering Xiandao Tower outside, Chu Yang said, "Is this the highest technology of your Liang civilization? Are you interested in selling it to me?" Lena yawned not far away, looking nonchalant. Panzen's face darkened. The man holding the halberd behind him raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly, "How dare you?" Panzen's eyelids jumped, and he quickly glared at the man, signaling him not to talk too much. Chu Yang tilted his head and asked with a smile, "Are you Zuan Xianji?" Zuan Xianji slammed the halberd on the ground, puffed out his chest and said, "I'm the tiger killer of Liang Star." "Idiot." Rina, who was not far away, held her forehead speechlessly and gave an accurate evaluation. Zuan Xianji's expression froze. Although he only obeyed Panzen, Rina was the king of Liang after all, and he did not dare to offend her. Chu Yang looked at Panzen with interest and asked, "You want to carry out the Heavenly Dao plan with such an idiot?" Panzen frowned. Hearing that his first general was belittled like this, he felt a little unhappy, but then he reacted, and his pupils shrank rapidly. "Heavenly Dao plan? What Heavenly Dao plan?" Panzen was obviously a little guilty. While speaking, he also looked in Rina's direction. Lena was also a little surprised, and spread her hands towards Panzen, indicating that it was not her who leaked the information. Chu Yang waved his hands and said, "Don't hide it. I know your thoughts very well. I'm not here to cause trouble today. I know that Liang Star is very unstable now, and may collapse at any time. I can help you solve this problem, and I can also help you immigrate to the Chu star system. But don't think about attacking the Earth, otherwise you should know the consequences." After a pause, Chu Yang continued, "Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. The Earth can maintain friendly relations with Liang only because of Lena, otherwise I would have sent people to the door long ago. I want complete continuous star drive technology and solar nuclear fusion technology. Remind you, the situation on Liang Star is not as simple as it seems. I can help you find out the truth of the matter, so it's not a loss for you to pay these prices. Chapter 283 The disagreement between Panzen and Lina, and the disruptive monkey brother. Panzen stared at Chu Yang and fell silent. For the Liang civilization, Chu Yang was undoubtedly asking for too much, because solar nuclear fusion and continuous star drive technology were their biggest reliance. The Liang civilization was the third civilization under the Shen system that Jilin participated in developing. It had an independent branch of the Super God Academy, and the star drive technology was the result of their independent research and development. But Lina's Sunlight God making project was Jilin's work. The reason why the Liang civilization was able to conquer the star drive technology was that it was inspired by the sun's light. The most core part of the Sunlight God making project, which was also the strongest ability, was the flare activity of continuous star drive. This can accelerate the speed of the star's demise and even evolve into a supernova explosion. Carl and Morgana took advantage of this and used the Emerald Star to blow up Keisha. This was something that ordinary star drive technology could not do. Chu Yang asked for continuous star drive technology, which undoubtedly meant that he wanted to empty the Liang civilization's assets. The most important thing is that the solar nuclear fusion technology is closely related to the principle of star drive. Once Chu Yang masters both, it is equivalent to having a complete star drive system that is not inferior to the Liang civilization. Teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death. Chu Yang represents the Earth, and the Earth has an old grudge with the Liang civilization. When the Earth obtains all the scientific research results of the Liang civilization, will the Liang civilization still have room to survive? After a long time, Panzen waved to Zhuan Qianji and said, "You go down first." Zhuan Qianji frowned, hesitant to speak, but finally retreated silently. After he left, Panzen looked at Chu Yang and said seriously, "Your Excellency should know that I will not agree to your conditions. Those scientific research results are the efforts of several generations of Liang civilization. I can't hand them over to outsiders." But, at this point, he changed the subject, glanced at Lina, and said, "If the Earth is willing to marry my Liang civilization, then you are not an outsider." His implication is very obvious. It is nothing more than wanting Chu Yang to be the son-in-law of Liang Star. Rina's eyes widened, as if she was eating a melon, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Panzen, don't forget your identity." Panzen whispered, "I always keep in mind the instructions of the late king. I'm the regent of Liang and your protector. 60,000 years. Rina was furious. The Liang civilization has a history of 60,000 years, but apart from technology, it has always been complacent. That's all because of you old-fashioned people. You talk about red tape all day long, and now you're even trying to arrange a marriage?" Panzen wanted to say something else, but Chu Yang interrupted him directly. Stop. If you want to quarrel, go back and quarrel behind closed doors. I'm not here to watch the fun today. Marriage is fine. Chen Yaowen and Rina have long been in love with each other. I can make the decision for him on this matter. Panzen frowned and said, "Mr. Chu Yang, you should know that I'm not referring to Chen Yaowen, and he is the prince of the Dena star system and cannot represent the Earth. So there's nothing to talk about." Chu Yang's expression turned cold. "You have to understand that after the collapse of Liang Star, I have countless ways to get your scientific and technological achievements. Dukeo has access to the super seminary, so as long as the Heavenly Deo Tower is destroyed, your information protection will be almost defenseless to me." As he said that, he tilted his head and glanced at Rina. "You have fought for the Earth, so I gave you enough face and gave you the opportunity to choose. It is considered to be the most benevolent." After the voice fell, Chu Yang turned and left. Liang civilization is like a closed country, unwilling to have too much contact with the outside world, and holding on to its old capital tightly. Falling behind will be beaten. This concept also applies to the universe. The technological level of Liang civilization is unquestionable, and its overall strength should not be underestimated. Each of the 4 heavenly guardians is even stronger than Keisha's second generation left and right wing guards. But their ideas are too backward, which is a flaw. If Rina is allowed to take power, perhaps Liang civilization will enter a period of turmoil, but after the turbulent period, it will usher in a new era. Instead of being like Panzen, who tied his own hands and feet and could not move an inch. At this moment, Rihanna suddenly said, "Wait. I promise you." "No." Panzen glared. "I don't agree." Rihanna refused to give in. "Panzen, you are just a general of Liang Star. I'm the king of Liang. Are you trying to seize power? Or do you want to usurp the throne? You." Panzen was speechless, still because of the old ideas that prevented him from doing the treasonous thing of seizing power. Otherwise, with his influence in Liang, during Rihanna's growth, there would be countless opportunities for him to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Chu Yang stopped, and Lena looked at him and said, "Only I can perform continuous star drive, so I have complete technical data, and can give it to you at any time. As for solar nuclear fusion technology, I can ask Zixin for help, and use star drive to reverse it." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you afraid of a fire in the backyard?" Lena didn't even look at Panzen, who had a gloomy face. "I'm protecting Liang, not certain people." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "It is a huge project to save the entire Liang Star and carry out immigration. You can't do it by yourself. You need Panzen's support. I'll give you another day, and I'll come again tomorrow. But my coming to Liang Star today will make some people restless, and they may start their plan to destroy Liang in advance. You don't have much time left." After speaking, Chu Yang stepped into the wormhole. After he left, Panzen slowly calmed down and chewed over Chu Yang's words. "Some people will be restless. Start the plan to destroy Liang in advance. Doesn't this mean the instability of Liang Star and the collapse that may be faced at any time are not natural phenomena, but someone is secretly playing tricks? But who is that person, or who are those people? An insider?" Panzen directly denied this speculation. In Liang civilization, anyone who has this ability has absolute loyalty. Maybe it is loyalty to Liang Star, maybe it is loyalty to him, Panzen, or maybe it is loyalty to the 3 generations of Liang kings. Since it is not an insider, then it is an enemy. But the enemies of Liang Star that still exist in the known universe can be counted on one hand. Earth, Styx, dinner. The Teoti Legion was annihilated, and the devouring beast fell. The Styx is now a mess. How can it have the time to trouble them? There is a deep hatred between the Dena Galaxy and Liang civilization, but it is all old history. Now there are only a few new generation of super soldiers left in Dena civilization. They inherited the super gene, but did not inherit the hatred from a long time ago. After all the calculations, it seems that only the Earth, or Chu Yang, has the ability and motivation to destroy the Liang Star and use it as a threat to obtain the cutting-edge technology of the Liang civilization. But some of Chu Yang's previous words made sense. That is, Dukeo has the authority of the Super Seminary. Once the Heavenly Dao Tower is gone, many information protections of the Liang civilization will be defenseless for him. In this case, Chu Yang can directly destroy the Liang Star and then sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Why bother? Panzen's mind was in a mess. He felt that he was approaching the truth, but it seemed to be deviating. At this moment, Rihanna suddenly said in a cold voice, "General Panzen, I will take over the Heavenly Dao Tower from now on. Call all civil and military officials and go to court in half an hour. You are old, and Liang needs a brand new era." Panzen's lips trembled slightly. He was both relieved and angry at this time. He was relieved that Rihanna had grown up and had the majesty that a queen should have, but he was angry that this queen would lead Liang Star to an uncertain future. Shadow World, in the known universe, is the place closest to the void. In the past, the angels guarded the Shadow World, and with the pressure of Kesha, nothing happened. But since Kesha went to the Chiwu star system, the Shadow World has been turbulent. Carl is fully confident that Kesha will fall. They have worked together in the Super Seminary for many years. Both he and Morgana know Kesha very well. While knowing that Kesha is powerful, they also know Kesha's arrogance. So Carl started the layout early and let the Void Warriors riot in the Shadow World. That was also because of Kesha's arrogance. After confirming that the news of Morgana's whereabouts was accurate, she did not leave too much power in the Shadow World. Kesha fell, Yan took over the throne, and the first thing he did when he returned to the royal city was to accept Hex's test and upgrade the 4th generation of divine body. Therefore, Yan had no time to care about the affairs of the shadow world. Fortunately, Hexy asked the angels stationed there to withdraw as soon as the shadow world rioted, so that there was not much loss. But this withdrawal means that the shadow world is free from the suppression of the angels. Carl took over, but he did not show up in person, but sent Snow with the Void Warriors to seal off the entire shadow world. In Carl's plan, as long as Keisha died, no one could stop him from opening the equally terrifying Void Gate. But he never expected that a new god would suddenly appear on Earth and rise rapidly. He did not expect that this new god would create a shocking void battlefield and show his strength stronger than the 4th generation of divine bodies. The 4th generation of divine bodies has always been the ceiling level in the known universe. Even if Keisha is stronger, she has not exceeded the scope of the 4th generation of divine bodies, but Chu Yang did it. More importantly, the power he showed was extremely mysterious. Unlike the super gene, Carl even suspected that he had not upgraded to a divine body at all. That power made Carl obsessed and eager to study it, but he couldn't do anything about Chu Yang. So, Carl could only focus on the void first. As long as he connects to the void, attracts the ultimate fear, or even integrates the void into the divine body, he will have the confidence to suppress Chu Yang and conduct research on him. The reason why Carl did not participate in the War Council and even showed an attitude of being hostile to major civilizations was not to target Chu Yang. He is a scholar, an extreme and crazy scholar, who does everything for research. He started the war to study death, destroyed Kesha to study the void without obstacles, and refused to participate in the War Council to attract the attention of major civilizations to himself. Repairing the plank road in the open, crossing Chinkang in secret. As a trader, he is both in front of the stage and behind the scenes. He attracts everyone's attention in front of the stage and sends out the Void Warriors and Snow behind the scenes to find a way to open a breakthrough in the shadow world and establish a connection between the main universe and the void. After Yan upgraded to the 4th generation of divine body and revitalized the angel civilization, he immediately launched an attack on the shadow world. This matter violated the war regulations, but Carl pushed out a civilization that had already perished as a cover, leaving the angels helpless. No one can prove that the Void Warriors are related to Carl. They are robots. Strictly speaking, they have no life at all. As for Snow, this guy can be said to have inherited Carl's true teachings. He is extremely timid and always hides behind. In a sense, the shadow world is the home of the Void Warriors, so this battle is extremely difficult and the angels can't take it down for a long time. However, with Yan personally joining the battlefield, the balance of victory began to tilt towards the angels. At the same time, some changes happened in the rear of the Void camp. A mysterious and unpredictable strongman actually destroyed a research institute and even robbed some void matter. After learning about this, even Carl couldn't remain calm, because everything was in his plan before. Although the Void Warriors are already at a disadvantage, it won't be long before Huayi will lead the Shiansa to join the battlefield, to balance the high-end combat power of the angels. But before that, the backyard caught fire. Carl used the big clock to calculate, but he couldn't figure out which civilization the mysterious strong man was from. He only knew that his strength was extremely powerful. That would be fine, but the other party was so unreasonable that they destroyed 3 research institutes in a row, destroyed a large number of Void Warriors, and even packed up their remains and took them away. This made Carl suddenly think of bandits. That guy's behavior was simply a bandit among bandits. The angels were also a little confused. Yancy thought about it, but couldn't figure out who was helping in secret. When Leopard arrived at the Angel Nebula, he reported this series of things to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was speechless when he heard it, and always felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. He asked Sun Wukong to go to the shadow world to search for traces of the void and investigate Carl's research progress on the void. But Sun Wukong made such a big move. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he is making trouble. After being disturbed by him, Carl's plan to connect to the void will undoubtedly be temporarily shelved, and it will take some preparations before it can be carried out. This runs counter to Chu Yang's purpose. He is eagerly looking forward to the early completion of the Toolman Carl. Unfortunately, the Great Clock and the Treasure House of Sacred Knowledge were both shrouded in the shadow world. Once Chu Yang and Sun Wukong were in contact, Jarvis' current computing level would easily allow them to capture the frequency band. To put it bluntly, it was eavesdropping. Helplessly, Chu Yang could only let it go and let Monkey King play freely. But with this disturbance, the matter became even more interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Satellite Barrier and Gemini Project. The Expanded Heroic Army. Earth, Giant Canyon. As soon as he heard that Chu Yang was coming, Dukeo found him in a hurry and asked directly, Chu Yang, Shanran number 7 and No number 3 have contacted each other to ask whether the matter of the shadow world is related to us. I have denied it, but will Wukong be discovered? He naturally knew that the chaos in the shadow world must have been caused by Sun Wukong, but Chu Yang once said that it was not convenient for him to show up for this matter, so he asked Sun Wukong to go. Therefore, Dukeo did not tell the angel the truth. Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, Yan has not yet fully controlled the Holy Knowledge Treasury. Carol dare not show up in a short time. In addition to the Holy Knowledge Treasury and the Big Clock, there is no celestial computer in the known universe that can read Monkey Brothers' information. Sun Wukong's god-killing algorithm should not be underestimated, and it can even compete with Devil number 1 in computing power. Therefore, as long as he does not take the initiative to expose it, Snow will never find any clues. Chu Yang suppressed the half-illusion Soru with one sword at the War Council. This matter has spread in the known universe, which means that he not only has the combat power that exceeds the 4th generation of divine bodies, but can even effectively kill the phantoms. In this case, with Carl's old silver coin style of doing things, he would not jump out on his own initiative, even if he was beaten to death. Violating the war regulations will be attacked by many civilizations participating in the War Council. Carl doesn't care about other civilizations, but he is afraid of dying in Chu Yang's hands. Again, this guy who likes to study death is the most afraid of facing death. I came here today for another thing. Chu Yang shielded the office with Jarvis, then waved his hand, and Soru appeared beside him. Still wearing a black robe, the face under the hood is half illusion and half real, looking like a ghost. Is this the main god of the Life Nebula? Dukeo's eyes condensed, and at the same time, there was some emotion in his heart. Chu Yang once again did something incomprehensible. He was able to control the main god that Keisha and Cole were afraid of. Chu Yang nodded and said, he is mine now. I want to use Soru's star-making ability to build a satellite barrier for the Earth. Satellite. Dukeo's eyes lit up. After the War Council ended, the news of Soru and the Life Nebula spread throughout the known universe. While marveling at the wonders of the universe, the gods were also extremely wary of him. Creating a planet is understandable, but detonating a planet is really outrageous. The most important thing is that Soru's body is a star. Once he explodes, it will be a star-level explosion. Even someone as strong as Kasha was blown into countless atoms in a star explosion. Who else can withstand that kind of terrifying lethality? Will it bring some adverse effects? Dukeo hesitated. If there are a few more satellites around the Earth, will the frequent occurrence of similar solar eclipses cause confusion in the alternation of day and night? Chu Yang naturally considered this point, and said with a smile, this problem is easy to solve. We only need to let the new satellites revolve at the same frequency as the moon to avoid this situation. Dukeo said again, the gravity of the moon will also have a certain impact on the Earth, such as ocean tides, but if there are a few more satellites, will the gravitational impact become greater? Also, due to the reaction force of the Earth, the moon will be farther and farther away from the Earth every year. Although this distance is very small, once there are a few more planets behind the moon, will it cause the moon to move away faster under the action of gravity, or even collide with other satellites? Obviously, Dukeo was quite cautious in dealing with this matter. The questions he raised were all weak at the moment, but this kind of impact will continue to accumulate over a long period of time until a change occurs. Chu Yang said softly, don't worry about the gravity problem. Soru can change the gravity of the new satellite and keep it in balance with the gravity and repulsion. Dukeo was from an advanced civilization after all, and he understood Chu Yang's meaning in an instant and nodded, that's no problem. How long will it take? Chu Yang glanced at Soru, who said in a hoarse voice, it will take about 10 years to condense a small star. Star? Dukeo was slightly stunned. Isn't it a planet? If it is a star, how can it revolve at the same frequency as the moon? Chu Yang explained. Soru can control the movement of the stars it creates. He will always stay in the Milky Way and keep the stars moving. Dukeo suddenly realized and was even more surprised at Chu Yang's method. This is equivalent to completely treating Soru as a tool, and once Soru has a second heart, the earth will face eternal damnation. Since Chu Yang dared to do this, it means that he has completely controlled Soru. This method is simply unheard of. The initial plan is to build 6 stars to form a satellite barrier. This process will take 60 years. Chu Yang said softly, once the satellite barrier is built, let alone the 4th generation of divine bodies, even if the 5th generation of divine bodies appear in the universe, they will not dare to trouble the earth. There is another problem. Dukeo said pointedly, the existence of the satellite barrier is a strategic deterrent weapon, but if things come to the worst, if the satellite is detonated, the earth will be the first to bear the brunt and be destroyed by the explosion. Chu Yang smiled confidently, don't worry, I will solve this problem before the satellite barrier is completed. Do you have a way to resist the explosion of stars? Dukeo widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Chu Yang said meaningfully, there is no way now, but Cole will help us find a way. Dukeo was confused and didn't understand, but he knew that Chu Yang's methods were magical, so he didn't say anything more. As if remembering something, Dukeo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked again, since you can control SUORUI, can you do the same and control Carol? If Chu Yang can do it, it means that they can solve the hidden dangers of the void without taking any risks. In the known universe, no one can surpass Carol in the study of the void. As long as Carol still exists and is used by them, the threat of the void will be minimized. Even if a second scholar appears and makes achievements in the field of the void, it will be at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. By then, they can repeat the same trick and kill the risk again. Chu Yang shook his head and said, if it is possible, why should I go to so much trouble? I can control SUORUI because he is just a showpiece, not even a real god. Apart from the atomic polymerization technology and the ability to create and detonate planets, his own strength has weakened, his technology is even more backward. But Carol is different. He has a big clock. I can kill him, but I can't control him. Fundamentally speaking, planting demons in the heart of Tao is a means to target the soul. In the super god universe, there is no such thing as a soul, but rather it is called data. The two are similar in nature. Any super soldier or god in the universe, even if dead, can be created again, as long as the genetic data is preserved. Chu Yang's Dao Heart Demon is like rewriting the data, making the target submit to him subconsciously. But Carl has a big clock, who can rewrite his data? Not to mention Carl, even some 3rd generation gods with computing engines are immune to the influence of Dao Heart Demon. Even if Jarvis is upgraded again and can suppress the target's computing system, he cannot help the Dao Heart Demon unless the target's computing engine is forcibly stripped away or even destroyed. Dukeo sighed with some regret and then asked, you took Rihanna to Liang Star last night and she has not returned yet and she has cut off the connection with Deno number 3. Will something go wrong? Chu Yang shook his head and said, Liang Star is her territory. Even if Pan Zhen is in power, no one dares to harm her, the Lord of Liang. This is also the second thing I came to you for today. After a pause, Chu Yang continued, there are some problems on Liang Star, and it may collapse at any time, so immigration is their top priority. Back then, Pan Zhen formulated the Heavenly Dao plan, intending to regard himself as the Heavenly Dao, and make the Earth a colony of Liang. But because of the existence of Monkey King, this plan was shelved. Dukeo nodded. He knew what happened back then, and he was also one of the few people who fought side by side with Sun Wukong in that era. but at that time, he never figured out why the Liang civilization suddenly came to Earth. After all, the Earth was in the era of cold weapons at that time, and it was really not of much value. Now after hearing what Chu Yang said, he suddenly understood. Originally, when the Sticks invaded, Panzen planned to take advantage of the chaos, to deal with Monkey Brother, and then restart the Shyandao plan. Chu Yang continued, but with me as a variable, they can only choose to abandon the Shyandao plan. I have reached a consensus with Lena. They will pay some scientific research results as a price, and I will help with the immigration and find the culprit who destroyed Liang Star. I plan to let them immigrate to Mars and start transforming Mars. I want to build Mars into a fortress, so that Liang and Earth can serve as barriers to protect each other. I will name this plan Gemini. Dukeo was excited. Okay. I'll go to Zixin and formulate a preliminary framework for the transformation of Mars. After thinking about it, he said, but this matter concerns the entire Earth after all. I have to discuss it with Uncle Huang and the others. Chu Yang nodded and said, of course, I will go to Liang Star again tonight, and I will let Lena join the Gemini plan later. Now China is the highest per person for the universe, and all countries follow China's lead. Although Chu Yang and Xiang Binglian are the executors of various things, and have a high voice, they still need to seek official support. However, the official has never made things difficult for them in anything. Whether it is the void battlefield or the war between the Earth and the Devil, Huang Shu and other leaders have given the green light all the way. Especially in the war against the Devil, the leaders spared no effort to support it. Dukeo's saying of contributing to the future generations was actually learned from them. After leaving Suoyui behind, Chu Yang went to Juxia City again, and came to the military base that was originally built on the outskirts of the city. At the beginning of the establishment of Xiang Binglian, this was the training base for the first batch of members of Xiang Binglian. Now that Xiang Binglian is expanding, the training location is still set here. Compared with the past, the current Xiang Binglian has far exceeded the company unit, and the training base has also been further expanded. Nearly 5,000 people were divided into teams, each with 300 people, and the first generation members of the hero company served as captains. The commander-in-chief was still Dukeo, the deputy commander was Lion Feng who had just taken office, and the captain was Zixin. In terms of frontline command at the cosmic level, no one in the hero company could compare with Zixin. Because of this, Zaozin was often jokingly called a soft rice man, but this guy was not ashamed of it, but proud of it, and he and Zixin were showing off their love all day long. This really made Jezaialan envious. Bai Guang joined the demon camp, and Yan, who inexplicably became his recognized wife, was far away in the angel civilization. It was said that she was going to meet him again in 1,000 years, which made him a lonely man. Chu Yang took a tour of the training base, and was very satisfied with the training progress of the hero company. Jezaialan's hero core was about to be built, and he learned a lot of programming and algorithm knowledge from Zixin. After opening the gene lock and becoming a third generation divine body, Jezaialan's learning ability has also greatly improved. He can quickly absorb and digest all the knowledge that Zixin taught him. Instructor. Seeing Chu Yang coming, the members of the Xiang Bing company who were training were all excited. Although Jezaialan and Killin are now deputy instructors, the only instructor in their hearts, whether new or old members, is Chu Yang. Especially for the new members, Chu Yang is like a belief in their eyes. Protecting the earth with his own strength, all cosmic civilizations will retreat wherever the sword points. The most important thing is, he is an earthling, a native earthling. In the war against alien civilizations, except Chu Yang, only Sun Wukong can be regarded as a true earthling. Most of the super genes flowing in the bodies of other people are from the Shen civilization or the Dena civilization. Instructor. Are you here to find Killin? Zaozin ran over with a diligent look on his face. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, I'll come and see the results of the training, and by the way, I'll provide you with the first batch of super genes. Hearing what he said, the new members who were training not far away were all excited. Super genes. Once they merged with super genes, they could transform from ordinary people into super soldiers. They voluntarily joined the Xiang Bing company. Although they were ready to sacrifice for the eternal battle in the near future, being able to become super soldiers was also their wish. Most of these people had participated in the Cheyenne battle. At that time, when they saw the soldiers of the Xiangbing company flying around, each of them was extremely brave. They did not envy them too much, but felt powerless. Facing alien civilization, technology was crushed, and the other side had supermen. These ordinary soldiers could only use their lives to cover the evacuation of the residents of Cheyenne City. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call your wife. Liu Chu Yang kicked Zhao's in on the butt with a look of disgust. Of the 3 reckless men at the time, he was the only one left, and the other 2 had found beautiful angels as their wives. This made Liu Chu Yang extremely unbalanced. Every time he saw Chu Yang, he would yell at the organization to assign him a wife. A moment later, Zhaozin came back with Aizen and Jezaialan. Jezaialan had been learning programming and algorithms recently and neglected his daily training. He gained weight and was becoming a greasy otaku. However, when he saw Chu Yang, he saluted in a proper manner. Instructor. Chu Yang said unhappily, you should shave your beard. After all, you are the squad leader now. Don't act like a fat otaku. Jezaialan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Aizen took a step forward, stretched out his right hand seriously, and placed it on his left chest. Mr. Chu Yang. Chapter 285. The anticipation of the fusion of void and anti-void, the framework of a cosmic-level celestial computer. Compared to the warriors of Xiangbinglian, Zixin respected Chu Yang more. In her eyes, this was a supreme god in the known universe, an existence comparable to Queen Kesha. Of course, even if she knew that Chu Yang was stronger than Kesha, she would only regard Chu Yang as equal to Kesha at most. After all, Kesha was her king, the leader who led the female angels out of the Dark Age. How long will it take for the Void Controller to be put into use? Chu Yang asked straight to the point. Zixin thought for a while, and then said, it will be completed in the next few days. Rienal left technical support before leaving, and the final result will be better than expected. In fact, the first generation version has been built a long time ago, but Xiaolan and I upgraded it. After creating the second generation version, we combined with Rihanna's technical support to try to break through the third generation version. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In the original plot, Zixin and Jezaialan only took 24 hours to create the Xiangxin. Now that it has been delayed for so long, he naturally knows that the results must be extraordinary, but he didn't expect that he would upgrade multiple versions directly. Doesn't this mean that the final result will directly skip the heroic core stage and reach the Kankan level, which can be called a low-profile version of the big clock? Let's talk about energy. Chu Yang thought. Aizen said softly, we used void energy as energy in the first generation version, and anti-void energy as energy in the second generation version. The final version will combine the two, but it is impossible to fuse the two energies. This technical difficulty cannot be overcome in a short time. But in addition to this, you can also use thoughts as energy to create mind weapons, which are not inferior to the god-killing weapon. On the battlefield, Xiaolan alone can arm the entire Xiangbing company. Chu Yang nodded, a little disappointed. Aizen has a secondary biological engine, that is, a void engine, which can call on void energy, so the first generation version uses void energy as energy. As Jezaialan learns and masters more and more knowledge and opens the gene lock, when he completely controls his own power, he can also use anti-void energy. The combination of the two will ensure that there is a constant supply of energy under any circumstances. Make 2 program pills and leave 1 for me. I will try to fuse the void and anti-void energies. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Aizen frowned. Mr. Chu Yang, can you use the void energy and anti-void energy? If Chu Yang cannot use these 2 energies, even if he takes the program pill, the small clock will not work at all in his hands. Chu Yang smiled and said, I have my own way. The base of the Shen gene chain is the power of the galaxy. When this gene chain is extended to the ultimate gene, Chu Yang will naturally have anti-void power after fusing it. As for the void power, in the known universe, only Kull and Keisha have mastered the complete void technology. The two have different development directions in the void field. Obviously, Keisha's scientific research results, that is, the sub-biological engine, are more in line with the small clock. Only Yan and Aizen have installed the sub-biological engine, but the scientific research data is retained in the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. When Chu Yang gets this data from Yan and fuses it into the small clock, he will naturally be able to master the void power. It is difficult to fuse the void and the anti-void with the existing technology of the super god world, but Chu Yang can find another way. Saitama's body is the best compatibility device. As long as the two forces are fused in his body and then extracted, this technical problem will be solved. Chu Yang waved his hand gently, and thousands of gene reagents fell to the ground. Program 1 will ask Killin to bring them to me later. This is the first batch of super genes. I mixed some special substances and some genes of the Galactic Force. In theory, there is no upper limit to the growth of the super soldiers created. As they continue to develop their own genes, the strength of the genes will also increase. They will have anti-void power. Since Carl has created some void warriors and tried to open the door to the ultimate fear, our anti-void warriors will become the nightmare of the void. Aizen's expression was moved, and her beautiful eyes were full of fiery color. She couldn't wait to take a bottle of gene reagent back to experiment and figure out the principle. Whether it is the fusion product of multiple super genes, or the large-scale incorporation of anti-void forces, or the unlimited growth potential, these are technologies that do not exist in the known universe. At this moment, Aizen threw everything behind her, leaving only the scholar's curiosity for unknown technology. Chu Yang said with some concern. Zio-Lun, you will arrange this batch of super genes. Stop Aizen, and don't let her take them all for a search. Aizen came back to her senses. Her expression was a little embarrassed, and her pretty face was slightly red. Jezailan laughed. He and Aizen were both teachers and friends, and Zaozin was a brother who had lived together for a lifetime, so their relationship was very harmonious. It was rare to see Aizen like this. Looking at this cheerful atmosphere, Chu Yang also smiled, and walked around the training base again. It was not until night fell that he parted with everyone. Liang Star, the palace, the hall. Rihanna, dressed in a dragon robe, sat on the throne, showing her majesty. Below her were the civil and military officials headed by Panzen. But compared to yesterday, Panzen seemed to have aged a lot overnight. He was not wearing his general armor, but a cloak. Behind him stood the 4 heavenly guardians, with different expressions at this time. Zuan looked ugly, as if he was suppressing his emotions. In the court yesterday, Rina won the support of the majority, took control of the Heavenly Dao Tower, and officially took over all the power of Liang civilization. This will mean that Panzen Zero as the regent is completely over. It also means that the future Liang civilization will follow Rina's will and embark on a road leading to a new era, but full of risks and uncertain future. Zuan is a loyal supporter of Panzen. Although he is also loyal to Liang, he prefers Panzen and even does not take Rina seriously. So Rina's power made him quite unhappy. Zuan-kun, the heavenly guardian of the Black Crocodile, and Li Xingba, the heavenly guardian of the Holy Dragon, look calm. They are more experienced. Although they are also worried about the future of Liang, they are also pleased with the growth of the new king. On the other hand, the Chifeng Xian who was Heo had a faint smile on her face. She was the only one among the 4 Xian who supported Rihanna from beginning to end. The two grew up together, and were good sisters who could talk about anything. Naturally, they were happy to see Rihanna's rise. Oh, so many people. It seems that you have reached the final conclusion. Chu Yang's voice suddenly sounded, and then his figure appeared in the hall. Many Liang people were alert at the first time. The power of the Heavenly Dao Tower covered the entire Liang Star. Anyone who could appear here without any signs must be extraordinary. Don't be nervous, this is the Earth God, Chu Yang. Rihanna spoke softly, less lively than before, and more calm and majestic. She looked at Chu Yang and said softly, on behalf of the Liang civilization, I announce that we have officially reached a cooperation agreement with the Earth. You can connect with the Heavenly Dao Tower at any time, and I will pass on all the data you want to you. Chu Yang smiled and said, great. Then let's talk about the specific matters of the Liang immigration. After a slight pause, Chu Yang looked around and continued, what do you think of Mars in the Milky Way? Those present were all Liang high-level officials who had high authority in the Heavenly Dao Tower. They searched for all the information about Mars at the first time and began to discuss it in a low voice. What surprised Chu Yang was that it was Panzen who said first, "I support immigration to Mars. Apart from the Earth, Mars is the most suitable planet for Liang star immigration. There is no doubt about that." Panzen is not stupid enough to still think about the Earth, so he has had ideas about Mars for a long time. It's just that Mars is adjacent to the Earth, and he was afraid that Chu Yang would interfere, so he didn't take any action. Rihanna smiled and said, "Like General Pan, I also think Mars is great. Do you have any objections?" After Rihanna officially took over the power, even if Panzen had some reservations, he had to support and assist her for the future of Liang. No matter what choice Rihanna made, he could only follow closely. King Liang and the general had reached a consensus. Even if others objected, they could not change the result. Naturally, no one would feel uncomfortable. Chu Yang nodded and said, "In this case, then this matter is preliminarily finalized. Liang Star had better start preparing now and start immigration as soon as possible. Earth will cooperate with you to transform Mars. At the same time, General Dukeo and I have formulated a Gemini plan. I will not go into the details of the plan. Later, Rihanna and General Panzen can join the team to implement the plan. In short, the Gemini plan is to let Earth and Liang form an offensive and defensive alliance, watch each other in the Milky Way, and become each other's protective barrier when facing foreign enemies." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent. Panzen widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. He really didn't expect that when Chu Yang was in a completely dominant position, he didn't make concessions instead of being unreasonable. Helping Liang to transform Mars will undoubtedly greatly speed up their immigration progress, while reducing the risk of Liang's collapse at any time. The Gemini project has given Liang a great advantage. After all, Earth has Chu Yang, the supreme god of the known universe, so it's better to say that Liang civilization has been protected by Chu Yang, rather than watching each other. Of course, from Chu Yang's point of view, Earth has taken all the advantages. This plan is enough to completely bind Liang and Earth. If Earth really faces any crisis in the future, Liang will bear the brunt and become a shield in front of Earth. All of this is Chu Yang's layout for the future. He will not stay on Earth forever, and one day he will even temporarily leave the main universe. When that time comes, the role of these layouts will be reflected. My dear ministers, what do you think? Rihanna looked down at the people below with a smile. The Gemini project also exceeded her expectations. But this was more like a slap in the face, hitting those who opposed her hard. Yesterday in the court, those opposing voices were nothing more than saying that Chu Yang had wolfish ambitions and was trying to let the Earth swallow up Liang. There were also people who said that Chu Yang took advantage of the situation and forced Liang to surrender, which was no different from robbery. But now it seems that, although Liang paid for their scientific research results, the rewards they got were worth it. Seeing that no one responded, Rihanna said again, "I decided to join the Gemini project on behalf of Liang. General Panzen, what about you?" Panzen took a deep breath and bowed slightly. "I second the motion." At this moment, he completely let go of his grudges and chose to support Rihanna wholeheartedly. Although Liang's future is still full of unknowns, at least a bright future can be vaguely seen at the moment. Okay, in this case, please ask Mr. Chu Yang to move to the Heavenly Deo Tower. Rihanna stood up. Although it only took 2 people a thought to transmit data, this was a milestone step for Liang, and there must be a sense of ceremony. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, and followed Rihanna to the Heavenly Deo Tower. At the top of the Heavenly Deo Tower, Chu Yang and Lena stood side by side, looking down. Lena whispered, "Instructor, thank you." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Each of us takes what we need. Besides, you have fought for the Earth, so I'm just returning the favor." He has received all the data on continuous star drive and solar nuclear fusion technology, combined with the small clock that Jedi Allen and ZH Aizen are about to complete, some data from the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House, some valuable technologies of the Denna Galaxy, and the gains from this trip to Liang. The universe-level computer that Chu Yang had envisioned before has taken shape. Once it is successful, the technology tree of the Soul Palace will climb to the top in one fell swoop. What are your plans next? Chu Yang looked at Lena and asked with a smile, "You are still a member of the hero company. Do you want to participate in the war between the Earth and the demons?" Lena thought about it and shook her head. "I know the instructor wants to train the soldiers. If I join, the pressure on the hero company will be greatly reduced. I guess you won't let Sun Wukong participate. I'd better stay on Liang Star and arrange the immigration as soon as possible." At this point, she hesitated for a moment and then asked tentatively, "Instructor, you said before that Liang Star has fallen into this situation now. Is there someone behind the scenes?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Yes. It's Carl's people. Since everyone has completed the transaction and reached an alliance, Chu Yang naturally doesn't need to hide it anymore." Lena's pupils suddenly shrank. She thought of many possibilities and even suspected that there was a traitor in Liang, but she never thought that this matter was related to Carl. Now Carl is in the spotlight, hiding in the dark nebula and not daring to show his head. In the shadow world, although there is no evidence, all the major civilizations are very clear that the Void Warriors are definitely related to Carl. After making such a big fuss, Carl actually has the mind to cause trouble for Liang. What on earth does this guy want to do? Suddenly remembering that Carl and Morgana controlled her to destroy Kesha, Lena's heart moved, frowned, and asked, "Is it for the Heavenly Deota? Or should I say, for me?" Chapter 286 Who Are Ye makes a comeback. Chu Yang opens his mouth with a big mouth. Riena's words sounded a bit ambiguous, but no one believed that Carol, a crazy scientific researcher, would be a paranoid love-brained person. In fact, Riena's guess made sense. She is the light of the sun, one of the 3 major god-making projects of Chilan, and can carry out continuous star drive and even detonate stars. This power has strategic value for any civilization. Chu Yang shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Carol is probably doing it for the entire Liang civilization. He wants to control Liang and make Liang his tool. After all, even the big clock can't mobilize the energy of stars on a large scale like Liang." Riena took a breath and felt a chill on her spine. Control Liang? Carol is really ambitious. Liang is an advanced civilization in the universe. Although its high-end combat power is slightly inferior to that of angels and demons, it can also walk sideways in the known universe. If Pan Zhen didn't want to be an enemy of Chu Yang, so as to prevent Liang from being involved in the war and having no peace, he would not have compromised with Chu Yang and helped him build the void battlefield unconditionally. After all, any one of the 4 guardians is the best among the 3 generations of divine bodies, and Pan Zhen is at the top of the 3 generations of divine bodies. If it weren't for the abnormal existence of Sun Wukong, the Liang army would not have been defeated on Earth. You know, the destruction of the Dena system was caused by the first generation of the Sun God. It was just that he was retaliated by the god of war of the No Star, and half of the Liang Star was chopped off by that guy with an axe. But the remaining half of the Liang Star has a stable structure, which made the Liang civilization safe and sound. Now it is facing collapse because of Carl. In fact, the Liang civilization is not martial. The purpose of all their scientific research at the beginning was to respond to natural disasters caused by the sun, regulate the temperature and energy of the sun, so as to achieve stable and safe use of solar energy and benefit the human beings in the whole universe. It was just that, in order to protect themselves later, they added offensive research. Riena took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Can it be solved?" If they can, they naturally don't want to leave the Liang Star. Otherwise how could they live on this half of the planet for 10,000 years? Chu Yang shook his head and said, "The existing technology of Liang Star can only destroy the stability of the star, but cannot increase its stability." The Liang civilization also sent representatives to participate in the War Council, so you should know that Sori is in my hands. But he can only create planets and influence the planets he created, but cannot influence other planets. Therefore, the collapse of Liang Star is irreversible, but I can help you find the culprit. A sharp light flashed in Reena's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, "I will kill him with my own hands. We don't need to look for him, he will show up soon." Chu Yang said softly, "His mission is to destroy the Shandao Tower and the core of Liang Star. Once Liang begins to deploy immigration, he will naturally be eager for success. But I'm here. I guess he doesn't dare to show up." Rina frowned and asked, who is he? Chu Yang looked at the lights of thousands of homes below. Noosa, Carl's confidant, possesses a powerful void weapon that can severely damage the 4th generation of divine bodies. But the one who caused the destruction on Liang Star was not his real body, but a replica puppet. But even so, you are no match for him. After I leave, you can set up an ambush with Panzen, and with the help of the 4 heavenly protectors, it won't be difficult to destroy his puppet. Hearing him say this, Rina was refreshed. A replica puppet is so powerful, how powerful will the original body be? Seeing what he was thinking, Chu Yang smiled and said, his original body is as powerful as the god of war of No Star, but after the incident was exposed, I believe Cole will not dare to cause trouble again. After all, the war regulations are not for show. Rina nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting for a while about the transformation of Mars and the Gemini project, Chu Yang returned to Earth, and Rina contacted Panzen to lay out the layout in the Heavenly Deo Tower. Panzen was furious after learning about this. If it weren't for the need to hurry up and immigrate, he would even want to directly launch a war against the Dark Nebula. It is worth mentioning that the Dark Nebula did not participate in the War Council, so it has no right to war. Once it launches a war against other civilizations, it will be attacked by all major civilizations. But if other civilizations were to launch a war against the Dark Nebula, they would not need to go through the void battlefield, and could directly march in with a large army. To put it bluntly, the Dark Nebula could only passively take a beating, and could not take the initiative to cause trouble. Even if it was a self-defense counterattack, the battlefield could not be expanded to places outside the Dark Nebula, otherwise it would also be considered a violation of the war regulations. Earth, the North Star. Chu Yang looked at Suzyana, who was lying on the bed, with a faint glow on her body, with a fiery look in his eyes. Suzyana was fusing the 7th gene sequence, which was the Angel gene. This was also the last gene sequence of the Dena gene chain. After fusing the Angel gene, the Dena gene chain would be extended to the Ultimate gene. After so long of planning and many preparations, it was finally time to reap the fruits, and Chu Yang could not help but feel a little excited. However, this process would take some time, and there was still a key issue that had not been resolved. The upgrade technology of the 4th generation divine body. Suzyana was now a 3rd generation divine body. Due to the lack of technical support, even if the gene chain was transformed into the ultimate gene, it could not exert its full power. The war between the Earth and the demons is about to begin. Once the war is won, the technology to upgrade the 4th generation body will be obtained. At the same time, it is necessary to wait for the Shen gene chain to transform into the ultimate gene. The ultimate goal of Chu Yang is to combine the 2 ultimate genes, coupled with the universe level computer, or the product of many aspects, the universe engine. Chu Yang's strength will be greatly improved by then. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang gently closed the door and sat in the living room with his eyes closed. During this period, he has launched many layouts, targeting various aspects, which can be said to be step by step. Now you just need to wait for the layout of a certain place to take effect first, and you can gain something. Unknowingly, Chu Yang fell asleep. When it was just dawn, he was awakened by Jarvis's reminder. The long-lost relaxation adjusted his mental state to the best. What woke him up was a docking application from Dena number 3. After establishing a call with Dena 3rd, Chu Yang said unhappily, "Old Du, when will you change your habit of disturbing people's sweet dreams?" Dukeo said speechlessly, "I've never heard of any god who needs to get more sleep every day." Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Dukeo's tone became more serious. "There's news from Skyblade 7. Yang wants to talk to you." Chu Yang was refreshed. Huayi is making a comeback? Dukeo responded, "That's right. Huayi is leading the Sky Scum army to the Angel Nebula. Now it can be confirmed that Huayi has been upgraded to the 4th generation of God body. But if he wants to go to the Angel Nebula, he will pass through the Chiwu star system. I guess Yang wants you to help." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I see. I will connect with Skyblade 7. Dukeo hesitated and asked tentatively, "Are you going to intervene in this matter?" Chu Yang said meaningfully, "The technology on Earth is backward. If we want to catch up with advanced civilizations, we have to think of other ways." Huayi wants to restore the order of the Heavenly Palace. This matter has nothing to do with me, but if the angel becomes my employer and takes money from others, I will naturally help them eliminate disasters. Dukeo was silent for a moment, and then said faintly, "You are such a profiteer." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "I think I'm more like a conscientious businessman who likes to give warmth." Dukeo was speechless. After cutting off the communication, Chu Yang submitted a docking application to Skyblade number 7 using Jarvis, and the other party connected the communication almost instantly. Obviously, Skyblade number 7 has been waiting for his news. "I'm Chu Yang. I heard that someone is looking for me." Chu Yang's tone was nonchalant. "I'm Yan, Mr. Chu Yang. I hope to discuss a deal with you." Yan got straight to the point. She knew Chu Yang's plot very well, and she also knew that this guy would not help for nothing. Chu Yang asked, "Do you want me to deal with Huayi?" "Yes, Huayi already has a very deep dark energy foundation, and his computing power is stronger than that of Skyblade number 7. Now he has upgraded to the 4th generation of Divine Body. I have not yet fully mastered the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House, so I'm not his opponent." Yan was very frank. Most of the ancient gods in the known universe have dark energy foundations that are difficult for the younger generations to match. In Chu Yang's understanding, it is cultivation. However, most of their divine bodies are relatively backward, but once the divine bodies are upgraded, they will stand at the peak of the combat power of the same level of body. After all, Yan is a rising star, and he has just upgraded to the 4th generation of divine body, so he is naturally not Huayi's opponent. In fact, what makes Yan more afraid is that Huayi may have the void engine tailor-made for him by Carl. It just so happens that the angels are now busy with the affairs of the shadow world. Once Huayi comes with the Sky Scum, the Angel Nebula will face an unprecedented crisis. "Tell me what conditions you can offer." Since Yan got straight to the point, Chu Yang was too lazy to beat around the bush. Yan said without hesitation, "The upgrade technology of the 4th generation of Divine Body." Chu Yang smiled and said, "You should know that the Earth has launched a war against the demons. The spoils that Morgana took out are the upgrade technology of the 4th generation of Divine Body. Do you think the Earth will win?" Yan was a little surprised. Chu Yang smiled without comment, but he had already made his attitude clear. After a moment of silence, Yan asked, "Then what do you want?" Chu Yang thought and said, "Compared to this, I'm more curious now. Why don't you go directly to Jezailan for help?" Yan said softly, "He is not Huayi's opponent, and he can't fight side by side with me now. I gave him 1,000 years to grow up. After 1,000 years, I believe he will become a male god who can protect me." "TSK. I didn't expect you to be a love brain." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "Love brain? What does it mean?" Yan was a little confused, because this word was actually incomprehensible even to the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Chu Yang changed the subject and said, "Nothing. Let's talk about the conditions. I can give you all the information about Huayi, and let Sun Wukong help the angels resist the scum, but I won't kill Huayi directly. But I will weaken his strength to the greatest extent." Yan was surprised again. "Even you can't kill him?" Chu Yang said to himself, "Let me tell you about Huayi's information first. In addition to upgrading to the 4th generation of Divine Body, Carl gave him a set of black hole engines. I think you should know what the black hole engine means. I don't know if Keisha could do it in the past, but at least except for me, no one in the known universe can resist the power of black holes now. In addition, Huayi also subdued the triangle, which is also a force that cannot be underestimated." The communication fell silent. Chu Yang knew without thinking that Yan's thoughts must be very confused at this time. At the same time, he guessed that Hezi was probably next to Yan, or the two were in constant communication. Hezi is the highest scholar of the angel civilization today. If even she can't solve the black hole, the angel will be helpless against Huayi. After a long time, Yan whispered, "You mean, you can solve the black hole engine?" Chu Yang said confidently, "I can make Huayi lose the black hole engine and solve the triangle at the same time. In this way, you will only face Huayi, a 4th generation divine body, and those celestial scum. With the help of Sun Wukong, at least you can be invincible." "What are the conditions?" Yan asked. I need the core technology of the sacred knowledge treasure house, and after the matter is completed, let the Shanji King keep in touch with me and provide me with some technical support. Chu Yang was straightforward. This is impossible. Yang refused without thinking. The sacred knowledge treasure house is the highest scientific and technological achievement of the angels. Do you think that I, as the king of angels, will give it away? Chu Yang said lightly, if I don't take action, the only way you can solve the black hole threat is to let the Shanji King die. Which is more important? You weigh it yourself. Or you can think about it. If the person negotiating with me now is Keisha, what choice will she make? Skyblade number 7, on the throne. Yan frowned, but Izzy, who was standing beside her, looked relaxed. After blocking the communication, Yan turned around and asked, King Shanji, what do you think I should choose? Izzy shrugged and said, according to Chu Yang, if it was Queen Keisha, she would definitely choose to cooperate with him. The greatest value of the sacred knowledge treasure house is not its core technology, but the data contained in it. I guess Chu Yang should want to build a celestial computer that is not inferior to the big clock, or even a super engine. If we agree to it, this is not only a deal, but also a favor. A favor from the supreme god. Chu Yang is worth this price. Since the establishment of the War Council, all major civilizations have tacitly defined Chu Yang as the supreme god in the known universe. Even Keisha in the past did not have such a status. Keisha is the king of the gods, and no one doubts this, because she has absolute strength. But Chu Yang is truly above the gods. Chapter 287 The Improper Sky Base. King Void Driver and Kyankan. Yan lowered her head and thought silently. Izzy's words woke her up. The most important thing in this deal is not to deal with Huayi, but Chu Yang's favor. Once the deal is reached, the angel will be able to establish a good relationship with Chu Yang. The main factor Yan is considering now is the weight of Chu Yang's favor. In the known universe, Chu Yang is definitely stronger than all the 4 generations of gods, and no one knows his true strength. After thinking for a moment, Yan took a deep breath, removed the communication shield, and said softly, I promise you. Chu Yang, who was far away on Earth, smiled. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Cutting off the communication, Yan directly passed on the core technology of the sacred knowledge treasure house. She was not worried about whether Chu Yang would go back on his word, nor was she worried about whether Chu Yang could do what he promised. As Chu Yang said, in the known universe, the only person who could deal with and solve the black hole was him. Izzy, who was standing beside the throne, suddenly said, help me connect the space-based computing group with Jarvis. Yan raised his eyebrows. Not until the matter is over? Izzy waved his hand and said, I'm very interested in this young supreme god. If I'm not busy, I would even like to go to Earth in person to meet him. Yan suddenly remembered the information he got about the secret conversation between Keisha and Chu Yang on the Giant Canyon when he took over the sacred knowledge treasure house. Queen Keisha once mentioned that she wanted to tie a red line between Chu Yang and Izzy. Although he didn't know if it was a joke, Yan still felt a little strange. An old goblin who has lived for tens of thousands of years, and a supreme god who stood at the top of the known universe in his 20s. It would be interesting if these two people could get together. While thinking about it, Yan completed the connection between the space-based computing group and Jarvis through the Skyblade number 7. Earth, the North Star. Chu Yang in the living room suddenly raised his eyebrows, accepted the docking application, and asked with a smile, King Shanji. Izzy on the other end responded, it's me. I wonder what technical support Mr. Chu Yang wants me to provide you? Chu Yang said softly, as far as I know, the sub-biological engine is a research result of the predecessors. I wonder if you can help me install an energy drive system for Jarvis that mobilizes void energy. Senior? Izzy's tone suddenly rose a few points. Am I very old? For any older woman, ages are taboo. They can laugh at themselves or tease, but they can't allow others to mention it, especially the opposite sex. Chu Yang coughed lightly and said awkwardly, I have never met King Shanji, but the last time Queen Keisha mentioned you to me, she called you an old witch. Izzy gritted his teeth. Okay. When we meet next time, I must have a good talk with that tomboy. Hearing her words, Yan couldn't help but feel helpless. I'm afraid that in the known universe, only Izzy dared to tease Keisha like this. Clearing his throat, Yan stood up and said, King Yang, the Shadow World still needs me to take charge of the overall situation. The royal city is handed over to you. Don't let the scum take advantage of it. He waved his hand and said, don't worry. Just think of me as lending me to Chu Yang. When he is done, I will naturally devote myself to the defense of the royal city. Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he left without saying anything more. Chu Yang on the other side was a little stunned. What does it mean to use me? Good guy. This King Yang, who stands at the top of the angel civilization technology tree, seems a little unserious. At this moment, he suddenly said with a smile, it's just a small problem. To help you assemble the void drive, why don't you call me sister and I will give you all the core technologies of the sub-biological engine. Chu Yang frowned. No, I don't need a sub-biological engine. He smiled and said, I heard from that girl Aizen that she is working with the power of the galaxy to build a void controller that will use void energy and anti-void energy as energy. You asked me to help you assemble the driver of void energy. I guess it's to replicate their void controller technology. Chu Yang was amazed and said, just based on these fragmented information, you can infer my purpose. You are worthy of being the most outstanding scholar of the angel civilization. He said casually, with Queen Keisha here, I dare not call myself the most outstanding. I think you are not just trying to replicate the void controller. The results of Aizen and the power of the galaxy can only be regarded as a low-end version of the big clock at most. Now that you have obtained the core technology of the sacred knowledge treasure house, I believe Tukeo will also provide you with some scientific research results from the Dena galaxy as support. If you can combine these technologies, you might be able to create a second big clock. At this point, he expressed some envy and sighs in his tone. He envied that he could not collect all kinds of cutting-edge technologies in the known universe like Chu Yang. After all, this requires absolute strength as support. He sighed because he felt that Chu Yang's ambition was really too big. Now in the known universe, except for that madman Carl, no one dared to trouble him and the earth. But Chu Yang still made many arrangements, and it seemed that he had great ambitions. But what was his ultimate goal? Unknown universe? Or the void? Or dominate the entire known universe? There is no trace of history 100,000 years ago. But at least in the past 100,000 years, no one or civilization has been able to dominate the known universe, not even Keisha, the recognized king of gods. The known universe is huge and vast. It is impossible for a single civilization, or even multiple civilizations combined, to fully control every corner. The so-called domination has no meaning at all. Just when he was thinking about it, Chu Yang stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, when can we start the implementation? Is it urgent? He asked back. Chu Yang said softly, it would be best if the implementation can be completed before Huayi arrives on Earth. No problem. I can help you install it now. He said readily, but I need all the permissions of Jarvis. Chu Yang authorized He without saying anything. Jarvis can only be regarded as a mid-range astronomical computer now, not much stronger than Den a third. Even if it is a core technology, it is not of much value. As for the data stored in it, whether it is the gene chain or the key technology mastered by Chu Yang, such as the beast body pill, all are being studied in the Soul Palace, and there is no backup in Jarvis database. The solar nuclear fusion and continuous star drive technology were saved by Chu Yang in another astronomical computer, which is regarded as a subversion of Jarvis, and is being studied in the Soul Palace. Therefore, the only thing in Jarvis database that can be regarded as having some value is the third generation dream gene. But he could easily research that thing, but the angels disdain to use this power to control others through dreams. The space-based computing group analyzed Jarvis clearly in an instant. He sighed, you are really poor. It is hard to imagine where your power comes from without technical support. Chu Yang smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he asked, how long will it take? He said lightly, a few hours will be enough, but if you want to build a void controller, you also need to drive anti-void energy. Have you obtained the genetic code of the power of the galaxy? I guess so. Chu Yang responded ambiguously. After cutting off the communication, Chu Yang went to the bedroom to take a look at Susanna. The transformation was still going on, and it was obvious that it would take a long time. After letting Han Lei stay in the North Star to protect Suzayanali, Chu Yang went to Juksha City. Just when he had just established communication with Shinran number 7, Killen sent a message saying that Zixin and Jezailan had completed the construction of the small clock. Jezailan named this special computer that belonged to him Kun. He skipped the Xianxin stage directly, or to be more precise, Kun included all the capabilities of Xianxin, which was both a celestial computer and a void controller. This combination was exactly what Chu Yang wanted to see, because he not only wanted to upgrade Jarvis to a cosmic level computer, but also let Jarvis have an independent engine. And the core of the engine was the soul treasure. Only in this way could he try the first treasure refining technique and refine Jarvis into the frontal bone. Trouble. Standing in the training base, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought that he still needed to make many arrangements, find a way to get the technology of the big clock, and find a soul treasure. He now wanted to press Carl directly into the dark vision world, let that guy quickly open the door of the void, and at the same time research the complete technology of the 5th generation divine body. Because before that, Chu Yang would never take action against Carl, but if he didn't solve Carl, he couldn't get the big clock. If he robbed it, Carl, who lost the big clock, would have no way to study the 5th generation divine body. What would he use to open the door of the void? This is an unsolvable closed loop. After all, Chu Yang is not a scholar, and the Soul Palace's technology tree is still in the climbing stage. Even if he has a universe level computer or even a universe level engine, he can't conquer the 5th generation divine body technology. The computing power required to study this technology is too huge. Not only does it require the support of top computers, but it also requires manpower to calculate. You know, Chu Yang knows nothing about algorithms. In his opinion, algorithms are like martial arts skills, but those supernatural powers in the super god world are only limited in strength, so there is really no need for him to waste a lot of time on this. It was already night, and Killen had been waiting at the door of the dormitory. When she saw Chu Yang coming, she threw herself into his arms. After a moment of tenderness, she whispered, Aizen and Ziolan are in the conference room. Let's go there now. Chu Yang nodded and followed her. The conference room of the training base is very large, and it is similar to the command center of the Giant Gorge. Of course, Dukeo had no intention of making such a big scene in a training base. These were all the results of Aizen instilling all kinds of knowledge into Jezailan and letting him practice. Aizen sat at the long table with a straight waist. With his short hair, he looked heroic and energetic. On the other hand, Jezailan had a pair of dark circles under his eyes and looked like he was dying. Seeing Chu Yang coming, Jezailan forced himself to cheer up. Chu Yang smiled and teased, "You kid, are you using the Angel's technology to crack the island country's website?" Jezailan's mouth twitched, and he said weakly, "Instructor, please don't make fun of me. I never thought that I would take off my armor and become a programmer just after I became a qualified soldier. I haven't even been to college, but I have to learn all kinds of technologies that are far ahead of the Earth. In order to speed up the process, I haven't slept for a whole week." Aizen frowned and said, "Jezailan, you are the power of the galaxy, and you are a 3rd generation divine body. Not to mention not sleeping for a week. Even if you don't sleep for a year, it won't have any effect on your body. But I have a biological clock." Jezailan wanted to argue. Aizen said in a serious tone, "In the field of genes, the biological clock is..." Stop. Jezailan quickly raised his hand to surrender and stopped playing the victim. He took out a program pill and handed it to Chu Yang. "Instructor, this is the program pill of Kyankan, but it cannot overcome the drive of void energy and anti-void energy now. My control over void energy was given by Yan, and I can control anti-void energy myself, so when constructing Kyankan, I did not take the drive problem into consideration." His implication is that except for him, even if someone else took the program pill, they would not be able to operate Kyankan. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Xianji King is helping me to install the void driver, and I also have a way to deal with the anti-void energy." "Teacher?" Aizen widened his eyes, wondering why the teacher would help Chu Yang. Chu Yang suddenly asked, by the way, did Leo do tell you about Huiyi? Jedi Allen was refreshed, and his expression became serious. We already know that once Huiyi approaches the Earth, Aizen and I will lead the first company of Xiangbing Company to block it. The first company of Xiangbing Company is the soldiers who have merged with super genes. There are 3 squads in total, with nearly 1,000 people. Aizen took over the conversation. Killin and other first generation members of the Xiangbingian will form a reserve team to respond to emergencies. Killin is the ace of the Xiangbingian, with the combat power of the peak of the 3rd generation divine body. Even Jedi Allen, who has the Kyankan, may not be stronger than her. It's a pity that Monkey Brother and Lena are not here. Jedi Allen muttered. Although the overall strength of the Xiangbingian has improved by leaps and bounds, Huiyi is not alone. Whether it is the army of scum, ruining, who has extremely high attainments in the field of wormhole calculations, or the triangle, that has just received the news, and has been conquered by Huiyi, they are not good at it. Ruining was once the left wing guard of the Holy Kasha, and the triangle had fought a physical war with the angel civilization many years ago, so its strength can be seen. Don't always think about relying on others. Now, besides me and Monkey Brother, you and Killin are the only 2 gods on Earth. Chu Yang said in a serious tone, it's time for you to shoulder the burden. Just treat this as, before entering the void battlefield, let the Xiangbing Company fight to support the war. Don't be lucky, this battle is bound to happen. I will take action against Huiyi. The reserve team will hold back Shine Zha, and you will lead the first company to deal with the triangle. Remember, your goal is to annihilate the enemy, not delay time. Huiyi has been upgraded to the 4th generation god body, and Carl has even equipped him with a black hole engine. I can't spare any hands to provide you with any help. Chapter 288. The goal of the final sequence of the Divine Core. Dragon Vein enters the spine. Black hole engine. Aizen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Black holes represent the unknown and danger in the known universe. He also tried to study it, but failed. Therefore, the black hole engine should have been a conceptual existence, but now it has been installed on Huiyi by Carl. Taking a deep breath, Aizen looked at Chu Yang with burning eyes and asked tentatively, can you solve the black hole? Chu Yang nodded and said, I have promised your queen that when Huiyi passes by the Earth, he will lose the black hole engine. Once Huiyi creates the black hole in the Angel King city, you should know the consequences. So, this battle must not only be fought, but also fought beautifully. Jedi Allen looked solemn. Keelan pouted and said, why didn't I see you so full of fighting spirit just now? You can't sit still when you hear that it may threaten your wife. Jedi Allen was embarrassed. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, actually, what Jedi Allen said is right. We have to fight this battle beautifully, and let all the major civilizations in the universe know that they have seriously underestimated the strength of the Earth. Even without me, the Earth is just as powerful. That? Jedi Allen asked weakly. Instructor, since you can solve the black hole, Huiyi must not be a big threat to you, right? Chu Yang glanced at him and said lightly, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. In fact, my target is not Huiyi, but the black hole engine. So don't think that I will help you solve the enemy. Whether it is the scum or the triangle, you can only deal with it by yourselves. You want to seize the black hole engine? Aizen heard the meaning of Chu Yang's words and was stunned. What a joke. How can such a thing succeed? Even if you can crush the opponent in algorithms and technology, it is impossible to forcibly obtain the opponent's engine. Otherwise, if Carl directly brought the big clock to the Earth, wouldn't he be able to pick up the scientific and technological achievements of Kyankan in minutes? Chu Yang smiled and said, of course I have my own way. In fact, he was not deliberately creating pressure, but he really needed to devote all his energy to dealing with Huiyi, or to be more precise, to snatching the black hole engine. As Aizen said, this is almost impossible in the super god world. But Chu Yang is different. The black hole engine plays an important role in many of his plans, so he must get it. This is an important part of his planning a long time ago. Let the Xiangbing Company train troops, blackmail the angels, and even Huiyi and Carol were calculated by him. At the War Council, Chu Yang took a strong shot at Huayi and at the same time made the entire war council draw a clear line with Carol. This will undoubtedly make Carol and Huayi stand completely on the opposite side of him, and the two will no longer have any scruples. In any case, everyone has reached a life and death situation, so why should they be restrained? It is because of this that the cooperation between Carol and Huayi was further promoted. It is also because of this that Huayi will rush to the earth in a mighty manner before going to the Angel Nebula. One thing after another, Chu Yang stood directly in the atmosphere, letting the wind and clouds surge, all in his hands. I still have to go see Leodu, so I'll leave first. Chu Yang waved his hand, threw the program pill into his mouth, as if he was eating candy beans, and then disappeared. The three people in the conference room looked at each other, and finally Aizen and Jezailan looked at Keelan. Keelan spread her hands, indicating that she knew nothing about Chu Yang's plan. Giant Gorge, the Commander-in-Chief's office. This is not only Dukeo's office, but also his residence. Since the launch of the Black Great Wall project, he has always lived on the Giant Gorge. Fortunately, there is a compartment in the office for Est. Sitting on the sofa, Dukeo took a sip of hot tea and looked at Chu Yang opposite, speechless. You didn't even say hello before coming. I almost thought there was a peeping Tom on the Grand Canyon. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, don't you always like to disturb people's dreams? This is called an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Dukeo was speechless and could only change the subject and asked, what's the matter that you are looking for me so late? I need all the technology of the Dena Galaxy and the Super God branch in celestial computers. Chu Yang said straight to the point. Dukeo asked doubtfully, aren't Xiaolan and Zixin studying the Void Controller? Their final results will reach the level of the Great Clock, which is far more advanced than the technology of the Dena Galaxy and the Super God branch. Chu Yang whispered, the Void Controller is the product of the combination of the power of the galaxy and the angel civilization, and the technology of the Dena Galaxy and the Super God branch is the scientific research results of the space principle. Each of them has its merits, and they cannot be generalized. Dukeo realized something, and asked with wide eyes, do you want to build a new computing system, based on the two? Chu Yang shook his head and said, no, in addition, I will also add the core technology of the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House and the scientific research results of the Liang civilization. Hiss. Dukeo took a breath. Let's not talk about what earth-shaking things Chu Yang will eventually come up with. Just talking about the gathering of these technologies from various advanced civilizations is already unprecedented. Dukeo has the same idea as Easy. In the known universe, I'm afraid that only Chu Yang can do this. At the same time, he is also looking forward to whether Chu Yang can come up with a second great clock. So far, all those in the know believe that Chu Yang has at most built a celestial computer or a computer cluster comparable to the master. But no one has thought about whether the final result can surpass the great clock. Because the Great Clock is a pinnacle of technology in the known universe, its existence has raised the upper limit of the known universe's technology, and has been ahead of the technology of the top civilizations for many years. In theory, even if the core technologies of all advanced civilizations are gathered together, the final product cannot surpass the Great Clock. But anything that comes to Chu Yang will break the rules. The technology of the known universe cannot do it, but what if it is combined with the power outside the super god world? Dukeo is not self-sufficient. Now everyone is on the same front. Even if this is not discussed, his personal relationship with Chu Yang has long reached the level of close friends. From another perspective, Dukeo is now like Chu Yang's butler. Many things about the Earth and the heroic army are proposed and finalized by Chu Yang, and Dukeo is responsible for execution and management. The two perform their respective duties and cooperate tacitly. The most important thing is that, although Dukeo has been influenced a lot on Earth, his personality and style of doing things have changed. But deep down, this guy is still a war maniac. Chu Yang's style of doing things is very much to his liking. Although he doesn't take the initiative to provoke trouble, he will definitely play the enemy to death. After obtaining the core technology of the Dena Galaxy and the Super God branch, Chu Yang once again returned to the North Star. Suzianali is still evolving. Hong Lei, who has transformed into a bulldog, is guarding the yard. He looks like an ordinary family dog, napping in the corner. but if someone comes to make trouble, Han Lei will let the other party know what the low-profile version of the sun's light is, and what the third generation peak beast body is. Soul Palace. Super God Chu Yang directly joined the heated discussion. He held a crystal ball in his hand, which contained the core technology of the Dena Galaxy and the Super God branch. Jarvis's authority was fully open to Heezy. Once he stored these technologies in Jarvis' database, Heezy would be able to see them all. After all, Chu Yang borrowed them from Dukeo. If he turned around and exposed them to the angel, it would be no different from selling out his teammates. Even if these technologies don't mean much to angels, Chu Yang won't do this. You've come at the right time. We are discussing the final sequence of the Shenjin chain. There are 3 pre-selected targets in total, and now we have different opinions. Magic Chu Yang frowned and said, the 3 pre-selected targets are the Ascension gene of the Womar Galaxy, the Void system studied by Carl, and the Huayi gene, that will be upgraded to the 5th generation divine body in the future. I prefer the Ascension gene. This is the safest way. As long as we understand the principles of the Ascension system and gather as much faith power as possible in the Super God world, we can greatly improve the overall strength. Marvel Chu Yang shook his head and said, the Ascension gene is not very meaningful. The upper limit of this gene is there. Although there is extreme matter, this problem can be ignored. But even if we don't fuse the Ascension gene, as long as we have enough time, we can still figure out the Ascension system and use it for ourselves. I still think that the Void system studied by Carl is better. Although his philosophy is a bit paranoid, as long as he succeeds in integrating the Void into the flesh, he will benefit infinitely. For people in the Super God world, fusing the Void means abandoning the flesh, but for us, the Void cannot destroy the structure of Yuan Wu's true body. Not appropriate. Immortal Chu Yang pondered and said, it's too risky to do this. Who knows what the Void is? Now it seems that void matter and void energy are indeed within our control, but what if it involves the depths of the void? I always feel that there are these incredible things in the void. Super God Chu Yang suddenly said, you seem to have directly ignored the third option. Damning Chu Yang smiled and said, even if it is upgraded to the 5th generation of divine body, Huayi is still an angel gene in essence. The Deno gene chain already contains angel genes. The 2 gene chains will eventually intersect with each other. If the 2 angel genes cover each other, it is equivalent to losing a sequence in vain. Super God Chu Yang shook his head and said, this is different. Huayi of the 5th generation divine body is actually not much different from his previous self. I will cripple Huayi, or even destroy his genetic code. After being reborn like this, Huayi will be separated from the angel gene, and become a new independent individual. Hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up slightly, and the god of death Chu Yang said, this is a good idea. If it succeeds, Huayi's genes will be super god genes with the growth potential of the 5th generation of divine bodies. Super God Chu Yang nodded and said, moreover, the bottom of this super god gene is mixed with angel genes. The base of the Shenjin chain is the power of the galaxy, which is also mixed with angel genes. This will make Huayi's super god gene and the Shenjin chain perfectly compatible. In fact, the other 2 pre-selected targets can be completely ignored. After the Earth stabilizes, I will go to the Womar civilization and figure out the secret of ascension. As for the void, Super God Chu Yang smiled and didn't say anything more, but everyone understood. They all knew that Super God Chu Yang had already made plans for the void. Just now, everyone had finished sharing. Marvel Chu Yang took the crystal ball from Super God Chu Yang, weighed it twice, and asked softly, you haven't made a move on Huayi yet, but Heezy is so ready to help in advance. Is there something fishy? Super God Chu Yang thought for a while and said, I have thought about this question, but the worst case scenario is that she will do something to Jarvis. But we are about to disassemble Jarvis and build a new computing system on the original basis. Even if he has any secret tricks, they will collapse in the process. What's more, at this point, he glanced at the densely packed kings not far away, shook his head and laughed. The others also smiled knowingly. As long as Jarvis entered the Soul Palace, not to mention Heezy's space-based computing group, even the big clock would be completely isolated. This is their home court. I always feel that the name Jarvis is not cool enough to match the new computing system and the independent engine. Demon Slayer Chu Yang suddenly smiled. Everyone agreed. Super God Chu Yang smiled and nodded, saying, further reverse the blood of the 3 emperors, and achieve the blood of Pangu. This is our biggest development direction. The first time I made a big move in the Super God world, I was also under the banner of Pangu. Why don't we name it Pangu after the final result? Hokage Chu Yang echoed, this name is good. Let's call it Pangu. At this moment, the nebula suddenly trembled, and everyone's body also shook slightly. They all felt a heat flow, surging from the tail vertebrae along the spine, and the surging power surged in their bodies, and they could even vaguely hear the sound of the tide. Everyone looked up at the nebula, only to see the pirate Chu Yang walked out with a smile on his face. The dragon vein is completely refined into the spine. The sun and the moon rose from everyone's shoulders, the 4 saints' true spirits swam, and the dragon energy came out of the body. This scene was like the power of heaven. In any world, it would be enough to shock the immortals and Buddhas. At the same time, the sacred tree standing deep in the Soul Palace swayed gently, and the trunk trembled. Everyone felt something in their hearts, and turned to look. They saw that at some point, a fruit had been hung on the branch of the sacred tree. There were tiny golden dragons flowing inside it, as if thousands of dragons were galloping. The closest Zashu Chu Yang walked over, gently picked the fruit, and swallowed it in one gulp under the expectant eyes of everyone. Everyone held their breath, and stared at Zashu Chu Yang with burning eyes. Whether it was the dragon elephant Mingwangchu or the refining treasure dew, they had already confirmed the extraordinary nature of the fruit of the sacred tree. It was just unknown what kind of harvest this time would bring them. Chapter 289, Ascension Spirit Technique. Something went wrong when I tried to make a big promise for Heezy. At the moment when the spell Chu Yang completely refined the fruit of the sacred tree, everyone in the Soul Palace trembled. Damning Chu Yang's eyes lit up and said, the Soul Ascension Technique combines the characteristics of the source breathing, the source martial true body, and some of the characteristics of the refining treasure technique. This technique is simply timely. The source breathing and the refining treasure technique are Chu Yang's core methods. Although they have been trying to integrate and merge various methods, it is difficult to integrate the two. Only through the source martial true body can part of the power of the two be compatible, but it is difficult to truly blend them together. The Soul Ascension Technique is the technique contained in the fruit of the sacred tree. The effect of this technique is very simple, which is to make the 4 saints' true spirits materialize, and have unlimited growth possibilities. The stronger the source martial true body, the stronger the materialized body of the 4 saints' true spirits will be. It can also be understood as physical strength. After all, after the 4 saints' true spirits are materialized, they will each have a physical body. The higher the level of the source breathing, the stronger the source key foundation of the 4 saints' true spirits will be. In addition, the Soul Ascension Technique can also refine some special treasures into the 4 saints' true spirits, and improve them from the essence. When the 4 saints' true spirits evolve to a certain level, they will even have spiritual wisdom. One Punch Chu Yang laughed and complained, what is this? Pet cultivation? Super God Chu Yang waved his hand and said, the 4 saints' true spirits are part of Yuan Wu's true body, but they can't be considered pets. The successive gains made everyone in a good mood. After chatting about this and that for a long time, they returned to the topic, and discussed some details about the Pangu system. North Star, in the courtyard. Chu Yang walked around the courtyard, while talking to Rina, and from time to time he carved some patterns on the stone, the ground, or the courtyard wall. Throwing down a stone with patterns, Chu Yang asked, since you have solved Noosa's clone puppet, have you got his void blade? No, that guy is as cowardly as Carl, and even the void blade is a copy. Rina seemed to be taking a bath, and there was a splashing sound of water from the other end of the communication. Although it can threaten the 4th generation divine body, it is still a long way from the real void warrior. If you want this defective product, I'll let Wu Zhao send it to you. Chu Yang said casually, forget it, how is the immigration plan arranged? Lena's tone became more serious. Leo Pan and I divided the immigration into 5 stages. The first stage is about to begin. Wu Zhao and Zuan Kun will lead the Liang Legion to take the lead and carry out an overall transformation of Mars. After the first stage is over, all Liang people will be allowed to immigrate in batches in the following 4 stages. Chu Yang carved the last pattern on the ground, stood up and patted the dust on his hands, and then said, "Since Nusa has been resolved, I believe Liang Star can still hold on for a while. Huai will arrive in the Chu star system soon, and I will bring the Xiang Bing company to cause them some trouble. You should make preparations first. There is no need to rush to start the first stage of immigration, so as not to involve Liang. You can discuss the specific matters with Leo Du. I'm only responsible for finalizing the general direction, and he is the main executor." Lena complained. "You are really a hands-off boss." After a moment's silence, she asked again, "How is Yao Wen recently?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. ZH Aizen has built independent computing engines for the first generation members of the Xianbing company. You can let the Xiandao Tower connect directly to it. Lena took a deep breath and said, "Let's wait a little longer. I'm now the true king of Liang." As a prince, he is obsessed with rebuilding the Dena civilization, but now he has made no achievements. It is inevitable that he will feel a little unbalanced. Chu Yang's eyes condensed. "Do you want to help him?" Lena sighed and said, "The affairs of the Dena galaxy are inseparable from our Liang. The debts owed by our predecessors must be repaid by future generations." At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly received another connection application, so he casually said, "I have something else to do. Let's not talk about it for now." After that, he directly cut off the communication, then approved the connection application, and asked with a smile, "Little fairy, is it done?" Heezy on the other end was stunned, and then asked with a frown, "What the hell is a little fairy?" Chu Yang said playfully, "Kesha called you an old witch. Doesn't it make you look younger if I call you that?" He was not the type to suffer a loss. He should get back at Heezy for teasing him last time. "You should still call me senior." Heezy was speechless, and then changed the subject. "I combined the actual installation results of this biological engine to further improve the drive system of void energy, and installed the latest results for Jarvis. The new void drive is more stable. Theoretically, its drive power has no upper limit. But in order to increase the drive power, energy conversion is abandoned. You need to solve this problem yourself." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. He had countless ways to do conversion, but if the power of the void energy drive could not keep up with the speed of Pandu's operation, it would inevitably be a bit troublesome, and he would need to continue to upgrade it later. Heezy's creation of a drive with no power limit was undoubtedly a permanent solution for Chu Yang. After taking back Jarvis' authority, Chu Yang sent it directly to the Soul Palace. "Everything is ready, and the prototype of Pandu's template will be completed soon. Even if it cannot reach the expected level, the first generation version will at least be infinitely close to the existence of the big clock." Although Heezy did not get his response, he was very confident in his research results and said directly, "I still have to strengthen the outer defense and prepare to deal with the army of scum. If there is nothing else, I will die." "Wait." Chu Yang thought for a while, and then said, "You also participated in the super seminary back then. You should have some understanding of the ascension system of the Womar civilization." Heezy suddenly fell silent, and did not answer Chu Yang's words. After a long time, he asked faintly, "Do you want to attack the Womar civilization?" Chu Yang did not deny it, and said frankly, "I'm very interested in ascension. I hope you can help me a little." Heezy thought for a while, and then said, "Ascension violates the philosophy of the super seminary, and should be regarded as heresy, but because of the incident with Carol, Queen Keisha and Principal Jilan did not pursue the Womar civilization at that time. Later, the Queen felt that, although the Womar civilization took a deformed path, it did not have clear extreme ideas. In addition, the upper limit of the ascension system is not high, and the Womar civilization is like a cocoon on its own. One day it will suffer the consequences, so Queen Keisha let them develop on their own. I say this to make you understand that, although ascension is a shortcut, it is completely worthless for a god at your level." "You mean, ascension cannot work on super genes above the king level?" Chu Yang frowned. Heezy's statement was somewhat conflicting with his original expectations. Heezy responded, "That's right. The reason why they can take a shortcut to ascend is because they have abandoned the super gene, the foundation, and use the weakest super gene to cooperate with the so-called power of faith. If it is a powerful super gene, it will not be compatible with the power of faith. It is precisely because of this that the scholar of the Womar civilization was rejected by the super seminary when he proposed this theory. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time before continuing. No matter what, I want to understand the principles of the Ascension system and its core technology. He thought he would not cry until he saw the coffin, so he did not persuade him anymore, but whispered, I can't help with this matter. The Ascension system is the result of independent research by the scholar of the Womar civilization back then, and there is no backup in the database of the super seminary. But I did a simple study when I was bored, but failed due to the lack of core technology. If there is a complete genetic code of the Ascender, maybe I can try to conquer it. But the genetic code must come from at least the third generation of the divine body level Ascender, or the royal family of the Womar civilization. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I'll find a way to deal with the genetic code. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, and gritted his teeth and said, hey, I'm not your tool. The terms of the deal between you and Yan are just that I'd provide you with some technical support. Now that I have helped you install the void energy driver, why should I help you research the Ascension system? Chu Yang smiled and said, don't you want to figure it out? As long as you are willing to help, after I upgrade Jarvis, I don't mind helping you further improve the space-based computing group. Even if it can't compare to the big clock, it's not difficult to reach the level of the sacred knowledge treasure house. His breathing suddenly became rapid. You are the supreme god of the universe. You have to keep your words. I always keep my words. Chu Yang replied with a smile. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Whether it was the earth turmoil or the void battlefield, Chu Yang did everything he said. Thinking of this, she reluctantly said, okay. I thought I could live a good retirement life without a tomboy, but I didn't expect to have to work for you. Seeing that he had taken the cake, Chu Yang didn't say much nonsense. After a few pleasantries, he hung up the call. Once Pangu came out, it would not be difficult to help the space-based computing group upgrade to the level of the sacred knowledge treasure house. But the premise is the final version that Chu Yang expected. The prototype of the first generation of Pangu can't do this. If you want to upgrade to the final version, you must get the core technology of the big clock. So Chu Yang will keep his word, but that will be a long time later. After conveying the order to who was far away in Womar, Chu Yang left the North Star. He set up the Shushan formation in the courtyard. If anyone below the god level enters it, they will be trapped in the maze. For those above the god level, Hang Lei will naturally take action to deal with them. But if an ordinary person accidentally enters the courtyard, if Hang Lei takes action against him, it will inevitably cause panic. Chu Yang told Hang Lei how to get out of the maze. If an ordinary person strayed into it, Hang Lei could lead him out. The center of the Sahara Desert. Chu Yang stood in the wind and sand, and after confirming that there was no one, he gently waved his hand. The four saints' true spirits came out of his body, whistling and circling around him, with great momentum. Compared with the previous state of the Yuan Wu true body, after possessing the Shengling Ju, the size of the four saints' true spirits was much larger. Chu Yang roughly estimated that one of the four saints' true spirits was enough to be comparable to the best of the three generations of divine bodies. If the four spirits worked together and complemented each other, they could even compete with the fourth generation of divine bodies. You know, the most powerful part of the Shengling Ju is that it can refine treasures into the four saints' true spirits, but Chu Yang has not refined any treasures yet. The power of the four saints' true spirits at the moment is completely based on Chu Yang's source breath and the realm of the Yuan Wu true body. The soul treasure, the treasure refined into the limbs, and now there are these four gold-eating beasts. Chu Yang feels a bit of a headache. He never thought that one day he would be worried about the serious lack of treasures. This was mainly because he had picked almost all the peaches in the major worlds, and the super god world was technological, so the only treasures were weapons of various levels, engines, and celestial computers. But these things were also technological products, and data was their core component. It was impossible to refine a large piece of data, right? Just when Chu Yang was frowning but somewhat helpless, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This made Chu Yang feel quite dazed. Although he was used to carrying his mobile phone with him, since he had Jarvis, the mobile phone had become a decoration. The most important thing was, how could there be a signal in the Sahara Desert? The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Chu Yang knew without thinking that it must be Dukeo calling through Den 3. Sure enough, after raising his hand to answer the call, a familiar and anxious voice suddenly came from the receiver. Chu Yang. Is that Chu Yang? Chu Yang then remembered that Jarvis was sent to the Soul Palace by him for upgrading. He cleared his throat and pretended to be nothing and asked, "Old Du, why did you think of calling me?" Dukeo said unhappily, "I didn't want to either. But the Den 3 suddenly couldn't detect the existence of Jarvis. I couldn't contact you, so I had to call. Come to the Giant Canyon as soon as possible." "What's the hurry? Who are ye is here?" Chu Yang was a little confused. Without Jarvis, he couldn't monitor the situation in the Milky Way in an all-round way, but if Hua Yi came, he would naturally be able to feel the breath of the other party's 4th generation divine body. "No, the situation is a bit complicated. Let's talk about it when you come." From Dukeo's tone, it seemed that he didn't know how to describe this sudden situation. Chu Yang frowned. Something must have happened to make Dukeo so anxious. After all, the Earth has its own place, so even if Carl comes, there is no need to be too nervous. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Chu Yang stopped talking nonsense, hung up the phone, and stepped into the wormhole. Arriving above the giant gorge, Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. A large number of soldiers were standing on the deck, all in black armor, clearly a group of brave soldiers. Such a big show. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and went directly to the command center. In the command center, in addition to the command team headed by Dukeo, Jedi Allen, ZH Aizen and Keelan were also present. The atmosphere seemed extremely solemn, as if they were ready for battle. Chapter 290, Carol's Conspiracy. Chaos. Confident Chu Yang. "You're finally here." Seeing Chu Yang, Dukeo was obviously relieved, and the others seemed to have found a backbone, and their expressions were much more relaxed. "What's going on?" Chu Yang asked, looking at the large screen in the center of the command center. On the screen was a star map of the Milky Way. The brightest light group represented the Chiwu star system, surrounded by dense and tiny light points. "Is this surrounded?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Dukeo smiled bitterly and said, "Almost, but it's not Hua Yi and Shan Zha's army, but the armies of major civilizations." Chu Yang was even more confused. From any angle, the Earth could not become the target of public criticism in the universe. After all, with him, the supreme god, sitting in charge, who would dare to come here to seek death? As for the higher civilizations, angels and demons have a complicated relationship with Chu Yang, and Liang is also closely related to them. Carol is hiding in the Dark Nebula, Woma is disturbed by the Tiger, and the Life Nebula is in chaos without Soru. Apart from these civilizations, even if the remaining advanced civilizations united, they would not dare to offend Chu Yang. So in Chu Yang's opinion, these armies that surrounded the Chiwu star system were probably not here for war. Dukeo took a deep breath and said, "They came from the void battlefield." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and waited for the next words. Dukeo continued, "We have communicated with Demon Number 1. Morgana said that there was a large-scale spatial disorder in the void battlefield. The armies of major civilizations fighting in the battlefield were all involved and sent to the Milky Way. Although they dare not enter the Chiwu star system, they fought in the Milky Way. If they continue, the Milky Way is likely to be destroyed on a large scale, or even cause a star explosion." His words sounded a bit alarmist. After all, in the known universe, there are only a handful of people who can detonate stars. But think about it carefully, the wars of many civilizations come together, various advanced weapons and super soldiers wreak havoc, and it is really possible that a small star will be blown up accidentally. God-killing weapons are not exclusive to advanced civilizations. Even Dukeo was able to use the technology of the super god branch and combine it with the existing technology on Earth to create a god-killing weapon. What about other civilizations in the universe? Once a star explodes, even a small star will destroy the stability of the Milky Way and even affect the Chiwu star system. Even if the star fails to explode, if those guys continue to mess around, the Milky Way will be messed up. This kind of thing happened at the doorstep of the Earth, and it is clear that someone is targeting them. Apart from Carl, Dukeo really can't think of anyone else who has the courage and who can do this. The void battlefield was created by Chu Yang combining various civilizations, and only the big clock can affect the stability of the void battlefield. It seems that Carl has made a new breakthrough in his research on the void. Chu Yang said softly. Back on Earth, he used the big clock and the void technology to change the position of space without changing Kasha's position, and then sent Kasha to the Emerald Star. I think he should have used the same method to send people in the void battlefield to the Milky Way. But the difficulty of doing so is much greater than moving a Kasha. I think it won't take long for Carl to open the door to the void. Hearing him say this, everyone's expression became serious again. Even if no one is willing to admit that Carl's ultimate fear theory is established, there is no doubt that the void is powerful. What should we do? Carl obviously wants to use this matter to hinder us and create opportunities for Huayi. Dukeo looked solemn. If we divide a large number of forces to solve this matter now, Huayi will definitely take this opportunity to send a large army to invade. But if we don't care, Huayi can just stay outside the Milky Way and wait for things to continue to ferment. In that case, they won't suffer any losses, but our doorstep will be in a mess. Chu Yang thought about it, then said, no, Carl is indeed creating opportunities for Huayi, but not for him to send a large army to invade. I guess Cole wants to buy enough time for Huayi to release a black hole in the Chiwu star system. He is testing me to see if I can resolve the black hole. Otherwise, once Huayi and I confront each other head on, he will have no chance to release the black hole. Everyone's expressions became more and more serious. If it was just a large army approaching, it would be nothing. The worst that could happen would be a battle. The Earth has never been afraid of war. When it was weak, it was not afraid of Teoti, let alone now. But if Huayi puts a black hole in the Chiwu star system, it will be different. The power of the black hole is too strong. Even if Chu Yang can solve it, it will cause certain damage. In the eyes of cosmic civilization, the Chiwu star system is very small, like a city on Earth, and the black hole is like a nuclear bomb. If a nuclear bomb is detonated in a city, even if it is dissolved at the moment of the explosion, the damage it can cause cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that no matter how much they believe in Chu Yang, they don't think Chu Yang can dissolve the black hole instantly. Obviously, Carl has the same idea. It seems that, as long as I don't show up outside the Chiwu star system, Huayi will not take action. Chu Yang did not seem nervous at all. Instead, he smiled and said, in that case, let's just fight him. Carl is not in a hurry, and neither am I, but Huayi will definitely be anxious. If we keep dragging it out, and the angels solve the troubles in the shadow world, it will be even more difficult for Huayi to deal with Yan. But if it keeps dragging on like this, the armies of the major civilizations will definitely cause large-scale damage to the Milky Way. Dukeo frowned. Who said that I can't solve this problem if I don't leave the Chiwu star system? Chu Yang sneered and said, Carol is smart, but he doesn't know that I also need time. Jarvis is upgrading. Even if Huayi comes now, I can only solve the black hole engine, but it will be troublesome to completely control it. Wait until Jarvis is upgraded, and it will be simple. Dukeo hesitated and asked tentatively, black holes are full of unstable factors. Why are you determined to seize the black hole engine? Chu Yang did not answer but asked, didn't you say that the Earth cannot withstand the power of a star explosion? If there is a black hole guarding it, even if the 6 small stars in the satellite barrier plan explode together, they will be swallowed up by the black hole. Dukeo's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. In the known universe, black holes mean danger. Even if they can be controlled, they can only be used to destroy targets. How can they be used to protect? This goes against common sense and even science. You are such a lunatic. Dukeo knew that he could not influence Chu Yang's thoughts, and every time this guy made a surprising move, it often brought unexpected results. Since you don't show up, how can the problem be solved? Dukeo asked the key question. In his opinion, there are only 2 ways to solve the chaos in the Milky Way. Either Chu Yang, the supreme god, comes forward to persuade the armies of the major civilizations to retreat, but in this way, Huayi can take advantage of the opportunity to enter. With the technology mastered by the Earth, including Jedi Island's Kyankan and Zixin's computing system, it is impossible to lock Huayi, the 4th generation god body. Only Chu Yang can do this, but once Chu Yang leaves the Chiwu star system, without his monitoring, when the Earth finds Huayi, I'm afraid he has already released the black hole. Another way is to convene a war council, and call all the gods of the major civilizations involved in the chaos in the Milky Way to come, and let them take their people back. But since Carol dared to do this, he must not be afraid of them contacting the major civilizations. The big clock is the most advanced technological product in the known universe. Once the Milky Way's external communications are blocked, even Kyankan, which can be called a small clock, will not be able to get in touch with major civilizations. This is a closed loop and a dead end. Carl is a war conspirator, but this time he used an open plot. Let the Xiang Bing company go back. Train when it's time to train, and prepare when it's time to prepare. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, your mission remains unchanged. You still have to wait for Huayi to come and deal with Shanks and the triangle. Since I said I can solve this matter, I won't let the storm continue to expand. Chu Yang's tone was unquestionable. Killin had absolute trust in him. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. Jedi Island and Zixin looked at each other. They were different from Dukeo. In Jedi Island's eyes, Chu Yang was an idol and an extremely respected instructor. In Zixin's eyes, Chu Yang was an omnipotent supreme god, just like Kasha at the beginning. As long as he said he could do it, there would be no accidents. So the two of them didn't think about it anymore. After saying goodbye to Dukeo, they followed Killin. Dukeo was still frowning, because this matter was not very reliable. Do you want me to send someone to tell them? Dukeo looked at Chu Yang, guessing his plan. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, you and I both know that when the war reaches a certain level, no one's words will work. Unless I show up in person, or suppress it by force with the war council. This situation is easy to understand. Just like two people are fighting red-eyed, and passers-by stepping forward. To stop the fight will not work at all. Either the police station intervenes and everyone stops obediently, or a big shot comes forward to strike down the dimensionality, or simply call their parents directly. Dukeo asked, then how do you want to solve it? Give me the authority of Den-O number 3, and I will broadcast it live for you. Chu Yang smiled with a relaxed smile. Dukeo was a little speechless, but seeing that Chu Yang could still joke at this critical moment, he was a little relieved, and gave him the authorization of Den-O number 3. Chu Yang's figure flashed, and left the giant gorge. Outside the Earth, at the edge of the Chiwu star system, Chu Yang stood on a piece of cosmic dust, looking at the scene outside, and it seemed like fireworks. The collision of various technological weapons and the competition of super soldiers intertwined to form a Shura field. Compared with the sword fighting, bloody martial arts style, the technological war, where countless lives were killed with one shot, was more cruel. Chu Yang used the authority of Den-O 3 to share the vision with the command center of the giant gorge, and then asked, Old Du, can you see it? It seems that the battle is more intense than we imagined. Dukeo's solemn voice sounded. Chu Yang shrugged and said, that's natural. Since Carl has caused this kind of thing, he must have made preparations in advance. I guess most of the wars between civilizations were instigated by him in secret, and these people are really angry. How do you plan to solve it? Dukeo couldn't remember how many times he had asked the same question. Chu Yang did not answer, but stretched out a hand, and the white light lingered in the palm of his hand, condensing into an ancient sword. The moment he saw Shanks, Dukeo's eyes condensed. Although he did not participate in the war council at the beginning, the images of the council process had already spread to all the major civilizations in the known universe. Therefore, Dukeo knew that Chu Yang used this sword to suppress Suoyui with one sword. It was also with this sword that he easily pierced through Kehuai's 3rd generation peak divine body. Even the Xiansha, which was made by Suyin, and was once the weapon of the 1st generation Xiangan Wanhuark, was cut off by this white ancient sword. The sun and the moon rose from his shoulders. In the state of Yuan Wuzenhan, Chu Yang seemed to be the god of creation. The long sword in his hand was like a heavenly punishment, turning into a white lightning, flying towards the outside of the Chiwu star system. The 4 saints followed closely behind. chasing the stars and the moon with a mighty momentum. Then, a figure appeared beside Chu Yang. It was Hong Lei. Go tell them that the war regulations do not allow any civilization to start a war outside the void battlefield. Chu Yang said calmly, they have violated the war regulations, but considering that it was an accident, the war council will not pursue it. But if anyone wants to continue fighting, I will personally take action and remove them and the civilization behind them from the known universe. Hong Lei responded and turned into a stream of red light, rushing out of the Chiwu star system. Giant Canyon, Command Center. Dukeo looked at the scene on the screen and couldn't help but be a little dazed. Beside him, Jurgen's clone swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, Old Du, will this work? Lion Feng thought about it and then said, Chu Yang is the supreme god. His name and threat will definitely work. But the premise is that the armies of the major civilizations can stop the war. A third generation peak beast body cannot stop such a war. He is probably just Chu Yang's Pakespisson. The real key should be that sword and those 4 things that look like phantoms. Just wait and see. I have a hunch that Chu Yang will surprise us again. Dukeo took a deep breath. Although he sometimes disagrees with Chu Yang, when things start to go on, he will stand firmly on Chu Yang's side. This is a habit he developed on the battlefield. In the tactical discussion before the war, everyone can make suggestions and refute the commander. But once the war starts, the army can only have one voice. On Earth, the owner of this voice is Chu Yang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, One Sword to Suppress the Galaxy. From the mythical Zui Emperor Star, outside the Chiwu star system, in the center of the Milky Way. This sudden war almost encompassed the entire Milky Way, except the Chiwu star system. The armies of more than a dozen civilizations caused turmoil in the entire Milky Way. Planets were affected one by one, but fortunately they were not life planets. Most of the armies of these civilizations were technologically armed, and the number of super soldiers was not large. However, there were 2 advanced civilizations, and their generals were all 3rd generation divine bodies. The area in the center of the Milky Way was the battlefield of these 2 civilizations. Other civilizations had stepped aside and fought in the corner of the Milky Way. These 2 3rd generation divine bodies had just competed with each other in algorithms and then in their respective arsenals, but they were evenly matched. Therefore, the 2 simply abandoned all means and directly launched close combat. They all knew that everyone's strength was almost the same, and without external intervention, no one could do anything to the other. Instead of a stalemate, it is better to boost the morale of the army through close combat. This move obviously worked, and the people on both sides were like chicken blood, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. But just when the 2 3rd generation gods were fighting fiercely, a white lightning suddenly flew over from a distance. The speed of the white lightning was so fast that even the 2 3rd generation gods could not react, let alone others. But, at the moment when the white lightning approached, the 2 of them could faintly hear the slight tremor of the universe. They couldn't believe their ears. The stability of the universe was absolute. Not to mention a flash of lightning. Even if a star exploded, it would be difficult to cause fluctuations in the universe. It is precisely because of this that black holes and the void have become synonymous with the unknown and powerful. But the white lightning did not leave the 2 people time to think. The bright cold light flashed by, and the 2 people and thousands of warriors on both sides suddenly froze. It was not until this time that the white lightning stopped and revealed its true appearance. It was a simple white longsword. Unlike most weapons in the universe, it does not have a high-tech appearance. It looks like an antique dug out from a ruin. The next moment, all the people affected by the white lightning, like broken porcelain, their bodies collapsed, turned into powder, and scattered in the vast universe, including 2 3rd generation divine bodies. This terrifying scene made the fighting army quiet down instantly, and everyone retreated unconsciously, with fear in their eyes. Not only this battlefield, but also the armies of major civilizations that had been paying attention to the movements here also stopped, and everyone's face was full of fear. Then, 4 streams of light like chasing stars and catching the moon came whistling, stopped around the white ancient sword, and turned into 4 huge magical beasts. The white longsword trembled slightly, and the ancient patterns on the sword suddenly lit up, and a touch of purple light suddenly lit up, rendering the patterns extremely bright. Shijizuwi. A bright star floated above Chu Yang. Under the reflection of Zui Emperor Star, the warriors of major civilizations could faintly see a phantom. Surrounded by waves of terrifying imperial power, and surrounded by the 4 holy spirits, the shadow seemed like a god from the ancient times. They suddenly felt that, if they did not bow down to this god, they would be ruthlessly wiped out in the next moment. Someone suddenly knelt in the air and prostrated himself, and then it was like a domino overturned. Scattered in the Milky Way, the warriors of various civilizations knelt down one after another, fearful and terrified. At this moment, Hong Lei came to the front of Shanks, looked at the warriors of various civilizations kneeling down, and said coldly, "You have violated the war regulations, but my lord Chu Yang will not pursue it, because of the reasons. But if you continue to ignore the war regulations, if anyone wants to continue fighting, my lord will personally take action to remove you, along with the civilization behind you, from the universe." After speaking, Hong Lei knelt on one knee in the direction of the Chu star system. At the same time, Chu Yang trembled, and the imperial power became more and more terrifying. Zui star slowly pressed down. Some people who were closer even began to break their bodies, because they could not bear the terrifying imperial power. But the next moment, Zui star burst away, and Chu Yang also restrained its power, and restored its ancient appearance. The 4 holy spirits slowly shrank, carrying Chu Yang, and flying towards the Chu star system, followed by Hong Lei. The warriors of various civilizations followed their eyes, until they could no longer see any shadows. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had been pardoned, but no one dared to stand up. Giant Gorge, Command Center. Witnessing everything that happened in the Milky Way, everyone in the command center was shocked. That seems to be Ursa Minor? Lion Feng's eyes were dull. Jurgen shook his head and said, "Impossible. Even if it is a giant star, it cannot possess such great power." Dukeo took a deep breath, and said in a trembling voice, "Of course it is impossible for an ordinary planet, but what if it is a mythical planet? Ursa Minor, also known as the Zui Emperor Star on Earth. In Chinese legends, it and the Big Dipper guard the 2 sides of the Heavenly Gate." Jurgen's mouth twitched, and he looked at Dukeo and asked, "When did you know so much about Chinese legends?" Dukeo slowly calmed down, sat on the chair and said, "When I met Wukong, I had a brief understanding of Chinese legends. Since Chu Yang appeared, I feel more and more that there are supreme mysteries in Chinese legends. But unfortunately, there is no gain." Jurgen shrugged and said, "It's not nothing. At least through this knowledge, you can confirm that Chu Yang's power does come from the legend. Or, he is the embodiment of the legend." At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared in the command center, and said with a smile, "It's not a good habit to talk about others behind their backs." Dukeo glanced at the star map on the screen. There were still dense spots of light in the Milky Way. He asked tentatively, "Will those people leave?" Chu Yang shook his head, "I don't know, but even if they don't leave, they dare not fight anymore. I have taken action in public several times before, mostly against the 3rd generation gods. Although I can easily subdue them, I have never killed them. The major civilizations are afraid of me, but not to the extent of fear." Chu Yang returned the authority of dinner number 3 and continued, "Their concept is still stuck in the era when Kesha was the king of gods. They believe that, no matter how powerful a god is, it is only a little stronger than Kesha. This time, I killed 2 3rd generation gods in seconds, which is far stronger than Kesha's power. They will understand that Kesha was once the upper limit of the combat power in the known universe, but I can determine the upper limit of the combat power in the known universe." These words are confident and arrogant, but they are indisputable facts. These people violated the war regulations. Chu Yang only killed a few of them, and did not wipe them all out. It was already in it. There is no order without rules. If these people are not made to pay a price, the existence of the war regulations will become a joke. Does Huayi dare to come? Dukeo asked another key question. He already knew the deal between Chu Yang and the angels, but if Huayi was also intimidated by Chu Yang and dared not to cause trouble again and chose to bypass the Milky Way and go directly to the Angel Nebula, it would be counterproductive. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. He still has hope in his heart, which comes from the confidence of the black hole engine. For some people, compared to death, they want to get some answers more." Dukeo didn't understand his words, or to be precise, except Keisha. No one in the super god world could understand the intention of Chu Yang's words. Keisha's thoughts had stood at the top of life, overlooking the entire known universe. Chu Yang overlooked the entire super god world from a god's perspective. As he said, in order to pursue answers, many people are even willing to give up their lives. For example, Keisha wanted to see how Morgana and Cole would destroy her justice, so she went to die calmly. For example, in the original plot, Heezy risked her life to understand and disintegrate the black hole, and eventually died. For them, the greatest meaning of life is a process of seeking knowledge, because they have lived for too long. Some higher beings in the universe have more or less such a mentality, but because of different personalities, few people can be as calm as them. In order to study the void, Carl did not hesitate to abandon his physical body and become a phantom. Isn't this also another way of abandoning life? Huayi wants to be king, not only the king of angels, but even the king of the entire universe. Chu Yang is the biggest obstacle on his way to becoming king, so Huayi will find out no matter what, whether Chu Yang can be truly invincible in the universe. Unlike Carl, he has not seen the real void, so he thinks that black holes and stellar explosions are the most powerful lethal forces in the known universe. But stellar explosions have limitations, and no one will wait foolishly next to a star that is about to explode. If Kesha had not been willing to die, there would be many ways to resolve the crisis. Huayi could naturally learn from Carl that Chu Yang was also on Emerald Star at that time, but he escaped unscathed at the moment of the explosion. So for Huayi, it was unrealistic to blow Chu Yang to death with a star, and it was even more unrealistic to detonate a star in the Milky Way. Only the black hole was the only chance to defeat Chu Yang. Whether he succeeded or not, he would give it a try. In his opinion, even if he failed, at least he could cause some trouble to Chu Yang, and he could take the opportunity to escape with his men. The worst that could happen was that he would take back the throne, rebuild the Order of the Heavenly Palace, and then hide in the Angel Nebula, and not interfere with Chu Yang. Huayi had never regarded Yan as an opponent from the beginning to the end. In his opinion, she was just a yellow-haired girl. As for the Heavenly Base King Heezy, with the black hole engine, who could stop him, except Kesha and Chu Yang? But he would never have thought that Chu Yang had already made up his mind to forcibly take away his black hole engine. If Huayi knew his idea, he would never enter the Chiwu star system. Seizing the engine by force and being sure of it, this is simply out of line. After thinking for a long time, Dukeo suddenly said, "Should we take the initiative to attack?" Chu Yang said unhappily, "I really should let you represent the Earth, to attend the War Council, and meet those old foxes. I set the war regulations myself, but now you want me to take the initiative to provoke a war. If I really do this, which civilization will obey the war regulations in the future?" Dukeo was a little embarrassed. He was just thinking about Chu Yang's power and completely forgot about the war regulations. After realizing what was happening, Dukeo frowned and said, "But if Huayi attacks the Earth, it will also violate the war regulations. If we let them leave, will it be?" Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Violating the war regulations will be attacked by all major civilizations. Don't act like I'm in a dictatorship in the War Council. How can I solve the problem when something goes wrong?" Dukeo's eyes lit up. "So, are you trying to get help from the angels?" "I guess so. This way, Monkey Brother will have a legitimate reason to help." Chu Yang shrugged and said, "Heezy helped me a lot, and Yan also did me a favor. I can't just take advantage of him." Dukeo suddenly realized that Chu Yang was unfathomable. At the same time, he made up his mind that he must not offend this guy in the future, and even deliberately keep some distance. This guy's really too sinister. If you are his enemy, I'm afraid you won't understand how you died until the moment you die. Chu Yang suddenly changed the subject and asked, does the Super God branch have any research data on phantoms? Dukeo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, no. In the known universe, I'm afraid only Carl has mastered this technology. Sorry is an exception. He is born a half phantom, and his body is a star. There is no genetic data, so it is impossible to conduct research based on him. Chu Yang nodded, and without saying anything more, he stood up and stretched his waist and said, I'll go back first. If you have something to talk to me recently, call me. Jarvis will take some time to upgrade. As for who are ye? Dukeo hesitated. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, he won't take action in the short term, but when the angels completely invade the shadow world, he will have to take action. After speaking, he stepped into the wormhole and disappeared. Insidious. Too insidious. Dukeo sighed. Jurgen took out a mobile phone from somewhere, put it to his ear and said pretentiously, hey, Chu Yang. Old Du scolded you. Dukeo's face suddenly became dark, and Lian Feng smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth beside him. The three of them are old friends. Since Dukeo woke up, the earth has been facing crises one after another, and their nerves have always been highly tense. Now that Chu Yang has supported the sky, they can rarely relax, but it is a pity that only Jurgen is left with a clone. In the next month, Chu Yang was rarely idle, and Suzyali never completed her evolution. This is a process of life sublimation, and it naturally takes a long time. In this month, Chu Yang spent most of his time in the Soul Palace, and Jarvis finally successfully upgraded to Pangu under the busyness of everyone. Although it is only the first generation version, it is stronger than the Holy Knowledge Treasure House in Kyankan, and is infinitely close to the level of the Great Clock. There are still some technical problems that have not been solved. After further breakthroughs, it will be comparable to the Great Clock. In addition to the computing system, Pangu also includes the Void Controller and the Void Engine. This is an independent and complete system that completely makes up for Chu Yang's shortcomings in technology. Chapter 292 Sun Wukong's Discovery, Suzyala's Awakening, and Enna's Ultimate Gene. North Star, Sahalan. Standing in the bedroom, Chu Yang's eyes were covered with a layer of chaotic luster, and Pangu's voice kept echoing in his ears, analyzing Suzyala's current state. After a while, the chaotic luster faded, and Chu Yang showed a smile on his face. Because the Shenjin chain was too complicated, the former Jarvis could not analyze it, and Chu Yang could not confirm Suzyala's evolution progress. But for Pangu, this was not a difficult task. Pangu's calculation result was that Suzyala's evolution was nearing the end and she would be able to wake up in 3 days at most. It is worth mentioning that before the fusion of Shen's ultimate gene, Chu Yang could not drive the anti-void energy. However, through the super gene of the power of the galaxy and the core technology of Kyankan, Chu Yang created a temporary drive. This is like installing a battery for Pangu. It only needs to be regularly charged with the super gene of the power of the galaxy to support Pangu's use. But this can only be a solution to the urgent situation, not a long-term solution. Once Pangu is upgraded again, the driving efficiency of this temporary battery will not be able to keep up with Pangu's operation. But at least for now, the temporary battery power is enough. After walking out of the bedroom and connecting to Skyblade number 7, Chu Yang said directly, Yan, what's the situation in the shadow world? Yan's somewhat shocked voice came from the call channel. Chu Yang, why can you force a call with Skyblade number 7? As soon as this question was asked, Yan reacted and said, your computing system completely suppressed Skyblade number 7? Chu Yang smiled and teased, there are some new breakthroughs in technology. Don't be surprised. You are the Queen of Angels now. Yan took a deep breath. Among the celestial computers in the entire known universe, the strength of Skyblade number 7 is definitely ranked at the top. At least before this, it was the first echelon after those top celestial computers. But even the space-based computing group, Demon number 1, and Kyankan's top celestial computers could not force a communication with Skyblade number 7. Only the Holy Knowledge Treasury and the Great Clock can do this. In fact, if Kyankan continues to upgrade, it can also do it, but the current Kyankan is more focused on the direction of combat, and the computing core is much worse than the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Yan's mind was a little confused for a while. She didn't understand what kind of technological breakthrough could create a computing system comparable to the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Although she knew Chu Yang's purpose in advance, she couldn't help being shocked when she learned that he succeeded. After a long time, she slowly calmed down and remembered Chu Yang's question just now. She whispered, "The mysterious strong man who was destroying everywhere in the shadow world suddenly disappeared, and the pressure on our front battlefield has greatly increased. But the Shianji King has completed the comprehensive enhancement of the Angel Nebula defense system and can free up his hands to deal with the shadow world with me. In an hour, I will lead the angels to attack the shadow world in one fell swoop. But that is the home ground of the Void Warriors. It will take some time to completely solve them." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. The mysterious man Yan mentioned was naturally Sun Wukong. This guy was stirring up trouble in the shadow world, and now he suddenly stopped. It is very likely that he has gained something from the void. But it's good this way. When the angels enter the shadow world, Cole will be under pressure and will inevitably speed up the process of connecting to the void. When Huayi and the army of scum descended on the Angel Nebula, the angels were exhausted and could only put the affairs of the shadow world on hold. They could not kill all the Void Warriors in a short time. Although the Void Warriors had no feelings and only obeyed orders, Snow, as the commander, was different. That guy cherished his life very much. With Carl's urging on one side and the angels' threats on the other, he would definitely try his best to connect to the void. Putting away his thoughts, Chu Yang said softly, "When you enter the shadow world, Huayi will not be able to sit still. At that time, put the affairs of the shadow world aside first, gather your strength, and prepare to fight the scum." Yan responded with a sound, "Thank you." The matter of the Milky Way had already spread in the known universe. Chu Yang's prestige was once again raised, and at the same time, it also bought a month of buffer time for the angels. Otherwise, even if Chu Yang solved the black hole engine, the angels would face Huayi and the shadow world at the same time and be attacked from both sides. Chu Yang smiled and said, "This is a deal between us. We each get what we need. No need to thank me." After a few pleasantries, Chu Yang hung up the call and established a connection with Sun Wukong. Jarvis's communication system can be intercepted and monitored by the Holy Knowledge Treasury and the Great Clock, but Pangu is different. Even if Carl brought the Great Clock to the shadow world, he could only capture Pangu's communication signal at most, but could not interpret the content. After the communication was established, Chu Yang asked directly, "Brother Monkey, how is the situation on your side?" "Ouch." Sun Wukong on the other end exclaimed, and then there was a gust of wind whistling, and it was quiet after a while. Sun Wukong said unhappily, "You scared me. What kind of magic is this?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "This is my computing engine, Pangu. Although it hasn't reached the level of the big clock, it's almost there." Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Awesome. There are always people saying that I'm a monster who is neither human nor god, but compared to you, I'm just an ordinary monkey in the Flower Fruit Mountain." Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "The monkeys in the Flower Fruit Mountain are not ordinary, they live a comfortable life." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "I'm on my way back to Earth. I found a very strange thing in the shadow world not long ago. I brought it back to show you." Chu Yang whispered, "You can go to the Liang Star first. They are preparing to immigrate to Mars. You can provide them with some help on behalf of the Earth." Sun Wukong was silent for a moment before he said, "Do you want me to resolve the rift with them? Lena is a soldier of the Xiangbing Company. I won't make things difficult for her, but Panzen is different. That villain destroyed the 7 cities of Shenzhou back then. Sun Wukong, don't have such a big heart." Chu Yang said with a smile, "Panzen's era is over. Now Rihanna is in power. In the future, Liang will become the shield of the earth. Just think of it as giving face to Rihanna. Once you come back, I'm afraid Huayi won't dare to show up. His black hole engine is very important to me and will have a far-reaching impact on the earth." On the other side, Sun Wukong scratched his head and was a little confused. He was not happy with Panzen, but he had to listen to Chu Yang's arrangements because of the overall situation. After a long time, he said sullenly, "Forget it. In view of the villain's contribution to the construction of the void battlefield and Riena's help in protecting the earth, I, Sun Wukong, can give Liang face." After cutting off the communication, Chu Yang showed a smile on his face. The Gemini project is very important to the earth. On the one hand, it can watch each other with Liang, and with the satellite barrier, it can form a perfect defense system. On the other hand, it is because the technological level of Liang is far superior to that of the earth. This is a kind of precipitation of time. Even if Chu Yang has Panbu, he cannot improve the overall technology of the earth in a short period of time. Therefore, Liang civilization will have a great impact on the earth and promote the development of science and technology on the earth. But the things that happened more than 1,000 years ago are always not in the hearts of Liang people and Sun Wukong. If this knot cannot be untied, it will be fine when Chu Yang is there. Once Chu Yang leaves, the two sides will inevitably have friction and even intensified contradictions. This is not a trivial matter. Wasn't the Dena civilization destroyed because of this? If there is a grudge between two powerful civilizations, they cannot coexist in the same galaxy. Between No Star and D Star, the so-called arms race was created only because of mutual suspicion and resource allocation issues. To put it bluntly, it is a conceptual war. What followed was the outbreak of a real war. This is the case between Dena. The Earth and Liang have always had old grudges. If they are not resolved, the accumulated contradictions will only grow. No matter what attitude Sun Wukong will put on after arriving in Liang, it doesn't matter. As long as he went and offered to help, he had already made his attitude clear. This was Chu Yang giving Liang a step. If it were in the past, Panzen would naturally not be willing to walk down the step, but now that Rina is in power, she must be happy to shake hands with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is idle and wild, not asking about anything on earth, and only stands up when facing war. Panzen is no longer the regent, and the power has been taken over by Rina. As time goes by, his voice in Liang will only become weaker and weaker. Therefore, as long as the overall contradiction is initially resolved, even if Panzen and Sun Wukong still dislike each other in the future, it will not affect the two civilizations. With the advent of Panbu, Chu Yang and Sun Wukong established a connection, and there were no more unstable factors in the plan. Everything was developing in the direction he expected. 3 days later, at night, the entire giant gorge entered the first level of combat readiness because Dena 3 detected a huge dark energy fluctuation on the North Star. That power far exceeds Jedi Adelan and is even close to the level of the 4th generation body. King level. The king level existences in the universe are either 4th generation divine bodies or 3rd generation divine bodies of the older generation with profound background. However, the only king level combat power on Earth is Sun Wukong and Chu Yang, while Jedi Adelan and Kilin can only be considered half. The former only has technical support, but lacks practical experience and foundation. Although the latter has a solid foundation, it is much worse in technology. If the two join forces, they can be on par with the best among the king level. But now Sun Wukong has not returned yet, and Chu Yang's power is not dark energy. Such a huge dark energy fluctuation suddenly appeared on the earth, and 2KO directly judged it as an outsider. At present, the king level existence who dares to come to the earth to make trouble can only be Huayi. Because of this, the Juxia entered a state of combat readiness. At the same time, the training base outside the Juxia city also discovered the abnormality. Jedi Adelan and Zixin made a prompt decision to summon all members of the Xiang Bing company to connect with Deno number 3 and prepare to rush to the battlefield. It is worth mentioning that all members of the Xiang Bing company have evolved into super soldiers. With the blessing of super genes and martial arts, any one of them is comparable to the intermediate guard angel of angel civilization. With this fighting power, it can almost walk sideways in the universe. When the war between the Earth and the Devil begins, Morgana will surely be shocked, and at the same time, greet Chu Yang's family in her heart. Just when the whole of China was nervous, because of the dark energy fluctuations, Chu Yang was at the center of the dark energy storm. Looking at Suzy Ali in front of him, 2 words emerged in his mind. Fairy. If the former Suzayaali was a super soldier with fairy genes, then the current Suzayaali is a real fairy. The extreme charm, coupled with the divine brilliance, the impact of the contrast is enough to make any creature restless, even ignoring gender. Brother Yang, what are you looking at? Suzayaali blinked her eyes, stretched out her white and tender palm and shook it in front of Chu Yang, and her playful appearance added a bit of charm. Chu Yang coughed lightly, pointed at her and said, "Why don't you put on your clothes first?" Suzayaali was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and then a set of bright red armor with a dreamy luster was attached to her whole body. What is this? Chu Yang was attracted by the armor, and the restlessness in his heart calmed down. Suzayaali smiled and said, "This is one of the final products of the gene chain. It has strong defense, and should be able to ignore the threat of god-killing weapons." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. The ultimate gene did not disappoint him. God-killing weapons are benchmarked against void-level weapons. They are the most powerful single-soldier combat weapons in the known universe, and can even threaten and severely damage the 4th generation divine body. But the armor derived from the ultimate gene can ignore this threat. Doesn't it mean that, even if Suzayaali has not upgraded to the 4th generation divine body, her defense has already caught up with the holy Kesha? Although the life form and genes have undergone comprehensive sublimation, Suzayaali's personality and mentality have not changed. She stepped forward and hugged Chu Yang's neck, smiling and saying, "Brother Yang, I have slept for so long, have you missed me?" Chu Yang also smiled. Just as Suzayaali blinked her bright eyes and waited for him to kiss her, she saw this guy took out a needle. "Come on. Let me draw a tube of blood first." Suzayaali's pretty face darkened, and she wanted to cry, but had no tears. But this was just the beginning. Chu Yang then worked on her for nearly half an hour. First, blood was drawn, then body data was tested, life form was analyzed, atomic structure was interpreted, and finally genetic code was deciphered and sorted out. After this set of processes, Suzayaali was numb and the smile on her face became a little stiff. "Not bad. The results are better than I expected." Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction and rubbed Suzayaali's head. It was not until this moment that he suddenly remembered the dark energy from half an hour ago. He slapped his forehead and sent a docking request to Dana 3 and Kyankana's Pangu. Both sides were instantly approved. Dukeo said anxiously, "I couldn't get through to you, and I thought you had left the Earth." There was a huge dark energy fluctuation over at the North Star, but it did not cause any damage. The other party's intentions are unclear. Should we wait for you to confirm the source of the dark energy first, or should we send the soldiers to kill directly? Dukeo's tone was full of a solemn and murderous meaning, and it also contained a strong sense of confidence. The current Earth has the confidence to fight any enemy. Chapter 293 The Scumbag is Coming. Destroy the black hole with one punch. Hui is numb. As soon as Dukeo's voice fell, Jezi Allen immediately said, "Instructor, we have made all preparations. The residents of North Star will not be affected. You can give the order." Chu Yang was stunned for a long time. He looked at Suzayaali awkwardly and asked, "Are all the members of the Xiang Bing company here?" Jezi Allen said in a loud voice, "Yes. We are ready to go to war at any time." Chu Yang thought about it and then said, "How about you go back first?" Go back." Jezi Allen was confused. Dukeo asked tentatively, "Chu Yang, do you want to go and see it yourself?" Chu Yang sighed and said, "Actually, I caused the dark energy fluctuation. A few days ago, Jarvis was upgraded to Panbu and never connected with you. I forgot to notify you in advance." Fuck. Jezi Allen couldn't hold it in and burst out with a swear word. In the middle of the night, such a big battle was made, but it turned out to be a mistake. How can he explain this to the soldiers below? Last time, the Xiang Bing company was on the giant gorge, ready for battle, but they did nothing and went home directly. This time, all the members were dispatched, but it was still a wasted trip. This is simply the cry of the wolf. Dukeo's focus was different from Jezi Allen's, and he asked hurriedly, "Have you upgraded your divine body? Or merged the super gene?" He knew that Chu Yang was not a true god. Without super genes and divine body, the source of his power was mysterious. Now that Chu Yang suddenly created such a large dark energy wave, Dukeo couldn't help but look forward to it. Without super genes and divine body, Chu Yang has already become the recognized supreme god of the universe. If he has the blessing of super genes and divine body, how powerful will he be? Chu Yang said ambiguously. No, it's some other research, and there have been great breakthroughs. Instructor, are we just going back like this? Jedi Island's tone was a little resentful. Otherwise, we can. Chu Yang's words were just halfway through, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked up at the night sky outside the window. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled softly. No need to go back. The first company of the Xiangbing company prepares for battle, and the rest of the people block the Chiwu star system. Remember, according to my original plan, except for the first company and the reserve team, the rest of the people are not allowed to participate in the frontal battle. Don't reveal too much strength, so as not to scare Morgana. The Xiangbing company is very strong now, and even if it faces the elite army of demons, it has a great chance of winning. Once Morgana learns of this situation, she is likely to regret it at the last minute. Although the Earth is still considered a low-level civilization, under the constraints of the war regulations, as a high-level civilization, the demon cannot refuse the war launched by the Earth. But before the war between the two sides, as long as the spoils have not been handed over to the War Council, they can make changes at any time. The war regulations do not clearly stipulate that the spoils issued by the two sides of the war need to be of equal value. After all, the foundations of various civilizations are uneven. A while ago, Chu Yang also received news that there was a low-level civilization that only used a piece of ordinary metal as a trophy, which made the opponent feel sick like eating a fly. The spoils of war are just a bonus to war. War means death, consumption of civilization, and loss of a large number of elites. Therefore, unless it is something extremely valuable, it is not cost-effective for any civilization to start a war for spoils. Most wars between civilizations are caused by grievances and conflicts of interest or competition for resources. After the victory or defeat in the void battlefield, the loser will naturally suffer greater losses and can only make concessions on these matters, regardless of the spoils of war. Therefore, if Morgana sees that the situation is not good, she will simply break the jar, take out some garbage, and then admit defeat directly. Chu Yang can't do anything about her. He personally formulated the war regulations, so he can't take the lead in violating them, right? Who are ye is here? Jedi Alan and Dukeo said in unison. Chu Yang smiled and said, who are ye claims to be a patient hunter, but he doesn't know that we have been waiting for his prey for a whole month. Old Du will arrange the blockade of the Chiwu star system. Don't worry about those scum, but you must catch the triangle in one fell swoop. Aizen will be responsible for the frontline command. Xiaolun and Keelin will lead their own teams to show the momentum of the Earth. Don't let down the expectations of the leaders when they formed the Xiangbing company. A black armor company can be equal to 1,000,000 Xiangbing. This was the message from Uncle Huang on behalf of all the leaders of China to the Xiangbing company at the beginning of the formation of the Xiangbing company. At the beginning of the Xian battle and the Luang battle, the Xiangbing company could only paddle, either dealing with some small fish or being suppressed by the demons. Under the halo of Chu Yang, the Xiangbing company seemed a little dispensable. This time, it will be the first time that the Xiangbing company will show its prowess to the cosmic civilization in a real sense. After Chu Yang cut off the communication, Suzianali, who had been standing next to him obediently, suddenly said, Brother Yang, let me go with you. As she spoke, she waved her fist. I'm very strong now. Chu Yang flicked her forehead. It's not time for you to make a move yet. You are the most hidden trump card I left for the Earth, so you must be patient. Suzianali tilted her head. In other words, I'm a spare tire. Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This girl's brain circuit was really strange. He waved his hand and said, in the future, I will let Han Lei stay by your side. When facing any situation, he will judge whether you need to take action. When you have nothing to do, just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Eat, drink, and play. What do you mean by last words? Suzianali complained in a low voice. Chu Yang's face darkened, raised his hand, and knocked on her head, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. In the Chu star system, in the void of the universe. From the perspective of the Earth, this is behind the moon. A spherical object about the size of a stardust is orbiting the Earth parallel to the moon. The spherical object emits a faint light and is also a magnet, constantly attracting small particles in the universe to gather together. Suoui sat on the spherical object. In his eyes, this is the embryo of a star. Yo-ho. Isn't this the Lord of Life? A frivolous voice suddenly sounded, and Huayi, who looked like he deserved a beating, appeared beside Suoui, followed by Ruining, Sumali, and several high-level scumbags. Suoui glanced at them lightly and said coldly, "Get lost." Huayi's expression froze, and his smile became a little colder. "You are just a watchdog of Chu Yang, and you dare to be so presumptuous to this king." As he spoke, he made a color to Ruining and the scumbags, and everyone understood and dispersed. Sumali swooped down towards the earth with a few celestial scums, while Ruining opened her arms, black wings dancing wildly behind her, a layer of white light attached to her eyes, and her computing power soared to the extreme. The next moment, the space around her flowed like the surface of water, and huge triangular figures rushed out of the water waves. Triangle. In the known universe, this life form was synonymous with power. Even the angels led by Keisha had to work hard to win the war of forms. Triangle has some cutting-edge technology, and can even make a preliminary analysis of Sun Wukong. In Chu Yang's view, it is a computing system second only to the Great Clock and the Treasure House of Sacred Knowledge, leaving aside Kyankan and Pangu. There are not many triangles, only a few hundred, but because of their huge size, they are like dark clouds covering the sky and the sun, slowly pressing down towards the earth. Following closely behind is a dense army of celestial scums. Huayi nodded to Ruining, who rushed directly to the earth. As the army passed by, Suoi's face showed no emotion, and he was still gathering tiny particles, as if he was an emotionless star-making machine, and he didn't see Huayi and the others as a threat at all. "You didn't get your brain stabbed by Chu Yang's sword, did you?" Huayi walked to his side and patted his half-illusory face. Suoi said lightly, "You are looking for death." Huayi curled his lips and said, "Do you believe that I will kill you first?" Suoi's body radiated a faint light, and a very unstable fluctuation was transmitted. Huayi quickly jumped back a long distance, spat and cursed, "Fuck, are you a gunpowder barrel? You will explode if you touch it." At this moment, Carl's voice rang in his ears. "The big clock can't detect the earth, can't lock Chu Yang, you'd better move faster." Huayi's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand to build a star disk in front of him, and complained, "Even the big clock can't lock him. It can't even detect the information of the earth. What kind of monster is that guy?" As he spoke, a tiny black hole had condensed and formed above the moon not far away. The terrifying suction spread, and countless cosmic particles and stellar dust were sucked into it. The black hole was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the prototype of the star, where the moon and Suoi were located, were pulled by the black hole and deviated from their orbital trajectory. But at this moment, a figure appeared silently in front of the black hole, with his back to Huayi and Suoi. The sun and the moon rose from his shoulders, and four huge phantoms roared and circled, as if the king of gods had descended to the world. Chu Yang. Huayi's eyelids jumped fiercely. The timing of Chu Yang's appearance was too clever. The black hole had just been launched, and had not yet been completely formed. This made Huayi feel it was as if Chu Yang had come a long time ago, but had been waiting for him to launch the black hole. "I suddenly understand he's here a little bit." Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to Huayi at all, but muttered to himself. Facing the black hole, feeling the terrifying suction, he had an urge to find out the truth, just like wanting to find out what is hidden in the void. Huayi saw Chu Yang standing on the edge of the black hole, but he didn't move. Instead, he was pulled by the terrifying suction, and could hardly stand. He couldn't help but feel frightened. Chu Yang was much stronger than he thought. Since his goal had been achieved, Huayi had the idea of retreating, and rushed towards the earth. In his opinion, whether Chu Yang could solve the black hole or not, he would at least be dragged here by the black hole. This period of time was enough for him to stir up trouble on the earth. Myths, legends. What secrets does the earth hide? This is something that all civilizations in the universe are curious about. Huiyi said he would find out no matter what. But at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly had a black ancient sword in his hand. Huiyi's heart shrank fiercely. He wanted to open the wormhole, but found that the void was blocked. He could only try his best to speed up, but Chu Yang raised his hand and threw Fengdu, and the long sword turned into a black stream of light, and instantly came to Huiyi. Then Fengdu became darker, and a simple door suddenly appeared behind Huiyi. The door was engraved with hideous and terrifying images of evil spirits. Huiyi looked back in panic, and saw that the images on the door seemed to come alive. Countless ghost hands stretched out from the door, grabbed his body, and pulled it madly towards the door. Fuck, what the hell is this? Huiyi kicked and kicked, but there were too many ghost hands, and he couldn't break free at all. He could only watch himself getting closer and closer to the ghost door. As Huiyi was gradually swallowed by the ghost door, Chu Yang retracted his gaze, swung his arm, clenched his palm into a fist, and the sound of dragons and elephants fighting stirred in his body. The four saints' true spirits quickly shrank, and finally merged directly into his right arm, interweaving into a picture of the four saints. This is the ability derived from the soul ascension technique. Chu Yang has raised his Yuan Wu true body to the extreme, and even superimposed the power of the 100 dragons, 100 elephants and 4 saints. This punch is enough to shatter the galaxy. Suoyui, who had always looked careless, suddenly widened his eyes full of shock. He had absolute confidence in Chu Yang, so he was not in a hurry before. But he never expected that Chu Yang's way to solve the black hole was to punch it directly. But, with a loud sound, Chu Yang's fist landed on the edge of the black hole, and the universe trembled violently. The black hole instantly swelled to a size comparable to the moon. But then, the black hole began to tremble unsteadily again, and then shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a needle tip, and finally closed completely. From the perspective of an observer, this feeling is like Chu Yang's punch filled the appetite of the black hole. It sounds extremely incredible and extremely anti-scientific, but it really happened. At the last moment when Huiyi was dragged into the ghost gate, he witnessed Chu Yang's punch destroying the black hole. His eyes were terrified and hesitant. He suddenly felt that he was just a clown after all his tricks. Nimmer. Huiyi was finally completely swallowed by the ghost gate, leaving only a roar of unwillingness. At the same time, a fierce battle was going on in the sky above the earth. The battlefield was divided into 2 areas. On one side, Jezaialan led the Xiang Bing Company to fight against the Triangle, and the battle was fierce. Since the defeat in the physical war that year, the Triangle has been shrinking in the corner of the known universe and forbearing. Over the years, the technology of the Triangle has not stopped. They have learned from the experience of defeat, and began to specialize in the spiritual field. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of spiritual combat power, even Carl, who is a phantom and controls the big clock, is not much stronger than the best warrior in the Triangle. Therefore, in the battle with the Triangle, Jezaialan was constantly under mental shock, and it was difficult for him to concentrate on controlling the universe. His strength was greatly limited, and he could only barely use his mind weapons to arm the warriors of the heroic army. On the contrary, Killen single-handedly suppressed Ruining and Sumali, and the first generation members of the heroic army also killed everyone. Chapter 294 Black Hole Engine in Hand. Huiyi's GD counterattack. Although Huiyi has millions of Cheyennes under his command, he only brought tens of thousands of people to invade the earth this time. The fewer people, the smaller the target, and the more efficient the action. Huiyi originally planned to fight a blitzkrieg, use the black hole to contain Chu Yang, explore the secrets of the earth, and then leave. But he never thought that the problem would arise in the link he was most confident in. Not only did the black hole fail to contain Chu Yang, but it was beaten to death by Chu Yang with one punch. Even he himself was controlled by Chu Yang, and the result of this battle was naturally self-evident. If Huiyi knew that Chu Yang had hidden most of the power of the Xiang Bing Company, and only sent a company to meet the attack, he would probably be even more desperate. But even so, it is an extremely incredible thing that a dozen people can suppress tens of thousands of Cheyennes. You know, the combat effectiveness of the Cheyennes army is comparable to that of the Angel Legion. Although the individual strength is a little worse than that of the angels, there are still tens of thousands of people. Even if they are all first generation divine bodies, they are definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. However, the first generation members of Xian Binglian had already integrated the ultimate material early on and had been studying martial arts. In addition, there was a computing engine tailored for each of them by Zixin and Jezaialan. Any one of them was comparable to the third generation of divine bodies. Among them, Liu Chuang and Zaozin, the third generation super soldiers whose super gene upper limit was not low, opened the gene lock and studied some algorithms that belonged to them. As Chu Yang said, the first generation members of Xian Binglian now have lived up to the expectations of the former Chinese leaders. A black armor company can match millions of Xian Bing. Of course, a dozen people fighting tens of thousands of people is definitely not an easy task, and every soldier of Xian Binglian is under great pressure. This is an experience for them, and tens of thousands of scum are the best whetstone. Outside the earth, above the moon, Chu Yang held Fengdu in his hand and said to Suoyui, "How big is your body?" Suoyui was stunned for a moment, a little confused, but still answered truthfully, about 100 times the size of the earth. This size is about the same as the sun in the Chu star system. Chu Yang nodded and said, "Enough, show your body and increase the gravity to the maximum. Let those scum and triangles all fight at low altitude on your body." Suoyui's eyes widened, and he said in confusion, "How is this possible? My computing engine is the lowest level in the known universe. Those scum have the Sharingan behind them, and the computing power of the triangle is even top notch. They can easily crush my algorithm. When the algorithm is suppressed, even if I increase the gravity, it will not have any effect on them." Suoyui's words are easy to understand. Most of the power in the super god world comes from algorithms. Through algorithms, they can even create black holes and control the void and anti-void forces, not to mention gravity, not to mention those scum with the first generation of god bodies. Even super soldiers who have not yet upgraded to god bodies can control the influence of stellar gravity on themselves to a certain extent. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will suppress their computing engine." Suoyui did not doubt Chu Yang's words, but he was still shocked. In his opinion, if it was just to suppress the computing engine of a certain scum, or even a high-level scum warrior with a third-generation divine body, it would not be a difficult task for an existence of Chu Yang's level. But if it was to suppress a huge army of divine bodies with the support of top celestial computers, the amount of computing would reach a terrifying level. Although Suoyui and the Life Nebula were not at a high level of technology, he knew that even the Holy Knowledge Treasury could not do this. Maybe the Great Clock could, but no one had ever seen such a scene. Suoyui was right, the Holy Knowledge Treasury could not do it. Otherwise in the original plot, the angels would not have been defeated by the scum army, and even forced to flee to Fraser. But Chu Yang's Pangu was infinitely close to the Great Clock. Putting away his thoughts, Suoyui stopped talking nonsense, and his body quickly became illusory. When he reached the critical point of completely turning into an illusory body, a dazzling light lit up on his chest. Then, Suoyui disappeared, and in his place, a virtual star that was constantly growing larger appeared. As the virtual star grew larger, all the cosmic dust that it touched was bounced away by an invisible force, and Chu Yang pulled back. Suoyui knew the importance of the matter, and avoided the moon and the prototype of the star. The virtual star stopped expanding until it was close to the size of the sun, and then gradually solidified. When the virtual star was completely transformed into a physical entity, a terrifying gravitational force came from this huge planet. Before the moon and the prototype of the star were pulled over by gravity, Chang'an waved his hand gently, and Pangu's computing power soared to the extreme. Void energy and anti-void energy surged, easily helping the two planets get rid of gravity. Then he opened his arms, his clothes moved without wind, and his eyes were covered with a layer of chaotic luster. At this moment, the whole earth seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. There was peace in the atmosphere, but outside the atmosphere, there was a storm! Exclamation mark. Countless cosmic dust and tiny particles were dragged by gravity and fell towards the main body of Soru, creating craters on the surface of the star. Also affected were the army of the Sky Scum, the Triangle Army, and the Heroic Army. Although the incident happened suddenly, they still reacted immediately, and each of them rushed their algorithms to get rid of the effect of gravity. But at this moment, everyone seemed to have entered the void in an instant. It was pitch black around them, and there was a pair of cold and huge eyes above their heads, staring at them. The sound of the computing engine overloaded kept ringing in my ears until the computing engine completely crashed and everything around me became clear again. But without the blessing of the computing engine, whether it was the Sky Scum or the Triangle, even Ruining and Sumali, they all fell straight towards the Soru star. Damn it. How come such a big planet suddenly appeared above the Earth? Sumali kept adjusting his posture with an ugly face, hoping to reduce some impact when landing. Ruining said solemnly, "It's not important. What's important is that all of our calculations have been suppressed. This is something that even the Sacred Knowledge Treasury can't do." Sumali's eyelids jumped fiercely. Could it be that Carol turned against us? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Ruining's voice became heavier and heavier. Then why are they fine? Sumali pointed at the Xian Binglian people who were still above the Earth and were not affected by gravity at all. Ruining took a deep breath and said, "It seems that it is probably not Carol who turned against us, but Chu Yang's hand." It was indeed as they said. The people of Xian Binglian were not affected by gravity. Or to be more precise, the first time they felt the gravity, Jezailan helped Xian Binglian get rid of gravity through Kyankan. The rest of the first generation of Xian Binglian warriors solved it in their own way. They looked at the enemies who were sucked away by the huge star, and they looked at each other in confusion. "That's Soru's body. I've created the conditions for you to fight at low altitude. The goal of the reserve team is to completely annihilate the enemy." Chu Yang's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the soldiers of the Xian Bing Company. "That planet is your next battlefield. In the end, only you can come out alive. Completely annihilate the Scum and the Triangle." Hearing this order, even Jezailan and Killin felt a huge pressure. The former has personally experienced the brain entanglement of the Triangle's mental attack, and the reserve team led by Killin has only a dozen people. Even if the Scum army does not resist, it is not an easy task to kill them all. "Well, instructor, what if if we poke a hole in this planet, or cut it in half, can it work?" Liu Chuang's voice sounded, with a mouthful of big gruel, and it was a bit out of tune, but the question was to the point. In short, it is whether they can use high-powered attack methods. If not, it will greatly restrict them. Fight with confidence. Chu Yang gave a clear instruction directly. "What are you waiting for? Kill him." Liu Chuang shouted, holding a big axe, and rushed forward. Above the moon, Chu Yang watched the soldiers of the Xian Bing Company rushing towards Suo Ruxing, and a smile appeared on his face. Without worrying about the enemy's escape, the soldiers of the Xian Bing Company can let go. Although this battle is still difficult for them, victory is only a matter of time, and it can serve as a sufficient training. Let Jezailan lead the first company to fight against the Triangle. Chu Yang wanted to train his control and use of Kyankan, and let the first generation members of the Xian Bing Company fight tens of thousands of Shiansa in order to accumulate their combat experience. No matter how strong their talent and strength are, they need to go through hundreds of battles to become excellent warriors. Retracting his gaze, Chu Yang flicked the body of the Fengdu sword, and suddenly the black light became stronger, covering him completely. After a short period of darkness, when Chu Yang's vision was restored again, he was already standing on an endless corridor bridge. This is a world without light. No matter who comes here, they can only see the endless corridor bridge under their feet. Not far in front of Chu Yang, Huayi was lying on the corridor bridge weakly, with a look of despair on his face. Even when he saw him appear, his expression did not fluctuate at all. Earlier, Chu Yang passed through the ghost gate, and threw Huayi directly onto the Nei bridge. Then, just like the gods of the One Punch world, Huayi quickly lost the ability to resist under the attack of countless streamers above the corridor bridge. He thought he would die here, but he never expected that, just when he gave up resistance, and planned to give up, the streamer suddenly disappeared, and Huayi was no longer attacked. This was naturally Chu Yang's deliberate act. Huayi looked at him with a numb expression and asked weakly, "I say, what do you want to do? Or you can just kill me. I will never resist." Although only a short time had passed in the outside world, on the Nei Bridge, Huayi felt as if he had spent tens of thousands of years. In the first half of the time, he was fighting all the time. In the second half of the time, he gave up resistance, but was surrounded by endless loneliness. Hand over the black hole engine, and I can give you a quick death. Chu Yang got straight to the point. Huayi sat up from the ground and shook his head, saying, Carl gave me this thing, and I can't take it out and give it to you. It's like someone hired a computer master to help him install a hidden hacking program on his computer. He can use this hacking program, but he can't remove it or transfer it to another computer because he can't find the hidden hacking software at all. Of course I have my own way. Chu Yang smiled and raised his hand to Huayi. Deprivation. At the same time, Pangu's computing frequency soared to the extreme. With Pangu's blessing, the power of deprivation acted on the black hole engine. Huayi could clearly feel that he was gradually losing control of the black hole engine. What made him feel most incredible was that the black hole engine was actually separating from his body bit by bit. Damn it. Are you a human or a ghost? Huayi felt his scalp tingling, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since he was going to die anyway, why not fight hard? Thinking of this, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Chu Yang. At the same time, Shanks appeared in his hand. This weapon that was once cut off by Shanks was now repaired by Carl and fused with void matter, making it more powerful than before. Chu Yang frowned, as if he was trying his best to peel off the black hole engine. He was unable to fight back or defend, and did not move at all. Huayi's glasses lit up, and he once again accelerated his speed. He came in front of Chu Yang and handed out a sword. Puff! Shanks pierced Chu Yang's chest. Huayi's eyes were fierce, and he rotated Shanks violently, and arc energy surged out. At this moment, he felt that the black hole engine was completely peeled off from his body, and his face changed slightly. Chu Yang slapped with a cold face, and Huayi vomited blood and flew backwards, but the piece that trapped him for tens of thousands of years also collapsed. Huayi didn't even think about it, and went straight into the wormhole and escaped. But he didn't see that after the world where Nei Bridge was located collapsed, Chu Yang, who was unharmed, was holding Fengdu with a playful smile on his face. Nei Bridge was his home ground. How could Chu Yang be injured by Huayi there? What's more, it was the power of Pangu and the Infinity Stones that deprived the black hole engine, and Chu Yang would not be affected at all. Everything just now was just an illusion created by Chu Yang. Chu Yang wanted Huayi to have an illusion that, although he was powerful, he was not really powerful enough to be invincible. Since he wanted this little white mouse to be the experimental carrier of the 5th generation divine body, Chu Yang naturally had to give him some hope, so as not to scare this guy out of his wits and make him dare not make trouble again. Chu Yang's eyes were covered with a layer of chaotic luster, and Pangu's voice kept ringing in his ears. Depriving the black hole engine was only the first step. The black hole engine needed to be stabilized in the future, and then Pangu would slowly analyze it. After a while, the black hole engine stabilized, the chaotic light in Chu Yang's eyes dissipated, and Pangu returned to silence. In the next period of time, Pangu's power will conduct a comprehensive analysis of the black hole engine. This time will not be too long. After all, the black hole engine is built by Carl, based on the void and the technology of the big clock. Pangu is infinitely close to the big clock and has the power to control the void, so this process will not be too much of an obstacle. As long as its core technology is analyzed, Pangu can control the power of the black hole. Chapter 295, The Shell from the Void. Carl's crazy experiment. The battle on Soru Star is in a white-hot stage. At first, the Xiangbing company led by Jezailan was at a disadvantage, but as he became more and more proficient in the actual combat use of Kyankan, the situation began to gradually reverse. The most powerful part of the triangle is nothing more than the mental attack of the new generation of triangle warriors. This kind of mental attack is hard to defend against, and once it is hit, it will cause confusion in thinking. The computing engine equipped by the Xiangbing company soldiers is relatively backward and relies more on the assistance of Kyankan, so once Jezailan falls into confusion in thinking, the overall combat effectiveness of the Xiangbing company will be greatly reduced. But Kyankan is the existence of a small clock after all. As Jesai Island becomes more and more proficient in its use, he begins to let Kyankan operate on its own when his mind is confused, while assisting the Xiangbing Company soldiers and analyzing the principle of the triangle's mental attack. Not all triangles are upgraded to a new generation of warriors. This is the same as the technological system of major civilizations. Even as strong as the angel civilization, it is impossible to upgrade all angels to advanced divine bodies or high-level super genes. In the known universe, I'm afraid that only Chu Yang can do this. After all, only he has the ultimate substance, which can break the gene limit and allow every soldier in the Xiangbing Company to have unlimited growth possibilities. It is precisely because of knowing the strategic value of the ultimate substance that Morgana is willing to take out the technology of the 4th generation of divine body as a bargaining chip in the war. Morgana knows very well that once Chu Yang is willing to take out the ultimate substance and make it public to the entire known universe, as long as he can get this technology before other civilizations, no matter what the cost, it is worth it. This will be a brand new era. Civilizations without ultimate substances are destined to be eliminated by the new era. And the sooner you have ultimate substances, the more you can lead other civilizations. Morgana's idea is not wrong. Chu Yang is indeed planning to create a new era, and he will not cherish his own possessions. His many layouts in the super god world are nothing more than to obtain more scientific research technology and climb the technology tree of the Soul Palace to the top. But he will not take out the ultimate substance too early, because the current Earth does not have the strength and foundation to be proud of the entire universe. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If Chu Yang leaves one day, the ultimate substance will bring endless wars to the Earth. Chu Yang will not be able to worry about anything until he fully armed the Earth. By then, he will clearly mark the price of the extreme material. Any cosmic civilization that wants to obtain it must pay for scientific research and technology, or many resources in exchange. Compared with the first company of Xiangbinglian, the situation on the reserve side is much better. Although there are many Shanks, compared with the first generation members of Xiangbinglian, the individual combat effectiveness is really not as good as a little bit. At first, Killin was only 1 against 2, suppressing Ruining and Sumali, but as she became more and more proficient in using her own abilities and her combat experience increased rapidly, the two began to have no power to fight back. In desperation, the two could only summon helpers, bringing hundreds of intermediate Shanks and a dozen advanced Shanks to fight Killin together. But even so, Killin still has the upper hand. For Killin, dealing with these Shanks is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Shenjin Chain is too strong, and its ability is all-encompassing, which can almost suppress most algorithms. For example, Ruining's wormhole algorithm poses no threat to Killin. The Shenjin Chain includes the space-time gene. When it comes to the control of wormholes, the space-time gene is undoubtedly at the top of the known universe. Moreover, Killin is different from Kyangli. The latter needs to constantly hone, constantly upgrade the divine body, and improve the algorithm to gradually develop the power of the space-time gene. But Killin only needs to continuously extend the Shenjin chain, and the super genes contained in the gene chain will become stronger and stronger. Although she is only a 3rd generation divine body now, the foundation of each super gene has reached the standard of a 4th generation divine body. The space-time gene, that is infinitely close to the level of the 4th generation divine body, can even compete with Morgana's wormhole calculation, not to mention Ruining, who can only be regarded as a half-baked wormhole master. Seeing that the number of scum is getting smaller and smaller, the triangle body is also beginning to fall behind. Huge triangular corpses are suspended in the air like dead fish in water. Ruining and Sumali began to have the idea of retreating. They seriously underestimated the strength of the Earth. The result of this battle is self-evident. Unless Huayu successfully used the black hole to contain Chu Yang and freed up his hands to come to support. Otherwise, it won't be long before even the two of them will be defeated here. But the problem is, until now, they still can't get rid of the gravity of Soru Star, which means they can't calculate the reaction force. This means that it is probably from Chu Yang's unknown computing engine, which is still absolutely suppressing all the scum and triangular bodies. The algorithm suppression is still there, and even a fool can guess that something must have gone wrong on Huayi's side. Chu Yang is the only supreme god in the known universe. Even if Huayi is upgraded to the 4th generation of the god body, the gap between him and him is still huge. If the black hole cannot pose a threat to Chu Yang, then Huayi has no chance of winning. It has been so long. If Chu Yang is safe and sound, then Huayi is in danger. If it weren't for the constant contact with the Xianggang, and if they didn't get the news of Huayi's accident, Yu Oning and Suma Lee would have run away long ago. This matter is really full of weirdness. First, the mysterious unknown computing engine completely suppressed the Xianggang in an instant. Then there was Huayi who disappeared without a trace, and the Xiang Binglian, whose overall strength and individual combat power were shocking. For these, they did not get any intelligence at all in advance. You know, their partner is Carl. Carl has the big clock, which is omniscient and omnipotent in the known universe. Even the sacred knowledge treasure house cannot fully shield the big clock. In this matter, Carl has no reason to do something dirty, and there is no need to conceal information, because he and Chu Yang have long been on the opposite side. No matter from any angle, Huayi's trouble with the earth is 100 benefits to Carl. In other words, Carl also knew nothing about this in advance. The earth, or Chu Yang, shielded the big clock. At this moment, Huayi's voice suddenly rang in Suma Lee's ears. Retreat. Immediately. Right now. Don't worry about anyone, you and Ruining. Flee the Chu star system immediately. Chu Yang's strength far exceeded his expectations, so Huayi knew very well that it was impossible to evacuate all the Xianxia army and the Triangle army. Even Suma Lee and Ruining might not be able to leave alive. Now he can only hope that Chu Yang was severely injured by his sword and needs some time to recover from his injuries, and he can't spare his hands to go down in person. Otherwise, no one will survive this operation against the earth except him. Suma Lee heard the anxiety in Huayi's tone, and even a hint of fear. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and there was no time to ask more questions. He flashed to Ruining's side and said in a low voice, "The situation has changed. Give up everyone. I will try to break the suppression for a moment through the Xianggang, and you will open the wormhole." Ruining had already had the idea of retreating and guessed that Huayi might have an accident, so he nodded immediately. Suma Lee took a deep breath. His eyes were covered with a layer of white light, and he concentrated all the remote support of the Xianggang on himself. At the same time, the Xianxia lost the support of the Xianggang, and the battle line was completely defeated. They all looked at Suma Lee blankly. They didn't understand why the ancient butcher god did this. It seemed that he was abandoned. The next moment, Suma Lee sought his computing power to the extreme, trying to compete with the invisible suppression. In just a few breaths, Suma Lee's eyes lit up slightly, and he yelled at Ruining, "Quick!" Ruining, who had been ready for a long time, opened the wormhole for long-distance space jump without saying a word, and pulled Suma Lee into it. In this process, neither Killer nor the soldiers of the Xiang Binglian reserve team tried to stop them, but just accelerated the annihilation of other Xianxia. Because they had just received Chu Yang's instructions, that is, to let these two people leave. Above the earth, looking at the huge Suoru star, Chu Yang chuckled. Suma Lee tried to break Pandu suppression through Xianggang, but that was undoubtedly wishful thinking. In the known universe, only the sacred knowledge treasure house and the big clock can break Pandu suppression. Not even Xiangcan can do it. Even for the sacred knowledge treasure house, it takes a certain amount of time to break the suppression. How can it be successful in just a few breaths? Just now, Chu Yang just took the opportunity to open a hole in the suppression and deliberately let Suma Lee and Ruining leave. These two guys are Huayi's right-hand men. After this defeat, Huayi will definitely find a way to let Carol help them improve their strength. The stronger the strength of the Xianxia camp, the more trouble it can bring to the angels, so that they have no time to take care of the shadow world. The outcome of the battle on Soru Star is already doomed. Chu Yang's figure flashed and disappeared in the vast universe. Earth, North Star, Sahalan. Looking at the table full of vegetarian dishes, Sun Wukong, who had just returned to Earth, scratched his head and grinned at Suzyali, saying, "I'm in for a treat today." Suzyali rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I thought you would just run away without saying hello like last time." Obviously, she was still upset about what happened last time. Sun Wukong chuckled. Feeling a little embarrassed, Suzuki didn't say much and gently poured a glass of wine for Chu Yang, then walked out of the pavilion and returned to the room. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. Next to the high-hanging sun, there was a huge monster, like a dark cloud covering the sky. You made quite a commotion this time. There was a hint of emotion and a hint of comfort in his tone. With Chu Yang, Sun Wukong's burden was much lighter, and the earth would no longer be at a loss and helpless in the face of alien civilization invasion. In fact, it is not difficult to drive away Huayi and Shan Zha. There is no need to make such a big scene. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, but since I promised the angel, and I'm very interested in the black hole engine, I made careful arrangements. Hey, I'm afraid that it will not be long before the news that the supreme god was severely injured by Huayi will spread throughout the known universe. Sun Wukong smiled evilly. He already knew the whole story. While sighing at Chu Yang's strength, he had to admire Chu Yang's meticulousness. The supreme god was severely injured by the fourth generation of gods. Although Huayi used the black hole engine, once this news spread, Chu Yang's undefeated myth would be broken. For those civilizations that have long disliked Chu Yang and coveted the earth, this incident will undoubtedly give them a glimmer of hope. That is the hope of pulling Chu Yang down from the altar. Aren't you worried that something will happen to the Xiangbing company? Sun Wukong picked up a mouthful of food and stuffed it into his mouth, his movements a little stiff. For him, using chopsticks is really a hassle, far less comfortable than grabbing directly with hands. Chu Yang shrugged and said, if they can't even deal with enemies of this level, there is no need to enter the void battlefield to embarrass themselves. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The glass had a faint fragrance, which was not the fragrance of wine, but from Suzuki. Putting down the glass, Chu Yang asked softly, Brother Monkey, tell me about your discovery. Sun Wukong's expression became more serious. He also put down his chopsticks and solemnly took out a piece of black substance. Chu Yang took the black substance, rubbed it lightly with his fingers, and said thoughtfully, this seems to be the shell of some creature? Sun Wukong nodded. It may also be scales, but what is certain is that it comes from the void. Void creature? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Sun Wukong said in a serious tone, in addition, I also found that Carl has made a breakthrough in his research on void matter. That guy is simply a lunatic. I don't know how he extracted the genes of void creatures and tried to merge them with the main creatures. Chu Yang's eyes condensed and his body leaned forward slightly. What was the result? Sun Wukong snorted coldly and said, of course it failed. I cracked some data in a research base in the shadow world and got a few words. For this research, Carl sacrificed a life planet. He tried to cause qualitative change through quantitative change, but all the creatures on that life planet turned into monsters in the process of merging void genes, and eventually self-destructed. Chu Yang frowned. This matter didn't sound like a big deal. After all, strictly speaking, void creatures are secondary creatures, and creatures in the known universe are primary creatures. The genes of secondary creatures and primary creatures are simply incompatible. But the problem is that, although the research failed, Carl created a large number of monsters. In other words, for a lunatic like Carl, this research is not actually a failure, but it has not been fully successful. The key is probably how to keep those monsters alive. Is it because the main universe is not suitable for the survival of void creatures that they die on their own? Chu Yang quickly denied this speculation. If void creatures cannot live in the main universe, then what is the meaning of Carl connecting to the void? In the original plot, why did the void invade the main universe? Chapter 296 Chu Yang wants to see the principle of space, the snake god of the Styx galaxy. Even in Chu Yang's opinion, Carl's experiment was extremely crazy, or even inhumane. But if you think about it carefully, Carl has no humanity at all. Chu Yang looked at Sun Wukong and whispered, Brother Monkey, I think Carl's next step will be to try to merge the void gene with the void warrior. The void warrior is a mechanical body. Once the void gene is merged, it is possible to upgrade to a unique mechanical life. It is not difficult to guess that, if Carl's living experiment fails, he will definitely find a way to start from other aspects. The void warrior is undoubtedly the best choice. Sun Wukong was refreshed and asked in a deep voice, do you want to kill the risk in advance? The so-called risk killing means killing Carl. Although as Chu Yang said, this is just drinking poison to quench thirst, and there will be another madman like Carl who studies the void. But this can at least delay for a long time, and create a breathing space for the major civilizations in the known universe. Chu Yang shook his head and said, that's not necessary. He has absolute confidence. Carl is obviously preparing for both hands, because of the pressure he brought, connecting to the void, while studying the void gene. Or to be more precise, this is a third-hand preparation, because there is also the technology of the 5th generation divine body. Although Carl is a madman, he has to admit that he is the most evil genius in the known universe for countless years. If Carl is killed, who knows how many more years it will take for the next genius like him to appear. The secrets in the depths of the black hole, the secrets in the depths of the void, the technology of the 5th generation divine body, and the power of the void gene are all things that Chu Yang urgently needs to figure out. After obtaining the technology of the 4th generation divine body from Morgana, Chu Yang is confident that he can deduce the 5th generation divine body through Panbu, if he is given enough time. But if he wants to figure out the field of black holes in the void, he needs the help of Carl, a worker. After all, in order to study the void, Carl destroyed many life planets by himself, and even merged the void matter with himself to become a phantom, becoming neither human nor ghost. Chu Yang can't do these things. Brother Monkey, I will be away from Earth for a while. You will be in charge of the Xiang Binglion. Chu Yang poured himself another glass of wine and said, if Earth encounters a problem that even you and the Xiang Binglion cannot solve, come here to find Xiaoli. As the Dena gene chain extends to the Dena Ultima gene, although Xiaoli has not yet upgraded to the 4th generation divine body, her overall strength has reached the top king level. Sun Wukong nodded and said, I'm going to see my master, burn incense for him, and then go into seclusion for a while. But I will leave a clone in the Xiang Binglion. If I encounter any trouble, I can come out at any time. Sun Wukong is the most special god in the known universe, except for Chu Yang. His strength improvement does not rely entirely on the support of technology, but more on his own cultivation. With the limit material, to break the gene limit, and a trip to the shadow world, the bottleneck that has troubled Sun Wukong for many years has finally loosened. The two chatted and drank, and Sun Wukong staggered away until late at night. As a god, Sun Wukong would not get drunk, but he locked his super gene, saying, what's the point of drinking if you can't get drunk? The next day, the huge shadow over the earth disappeared, and all the people on earth, who didn't know the truth, breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the unknown huge shadow, people on earth were in panic all day yesterday. Many people subconsciously thought that there was another alien civilization invading. When Chu Yang arrived at the giant gorge, there were people coming and going on the deck, and occasionally he could see a few familiar faces. Those were the 1st generation of soldiers of the Hero Company Command Center. As soon as Chu Yang entered the room, he asked directly, Old Du, how are the casualties? Dukeo had a smile on his face. The situation is better than I thought. We wiped out the Sky Scum and the Triangle. Only about 1/3 of the soldiers in the company was lightly injured, and a dozen were seriously injured. You can treated them immediately, and there were no casualties. At this point, he paused, and his expression became a little strange. It's just, Zaozin was injured, and needs some time to recover. He may not be able to enter the void battlefield at the first time. The war between the Earth and the demons is imminent, and the participating armies of both sides will soon enter the void battlefield. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, and asked suspiciously, without Oye, ruining and Sumali, Killin almost stopped all the high-level scums by herself. With the strength of the 1st generation warriors of the Hero Company, the intermediate scums are not a threat to them at all. What's more, Zaozin is a leader among the 1st generation warriors, and the high-level scums are not his opponent. Dukeo was also full of black lines, and said helplessly, during the end of the battle, he was always talking to Zixin on the private channel. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang understood several meanings. Good guy. So Zaozin, this kid, was fighting while chatting on the phone with his angel wife. Damn. Chu Yang said unhappily, you can give him a comprehensive treatment. When the war against the demons begins, no matter how much he recovers, let him get out on the battlefield. Dukeo nodded. in the army, letting soldiers fight with injuries, especially soldiers like Aizen who have a certain prestige in the hero company, will inevitably shake the morale of the army. But if this was Chu Yang's order, there would be no such impact. Because Chu Yang has absolute prestige in the Xiangbinglian. Chu Yang put away his thoughts and whispered, "Old do, I'm going to leave the earth for a while." Leaving the earth? Duko frowned. Xiangbinglian is about to be put into the void battlefield. Once Chu Yang leaves, the earth will fall into emptiness in the rear. If Huayi returns with the Shanks army, or Carol comes to kill, the earth will inevitably be in danger. This is not a good thing for the earth, which is in a rapid development stage. Don't worry, what happened yesterday will soon spread throughout the known universe, and no one will dare to trouble the earth in a short time. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "And I have asked Sun Wukong to come back. He is in seclusion to practice." Hearing him say this, Duko was slightly relieved, and then tentatively asked, "Where are you going?" "Walk around the universe. Maybe I can meet the principal of the space." Chu Yang made a half true and half false joke. Duko's mouth twitched slightly. With his understanding of Chu Yang, he was almost certain that Chu Yang really wanted to find the principal. However, that was probably not Chu Yang's main purpose for leaving the earth this time. After all, the space principal was traveling in the universe, and no one knew where he was. The vast universe was boundless, and finding him was even more difficult than finding an ant on Earth. As if remembering something, Chu Yang said, "By the way, I have informed Rihanna to let Liang start the immigration, and the Xiangbinglian will cooperate with them to transform Mars." At this stage, all members of the Xiangbinglian will be deployed to the void battlefield. This is a good opportunity to train soldiers. But you can continue to expand the scale of the Xiangbinglian, and let the new members be responsible for assisting Liang in the transformation of Mars. When I come back, I will find a way to mechanically arm them. At the same time, Hongli will be stationed on Mars as my spokesperson. Duko was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "Mechanical arming? Why not just fuse super genes to them?" Chu Yang glanced at him. "It seems that over the years, you have forgotten the lessons of the Dena Galaxy." Duko's face darkened. Chu Yang's words were really murderous, but they also made him understand the deep meaning. The Dena Galaxy was once a whole, but as its strength grew, and its ambitions expanded, it was divided into multiple small factions, and eventually formed two major factions headed by Dexing and Nuxing. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. If the Xiangbinglian continues to grow, and the number of super soldiers increases, sooner or later there will be mountains and internal divisions. It's okay during wartime, but if there is no need to face the threat of war in the future, these internal divisions will develop into contradictions and factional disputes. The best way is to control the number of super soldiers in Xiangbinglian within a certain range. Only a few thousand people, no matter how many gangs and factions are formed, it will not affect the overall situation. Unless these people are in high positions and have a certain say. But the earth is not ruled by theocracy, especially in China. There is not even a dictatorship. No matter how strong an individual is, he is just a soldier. As for turning against the water, let's not talk about Chu Yang, just Killin, Suzyadali, Jezayadalan, and Sun Wukong who can fight anyone in the universe. Which one is not the sea-suppressing needle of the earth? After thinking about it, Duko no longer dwelled on this matter, but asked again, "When will we set off?" "Now." Chu Yang waved his hand and disappeared. Duko was stunned, and then he muttered angrily, "This guy is a hands-off boss, but he is so cool." Styx Galaxy, Great Insect Bridge. A shuttle-shaped spaceship flashed out, and rushed towards a certain direction of the Styx Galaxy at a very fast speed. On the spaceship, Chu Yang held a glass of red wine, and took a sip comfortably, and whispered, "Snake, I have locked your exact location. Don't move. Wait for me to find you." This is a forced one-way communication. Snake can hear Chu Yang's voice, but can't respond. Styx Galaxy, Teoti Star. This is the main star of the Styx Galaxy. It was once one of the most prosperous planets in the entire Dark Nebula. However, with the failure of the Teoti Legion on Earth and the death of the Teoti King Shizi on Earth, the status of Teoti Star has plummeted. Especially Cole was so busy that he began to tinker with the void gene under the pressure from Chu Yang and had no time to take care of the situation in the Styx galaxy. As a result, the civilizations of all sizes in the Styx galaxy were leaderless, forming a chaotic situation of separatism. But a month ago, this situation was suddenly broken. In other words, a dark horse suddenly rushed out of the Styx galaxy and quickly integrated the remaining forces of the Teoti with an almost unstoppable posture and completed the unification of the Teoti star. While the major civilizations were shocked, they all gathered their forces and waited and saw what would happen. Before, except for the local forces of Teoti star, no civilization dared to touch this planet. Because it was Cal who personally ordered the Teoti to occupy and dominate the development of Teoti star. The death god Cal has absolute prestige in the Styx galaxy, which is a more thorough rule and dictatorship. To put it bluntly, Cal's words and deeds are the rules and order of the Styx galaxy. Cal renamed this star Teoti and let Teoti rule it. These were the rules he made himself. Even though the Teoti army was almost destroyed, no one dared to touch Teoti before Cal spoke. So all the major civilizations wanted to see what would happen to this guy who had an unknown origin, but dared to challenge the rules. But what was surprising was that the god of death Cal did not hold him accountable, and did not even send anyone to suppress this guy who had emerged. Just when the various civilizations did not know what to do, the new ruler of Teoti, who called himself the Snake God, actually took the initiative to start a war. In just 1 month, he swept across nearly 1/3 of the Styx galaxy, and his army continued to grow. Wherever the warships passed, no civilization could compete with him. In particular, the Snake God's own strength made the various civilizations in the Styx galaxy tremble. God. A real god. Moreover, he is a god who can be ranked in the first echelon below the king level in the entire known universe. Although there are many civilizations in the Styx galaxy, most of them are small civilizations with low technological levels. Otherwise how could they be ruled by Teoti? Although it was Carol's order for Teoti to dominate the Styx, before that, Teoti also conquered most of the Styx galaxy with its own strength. Carol just went with the flow and provided Teoti with technological support to let him sit firmly on the throne. Snake God Temple. This is the most magnificent building on Teoti star, showing the noble status of its owner. In the hall, a mecha warrior who once belonged to the Teoti core knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Lord Snake God, during the 3 days of the Yaoli campaign, under the wise leadership of Lord Snake God, our army destroyed the armies of 3 civilizations and conquered 6 planets. On the throne, the snake lazily hugged 2 beautiful girls, both of whom had human bodies and snake tails. Well done. Which legion are you from? The mecha warrior smiled flatteringly. The 2nd Legion. The snake nodded and said, I will give you 2 life planets and all the resources on them. Go and claim your reward. The mecha warrior thanked him excitedly and bowed and retreated. Then, the snake suddenly put away his lazy look, sat upright, let go of the 2 half-snake, half-human girls, and said coldly, you go down first. The 2 snake people dared not speak and hurriedly left. After they left, the snake waved and closed the door of the hall, then stood up and walked down the steps, turned around, knelt on one knee, and bowed towards the throne. Welcome, my lord. The next moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared on the throne, playing with a model-like spaceship in his hand, and said with a playful smile, you, the local emperor of the Styx galaxy, are more free and easy than I'm on Earth. Master, the snake slave knows his mistake. The snake looked terrified, and a flattering smile appeared on his ugly face, but it looked a little hideous and terrifying. Chapter 297 Experimental Base Number 3. Information and data of unknown creatures. The 5 beast gods were absolutely loyal to Chu Yang, but after they were born with wisdom, they were influenced by their original bodies and their personalities were different. The snake's personality was more perverse, and he was even brutal when facing the enemy. It was also because of this that he could rise in the Styx galaxy with the force of thunder, and no one under his command dared to act rashly. But in front of Chu Yang, he was like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing him like this, Chu Yang waved his hand and said, don't be nervous. This is the Styx galaxy, a deformed society under the rule of Carol's theocracy. As long as you don't affect my plan, I won't care about your little tricks. Snake finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and then respectfully reported, "Master, I have controlled nearly 1/3 of the territory of the Styx galaxy. In a month at most, I can unify the entire Styx galaxy. In addition, although Carol did not intervene, he sent Nusa to find me. Carol wants me to submit to him, become one of the 4 Knights of the Styx, and reorganize the Styx Legion." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was not surprised that Carol sent Nusa to find Snake, because this matter had long been expected by him. What surprised him was that Carol actually wanted Snake to become one of the 4 Knights of the Styx. That was Carol's absolute confidant. Chu Yang knew that there was only Nusa. In the future, Sumali might become one of the 4 Knights of the Styx, but there were still 2 seats missing. Chu Yang originally thought that these 2 positions were not vacant, but that Carl had sent them out to carry out some secret missions. But now it doesn't seem to be the case. Otherwise, why would Carl recruit Snake to join? It seems that, although the 4 Knights of the Styx are famous, some of them have already fallen. Chu Yang thought about it, and then said, "You can agree to it, but don't agree too easily, so as not to make him suspicious. You can judge the specific situation yourself." As he said that, he raised his hand and threw out a program pill, and Snake hurriedly caught it, waiting for his next instruction. Chu Yang said softly, "This is the program pill of Little Pangu. Its operating frequency is stronger than the top celestial computers like Demon Number 1 and Skyblade Number 7, but it is not as good as the top-notch computers like the Holy Knowledge Treasury. But it is enough for you to keep certain secrets in front of Carl, and avoid being brainwashed and controlled by him. You don't have to worry that Cole will conduct some kind of crazy experiment on you. He is in need of people now, and will not cut off his own wings. Carl can conduct experiments on outsiders or ordinary life forms in the Dark Nebula. There is no need to risk his confidence. Facts have proved that Carl has always done this, so he has a group of subordinates who are as fanatical as believers. I will soon build the Pangu computing group. At that time, you will try to obtain the technology of the 5th generation of divine bodies and pass it to the computing group through Little Pangu." The Snake nodded repeatedly, remembering all of Chu Yang's instructions. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yang said, "Can we find Carl's research base?" The Snake nodded and said, "I know a place. It is said that every time Carl comes to the Styx, he will stay there for a long time. Take me there." Chu Yang waved his hand gently, and the spaceship model in his hand quickly grew larger and turned into a shuttle-shaped spaceship. This is a small spaceship he made with the materials of the Teoti spaceship and cast through Pangu. It has abandoned the weapon system, has a fast speed and a small size. On weekdays, Chu Yang would store it and carry it through the mustard seed Zumi. A moment later, a stream of light flew out of the Snake Temple, quickly left the Teoti star, and headed straight for the edge of the Styx galaxy. In the vast universe, the Snake pointed to a desolate planet and said, "It's here. The last time I met Nusa, I also came here." Chu Yang nodded and said, "You go back. I will wait until you arrive at Teoti star before I take action." The Snake's eyelids jumped fiercely. From what Chu Yang meant, he was obviously here with bad intentions. Carl has always attached great importance to this research base. Once something goes wrong, it will inevitably cause a storm in the Dark Nebula. The Snake's eyes flickered for a moment, and without asking more questions, he respectfully said goodbye. He understood the subtext in Chu Yang's words, and knew that for him, this would be an opportunity to gain Carl's trust in one fell swoop. After the Snake left, Chu Yang put away the spaceship, and his figure flashed, and he sank into the wormhole. The planet where the experimental base is located is a small planet, but it is constrained by some kind of force and fixed here. Chu Yang hid in the wormhole and turned around the asteroid. This is a means of integrating the power of the infinite gems with the wormhole algorithm. It is like hiding in space, but being able to see through space and see everything in the outside world at all times. Looking at the known universe, I'm afraid that only Chu Yang can do this. After all, whether it is short distance wormhole transportation or long distance wormhole jump, it is essentially to transfer things from one coordinate to another. If you keep walking in the wormhole, it is equivalent to the starting point coordinate and the end point coordinate constantly changing. and the amount of calculation will be so complicated that it will be horrible. Chu Yang directly ignored the calculation process and did this with the power of the Infinity Stone. In a sense, this is also a combination of magic and technology. After a circle, Chu Yang had a certain understanding of the general situation of this asteroid. This planet has no name, only a code name. Experimental Base Number 3. Carl has always been a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. He will not put his eggs in one basket. He built experimental bases in various corners of the universe and let each experimental base conduct different research. In this way, even if something goes wrong in one of them, it will not lead to the leakage of all research data. Unless someone can avoid the big clock at the same time, come unexpectedly, and invade all research bases at the same time. But this kind of thing, even in theory, is almost impossible to do. Chu Yang has figured out that the research direction of this experimental base is the void, but he doesn't know the specific content. I'm afraid that the experimental bases under Carl are probably all studying the void, but they belong to different sectors. Void warriors, void weapons, void matter, connecting the void, and even void genes and void life. Chu Yang locked the coordinates of the snake, or the little Pangu, through Pangu at all times, and only walked out of the wormhole after confirming that the snake had returned to Teoti Star. Outside the experimental base, the 2 void warriors guarding outside did not take action directly when they saw the sudden arrival of the uninvited guest, but flew forward and said in a mechanical voice without any emotion, "Show your permission. Show your authorization." Chu Yang just glanced at them lightly, then stretched out his hand and made a gesture of drawing a sword. The next moment, he waved his arm, a dark sword light flashed, and the 2 void warriors froze in midair, and then their heads and bodies were separated. Zizzy. Sparks of electricity danced at the broken ends. Chu Yang didn't even look at them again, and headed straight for the gate of the base. Fengdu was suspended behind him, emitting a frightening black light. Plop, plop. The void warriors fell to the ground. They were mechanical bodies, and had no concept of death. Even if their heads were cut off, it would not be a big deal. Unless the core in their bodies was destroyed, they would be like indestructible cockroaches. But Chu Yang's sword just now seemed to have only cut off the heads, but in fact, the sword energy had crushed the inside of the void warriors' bodies. Chu Yang combined all the sword moves from various worlds, and integrated them to comprehend a set of sword techniques that belonged to him. And the sword just now was just the starting move of this sword technique. Not to mention the void warriors, even if the 4th generation of divine bodies came, they would not be able to get an advantage in the face of this sword. Although it was just the starting move, the starting point of this sword technique was high, and it was also blessed by Fengdu. Arriving at the gate, Chu Yang swung his sword again, and the mechanical gate made of dark alloy and covered with a layer of energy shield split into 2. In front of Fengdu and Shanks, all metals are as fragile as tofu. The shrill alarm sounded in the base, but Chu Yang ignored it and strode towards the center of the base. Along the way, many void warriors stationed here, or super warriors under Carl's command tried to stop him, but they all became dead souls under the sword. Chu Yang had already asked Pangu to block the planet from the void. Unless Carl concentrated the computing power of the big clock to analyze it, it would be impossible to find any abnormalities. But then again, if there was no abnormality, how could Carl have nothing to do and suddenly have the urge to analyze the research base under his command? 10 minutes later, sitting in the empty laboratory, looking at the few void warriors kneeling in front of him, Chu Yang asked softly, "I have a few questions. If you can give me satisfactory answers, I will let you go. These people are both super warriors and researchers here." They glanced at Fengdu floating behind Chu Yang, and then they all lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Chu Yang whispered, "What is the main research direction of experimental base number 3? Void. It's the Void Warrior." A researcher couldn't wait to answer first. He obviously had some thoughts, thinking that after answering this question, that was not a secret. Even if he didn't answer the other party's next question, he wouldn't be directly angered. Chu Yang frowned. He was not interested in the Void Warrior. The reason he came here was mainly to find out the source of the shell. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Is Carl connected to the void?" Several researchers looked at each other and then shook their heads blankly. Obviously, they had no authority to know about this kind of thing. Let me ask it another way. Have you ever seen a void creature? Chu Yang leaned forward slightly, and the sword of Fengdu trembled slightly. Several researchers were startled. One of them hesitated for a moment, then said, "We haven't seen it, but we got some data some time ago." "Asshole. Do you want to die?" Another researcher suddenly shouted, glaring at the man who spoke. Chu Yang glanced at him, and Fengdu turned into a black light, directly cutting him in half. Then he smiled and said, "Go on, tell me, I can guarantee your survival." The man took a deep breath and said, "The data includes some information about unknown creatures, and indicates that our next research direction will be to create mechanical life. I suspect that the information about those unknown creatures is likely to be void life, because we have studied void matter, and there are many similarities with the content in the information." Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Where is the information? Give it to me, and you can go." He could certainly plunder it by force through Panbu, but that would inevitably alarm the big clock, and Chu Yang didn't want to be exposed. The man looked ecstatic, stumbled to the front of the console, and after tinkering with it, a series of information data appeared on the big screen in the distance. Chu Yang used Pangu to receive the information, then turned and walked towards the researchers. He raised his hand and pointed at them in their horrified eyes, his lips moving slightly. Obliviate. The next moment, a beam of magic light hit several people, and then Chu Yang disappeared. After a moment, the researchers looked at each other blankly, and they couldn't remember what had just happened. They only remembered that the base seemed to have been invaded, but they couldn't recall the appearance of the invader. The Oblivion spell originated from the magic world, and is often used to erase part of the memory of muggles. Chu Yang did not break his promise, but he erased part of their memory through the Oblivion spell, and tampered with all the information related to him with Pangu. In this way, even if Carl used the big clock to read their information, he would not be able to know the truth of the matter. Then, the door of the laboratory was suddenly kicked open by someone, and the mecha warriors swarmed in. The researchers were startled. A burly ugly man walked in. He looked around and grinned at them, saying, "Don't worry. I have dealt with the invaders. You are safe." In the Death Song Academy, Carl suddenly looked up and looked at the direction of the Styx galaxy with a solemn look. Someone actually dared to attack his experimental base. And the target was right under his nose, the number 3 experimental base outside the Styx galaxy. A flash of white light flashed in his eyes, and the big clock instantly connected with the number 3 experimental base. Carl asked softly, "Tell me the details of what happened." His voice was still gentle, and it was difficult to associate this voice with a god who studied death. After a moment, Carl frowned and muttered to himself, "The invaders are suspected to be from the Wama civilization. They have offended Chu Yang, and now they are in civil strife, and they can't wait to gain power. Snake God. He is a good guy." Cole was quite satisfied with the snake god who had not accepted his offer of amnesty, but took the initiative to help. If this person had not noticed the abnormal dark energy fluctuations in the number 3 experimental base, arrived in time, and dealt with the invaders, I'm afraid that some scientific research data on the Void Warriors would have been leaked. Let the snake come to the Death Song Academy to see me. Carl gave an order to the number 3 experimental base, and then cut off the communication. At the same time, Chu Yang had already boarded the shuttle-type spacecraft, and entered the entrance of the Great Worm Bridge in the Styx galaxy. In the cabin, Pangu's low voice sounded in his ears. Pangu had analyzed the information data Chu Yang obtained at the number 3 base, and was now reporting the results of the analysis to him. That unknown creature is most likely a void creature, because its information data is roughly the same as the data obtained by Pangu after analyzing the void shell. But in addition to this, Chu Yang also got a harvest that surprised him greatly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Origin of Life. The Secret of the Earth. The scum of heaven is coming. Void gene extraction technology. Although it is only a part of the technical data, it is also of great value. Especially for Chu Yang, this is exactly what he urgently needs. After getting the black shell, Chu Yang has been trying to study it, but he has never gained anything. It feels like a tiger trying to eat a hedgehog and not knowing where to start. Neither the bloodline factor technology nor the super gene technology is suitable for the research of void genes. Bloodline factors need to be extracted through blood, and super gene technology is for main universe creatures. Void creatures are secondary creatures and do not have the concept of blood. Even if there is no blood in the black shell, so both technologies are useless. Don't look at it as only a partial data, but Chu Yang has Pangu. After the Pangu computing group is established, the computing power of Pangu can be infinitely expanded through the star drive technology. At that time, Pangu will be a real existence comparable to the big clock. Carl can use the big clock and the extremely limited research results on the void to create the void gene extraction technology from scratch. Chu Yang also has Pangu, which is not inferior to the big clock. It is not difficult to reverse the complete technology with some technical data. Soul Palace. After the sharing was completed, everyone looked at Super God Chu Yang with fiery eyes. Pirate Chu Yang suggested, should we just wipe out Carl's other research bases? If we can get a lot of technology related to the void, we can even skip Carl and try to connect to the void ourselves. Marvel Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, what are you thinking? Even if we have scientific research technology, we still need experiments to verify it and keep trying and making mistakes. Ding Heej is known as the scientific master of the entire Super God universe. Doesn't he still need a scientific practitioner like Jilin to turn his ideas and scientific research results into reality? Immortal Chu Yang nodded and said, indeed, even if we master the technology, it is impossible for us to conduct many crazy life experiments like Carl. Pirate Chu Yang smiled. He was just influenced by the pirate world. The soul of bad words awakened, and he said it casually. Super God Chu Yang pondered and said, once the Pangu computing group is built, we will be able to reverse the complete data of the void gene extraction technology. So now I'm not worried about the void. After Cal connects to the void, it will be our time to reap the rewards. Snake has already infiltrated the top management of Cole Group. With the help of Little Pangu, it should not be difficult to obtain some of the technical data of the 5th generation divine body. At that time, I will conduct a comprehensive analysis of Huai. Combined with the data obtained by Snake and the computing power of Pangu, I will also be able to reverse the 5th generation divine body technology. Now I'm very interested in Pangu civilization. Hearing him say this, everyone's expression condensed. Magic Chu Yang whispered, whether Pangu civilization exists, remains to be verified. There are some paradoxes in it. There must be some secrets in the depths of the void, which is what Cole called the ultimate fear, which means that the ultimate fear theory is established. If the ultimate fear is established, it means that prehistoric civilizations, including Pangu civilization, did exist. But then again, Magic Chu Yang paused, frowned, and continued, if prehistoric civilization really existed, why didn't it leave any traces? There is a gap in the history of the Super God universe, but what is the reason? Super God Chu Yang nodded and said, this is exactly what I want to figure out. There must be some secret behind the historical gap. What do you think? Could it be related to the Earth? His words stunned everyone. After a moment, damning Chu Yang's eyes lit up and said, you mean, the reason why major civilizations are eyeing the Earth is to find out the truth of history? Super God Chu Yang shrugged and said, this is just my guess. After all, there are too many doubts in the Super God world. First of all, there is the historical fault line, then the concept of ultimate fear, and the reason why major civilizations are eyeing the Earth. Sun Wukong is a genetic code hidden in mythology. This is an unchangeable fact, but the problem is, Dukeo and the remnants of the Dena Galaxy have been on Earth for many years, and they must have done some research on myths and legends. If there are other genetic codes in mythology, they would have discovered it long ago. Super God Chu Yang analyzed and said, so before I showed my strength, the major civilizations came to Earth. Definitely not for the so-called secrets in myths and legends. And all those who stir up the muddy water of the Earth are advanced civilizations in the universe. They seem to have some kind of tacit understanding. Because of what? because the Earth will become an extension of the Shen civilization? Or is it because the Earth is developing rapidly and is likely to become the next Shen civilization? Ghost Slayer Chu Yang said in a deep voice, obviously, neither is true, but I always feel that the Earth and the historical fault should not have much connection. After all, the life history of the Earth is short. At this point, his voice stopped abruptly, and the others also widened their eyes. The life history of the Earth is short, but then again, the origin of life on Earth is somewhat intriguing. Most of the hypotheses about the origin of life on Earth are from billions or even tens of billions of years ago. What's more, it is said that the first generation of life on Earth came with the fall of alien meteorites. But no matter which possibility it is far more than 100,000 years ago. In addition, since Sun Wukong is a genetic code sleeping in mythology, who created him before this genetic code fell asleep? The peculiarity of Sun Wukong and his powerful strength that becomes stronger when facing strong opponents make him an alien different from the super soldiers of major civilizations. I think the truth may be far more shocking than we imagined. Fengai and Chu Yang's eyes were bright. Super God Chu Yang smiled and said, so I want to find out the truth, and I think, if I can meet Jilin, maybe he can help us connect many clues. Carl can deduce the ultimate fear, and even points directly to the void and prehistoric civilization, so why can Ding He and Jilin not? Carl is indeed a genius, but he borrowed the wisdom of his predecessors after all. If we talk about the degree of genius, both Ding He and Jilin are far better than him. So no matter from any angle, it is very likely to know some truths, or to have a deeper speculation about the truth. It's a pity that Ding He died a long time ago, otherwise Chu Yang would have to find him and make him his own royal scientist. Speaking of the places where the wind and clouds meet in the known universe, there is no doubt that the Angel Civilization, the Womar Galaxy, and the Earth are the places where the wind and clouds meet. Since Chu Yang rose strongly, created the Void Battlefield, and formed the War Council, even if the Earth did not make any moves, it would always be the focus of the universe. The old King of Angels fell, and the new king ascended the throne. There were internal and external troubles. Will this former cosmic overlord fall to Earth in the future, or continue the myth? This has also become the main focus of major civilizations. In addition, there is the Woma Galaxy, because the situation here is really a bit ridiculous. Being kicked out of the War Council, but falling into the disputes of war, and it is still civil strife, making the Woma Galaxy a topic of conversation among major civilizations in the universe. The most important thing is that, in its essence, all the causes are derived from the second generation ancestor prince of the Woma Galaxy, who openly challenged Chu Yang at the War Council. It would be fine if he offended Chu Yang, but the War Council was successfully established, which led to the Woma civilization standing directly on the opposite side of major civilizations. It is said that the old emperor, who was so angry that he almost died directly, picked up a cane and beat Wall half to death. Originally, these things would at most make the Woma Galaxy a laughingstock, but the problem is that not long ago, the army of the Styx Galaxy was dispatched and headed straight for Woma. At the same time, some news spread that the people of the Woma civilization actually destroyed one of Carl's research bases and tried to plunder scientific research data, but ended up losing more than they gained. In the known universe, if we talk about the people that all major civilizations are unwilling to offend, Chu Yang is undoubtedly ranked first, followed by Carl. The former is because of his absolute strength, and the latter is a complete lunatic. What else can a guy who dares to kill even the Holy Kasha not do? But he has something to rely on, holding the big clock, and helping Morgana and Hua Yi to upgrade to the 4th generation of divine bodies one after another. This means that Carl has the mature 4th generation of divine body technology in his hands. An existence that can crush most advanced civilizations in terms of technology and power can definitely be called a hegemon in the universe. If Chu Yang had not appeared, with the fall of Holy Kasha, Carl could even become the uncrowned king among the gods of the universe. Therefore, all major civilizations have focused their attention on the Woma Galaxy. On the one hand, they want to see whether the Styx Legion can destroy Woma in one fell swoop. Although Carol is powerful, the strength of the Styx Legion is not much stronger than the former Teoti Legion. Moreover, the Wama civilization is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone and has a deep foundation. On the other hand, the major civilizations also want to see the attitude of the War Council on this matter. Whether it is the Dark Nebula or the Wama civilization, they are not protected by the War Council and the war regulations, and they have no right to war. In such a situation, will the War Council stand idly by, or will they give each other 80 boards? In neither case, it will not affect the prestige of the War Council, but with a mentality of watching the fun. Everyone always wants to know the attitude of the War Council, or Chu Yang. The most important thing is that, since the establishment of the War Council, Chu Yang has not made trouble for civilizations that are not members of the War Council. But everyone knows that, if the war regulations want to cover the entire known universe, all those opposing voices must be resolved. So anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a good opportunity for the War Council and Chu Yang to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. But there are also some beings who have reached a certain height and see through the essence of this matter. Carl seemed to be sending troops to the Woma galaxy with great fanfare, but in fact, he still took out the cannon fodder card of the Styx. Even if the Styx army was destroyed, Cole would not feel bad. But if Chu Yang intervened in this matter, he would be distracted for a short time. In this way, Cole would have plenty of time to stir up trouble in other parts of the universe. For example, Angel Nebula, Woma Galaxy, Woma Star. Chu Yang was suspended in the universe, raised his hand to put away the shuttle-shaped spacecraft, and then established a connection with the Earth through Panbu, and had a forced call with Sun Wukong. Brother Monkey, Huayi has arrived at the Angel Nebula with the Sky Scum Legion. According to the agreement between Yan and I, you need to go to support him. Sun Wukong said speechlessly. I said I would go into seclusion, but how long has it been? Chu Yang smiled and said, the situation is better than I thought. The major civilizations in the War Council have sent some forces to support. Without the black hole engine, Huayi will never be able to break through the 19th line of defense with Huzi in charge. So you only need to send a clone over, just for show. Sun Wukong said hesitantly, will the angels be dissatisfied with this? Chu Yang said casually, don't worry. I have reached a consensus with Huzi. Without the black hole engine, this war will eventually turn into the last test for the new King Yan to ascend the throne. Huzi is also happy to let Huayi be Yan's whetstone. Apart from Huayi, how many people in the Sky Scum Legion can threaten your clone? Sun Wukong laughed and said, okay. Then I will do as you say. After hanging up the communication, Chu Yang broke the information blockade of the Holy Knowledge Treasury and established contact with Leopard, who was far away in the Angel Nebula. Just now, he learned from Leopard that the Heavenly Scum army was approaching, and then asked Leopard to find out the details while he took this opportunity to contact Sun Wukong. How is the situation? Chu Yang got straight to the point. Leopard reported respectfully, Master, I have investigated the Heavenly Scum army and found that in addition to Huayi, there are two other powerful dark energy fluctuations from Ruining and Sumali. They have not upgraded to the 4th generation of divine bodies, but they seem to have power that is not inferior to the king level. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that Carol really intends to focus on the angels, or the shadow world, so he helped Sumali and Ruining improve their strength. How is the situation of the Parliamentary Coalition? The Parliamentary Coalition is the army formed by the major civilizations of the War Council. The coalition is not large in scale, but each civilization has sent several strong men, and the overall strength should not be underestimated. Leopard answered again, most of the coalition forces are 2nd generation divine bodies. There are more than a dozen 3rd generation divine bodies, but only one has reached the general level. The general level is a concept between the 3rd generation divine body and the 4th generation divine body, just like the king level, that is stronger than the ordinary 4th generation divine body. Chu Yang smiled and said, keep an eye on the situation over there. If you find that the scum of the sky is at a disadvantage, you can create some trouble behind the angels. The major civilizations of the Parliament obviously had some reservations and did not help with all their strength. On the contrary, the high-end combat power of the scum of the sky camp has been improved. In addition, Sun Wukong only sent a clone over. With the increase and decrease of one side, the situation of this war will become stalemate. And this is exactly what Chu Yang wants to see. Carl has spent so much effort, isn't it just to create opportunities for himself? Fortunately, the shadow world is connected to the void. Chu Yang took advantage of the situation and helped him delay the angel. After cutting off the communication, Chu Yang looked in the direction of the dark nebula and murmured, "Carl, don't let me down." Chapter 299 The Secret of the Ascension System. The war begins. The council's test. Before coming, even Chu Yang had not thought that the current Womar galaxy would be so chaotic. Along the way, he passed by many life planets, most of which were in war. Chu Yang briefly understood that the source of the war was a force defined by the Womar royal family as rebels. The rebels were not strong, but they were omnipresent. Just like a peasant uprising, many residents of the Womar galaxy joined voluntarily. All of this, of course, was fueled by Tiger in secret. The management system of the Womar galaxy is deformed. The Ascenders are high above and dominate everything, and ordinary people can only struggle at the bottom. It is true that in theory, as long as the power of faith reaches a certain level, everyone has the possibility of ascending. But the more this is the case, the more difficult it will be to contain the hidden contradictions. Imagine that everyone is worshipping ascendants in a church and kneeling down devoutly every day, but one of them suddenly ascends, and the rest will naturally feel unbalanced. This is human nature, and no one will think that they have made less effort than others. However, under the absolute rule of the Womar royal family, this contradiction will only be deeply hidden, because the believers have no way out. They cannot access the power of other levels. Ascension is the only way to change their fate. But once the Womar royal family does something that harms the interests of the entire galaxy in major events, the believers will come into contact with other forces in this situation, and the result is obvious. Because of Wall's personal reasons, the Womar galaxy lost its right to war, and was kicked out of the War Council. This is a damage to the interests of the entire galaxy, and also the fuse of the rebellion. In theory, the believers at the bottom have no right to know about this kind of thing, but they can't stand the tiger making trouble. At the same time, Chu Yang let the tiger carry some super genes, which became a new way out for the believers of the Womar galaxy. The person in power has problems, and he has come into contact with a method that can become stronger without any faith. Will the social animals continue to work for the Womar royal family? Entering the Womar star, Chu Yang locked the tiger's position through Pandu, and then directly jumped through the wormhole. In a dark basement, the burly tiger was mobilizing the excited rebel leaders. These people who had been brainwashed by faith could easily be empathized. Under Tiger's guidance, their former extreme fanaticism turned into anger. After sending the rebel leaders away, Tiger sat down on a chair, curled his lips and muttered, "A bunch of brainless idiots." When he was on Earth, Snake always commented on him like this. Now, in Tiger's opinion, compared to himself, the people of the Womar galaxy are really stupid. They have been eroded by faith to the point where their thinking ability has declined. They are too easy to be controlled. It looks like it won't be long before the rebels and the entire Womar galaxy will begin to believe in you, the tiger god. A faint chuckle was heard, and whose whole body was shocked. He quickly stood up from the chair, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Welcome, my lord." Chu Yang's figure appeared, and he waved his hand and said, "Get up. Tell me about your progress." Who stood up, stood with his head down, and reported, "According to the master's instructions, I incited the grassroots believers in the Womar galaxy, and gave them super genes. The bottom of these people's gene chains are mixed with weak Shen genes, so the process of integrating super genes is very smooth." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Shen genes?" Who nodded and said, "This is what I learned from him, after I instigated an ascender to rebel." Chu Yang was a little surprised. "You even instigated the ascenders to rebel?" This matter was really beyond his expectations. After all, the ascenders are high above in the Womar galaxy and there is no need for them to rebel. Who nodded and said, "After he ascended, his whole family was killed by Wall, so he has a deep resentment." Chu Yang suddenly realized and waited for the next words. Who continued, "Through him, I learned some secrets about the royal family of the Womar galaxy. One is that the second ascension of the Womar Emperor seems to be related to a rune. They call it the Ascension Rune, which was left by the scholar who created the Ascension system. There is only one ascension rune. When the old emperor abdicates, he will pass the ascension rune to the new emperor. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and some doubts in his heart were solved. He had been thinking before, if the Woma emperors of all generations could ascend twice and become the third generation peak gods with combat power close to the king level, how terrifying would the foundation of the Woma galaxy be? The emperor's abdication does not mean death. The lifespan of a god is long. How many third generation peak gods will be created by accumulating generation after generation? In that case, the status of the Woma civilization in the universe will be far more than this. So why should it shrink in the corner of the universe? But if the old emperor would lose all his power after abdicating, then everything would make sense. Seeing Chu Yang showing a satisfied smile, who quickly continued to report, another secret is that the Woma royal family controls a place of ascension. But except for the royal family's direct descendants, no one knows the specific location of the ascension place. The ascender I instigated has been investigating the royal family, so I got some information. At this point, who paused and said hesitantly, the ascension place seems to have condensed a lot of faith power to ensure that every member of the royal family can ascend. And every ascender, except the royal family, will be baptized by an unknown force during the ascension process. I suspect that the force also comes from the ascension place. Ascension place. Chu Yang stroked his chin. Interesting. It seems that the ascension system is far from as simple as it seems. After thinking for a while, Chu Yang said again, you have someone capture a direct descendant of the Woma royal family and then extract a complete set of genetic data. As he spoke, Chu Yang threw a program pill over, who took it with both hands and swallowed the program pill. The small pangu was successfully loaded, and then he bowed and left. Chu Yang sat down in the basement and established communication with a space-based computing group. Senior Easy, do you have time to chat? Easy's somewhat tired voice sounded. Go ahead. I just led people to block a wave of attacks from the Shanks and reinforced the 19th defense line. It is expected that within an hour, we will be able to live in peace. You personally led people to defend? Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. The attack of the Shanks is so fierce. Easy sighed and said, the problem is not with the Shanks, but the shadow world. A large number of void warriors suddenly emerged in the shadow world. Their state is extremely unstable, as if they are rushing to die. Faced with this kind of life-threatening fighting style, we can only temporarily avoid the edge. I don't want the angel warriors to be buried with those cold machines. Chu Yang's eyes moved. On the surface, it seemed that Cole was trying to put pressure on the angels, but he understood that things were far from that simple. Those void warriors in unstable states were most likely the experimental subjects that Carl used for void gene research. Obviously, the research failed, which led to the problems of those void warriors. Rather than saying that Cole was putting pressure on the angels, it would be better to say that he was destroying these failed experimental subjects. This was undoubtedly a move that killed two birds with one stone. Cole was indeed the greatest conspirator in the known universe. Easy didn't seem to want to talk more about this topic and asked instead, what do you want to talk to me about? Chu Yang put away his thoughts and asked back, remember what I told you about the ascension system? Easy hummed and said, I remember, but even if you get the complete genetic data of the Woma royal family now, I don't have time to study it. Why not ask our supreme god to take action personally and help the angels solve the problem? As long as you solve the shadow world and the scum of the sky, I will be at your disposal. Chu Yang laughed and said, is this the condition for selling yourself? Easy teased, no. If you want to marry an angel as your wife, I can tie her up and send her to you after that tomboy reassembles her sacred body. Chu Yang stopped joking and said in a serious voice, let's talk about business first. The ascension system is more complicated than we thought. I discovered some of the secrets of Emperor Womar's second ascension, as well as the source of gathering the power of faith and creating the ascenders. Chu Yang paused and continued thoughtfully, perhaps we have always been wrong about the Woma galaxy. Ascension seems to be controllable. Easy hesitated and asked, you mean, the Woma royal family can directly influence, or even control ascension? I'm not completely sure. Chu Yang told Easy about Tiger's two important discoveries. After listening to the story about the Ascension runes and the Ascension land, he fell silent. After a long time, she pondered and said, "It seems that, even if I study the genetic data of the Woma royal family, I can only figure out some of the principles of the Ascension system at most, but I can't fully replicate it. To what extent can it be done?" Chu Yang asked. After thinking for a while, He replied, "I can calculate the underlying data of the Ascension system, but I lack the most core part, that is, the Ascension rune, or the information of the Ascension land. The final result will have all the necessary conditions for the Ascender, but it will not be able to gather the power of faith. In simple terms, it is to create an Ascender who cannot ascend." Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "That's enough. The basic data of the Ascender is the most important part for him. On the contrary, it is the process of gathering the power of faith and ascending. Even if there is no Ascension rune and Ascension land, Chu Yang has a way to replace it." After cutting off the communication, Chu Yang left the basement and launched a carpet search on the wall star. But Pangu scanned the Woma star thoroughly inside and out, but did not even find the shadow of the Ascension land. As for the Ascension rune, that thing is in the old emperor's body. Chu Yang can forcibly plunder it, or even ask about the location of the Ascension land. But now is not the time to act. Although the Woma galaxy is not protected by the war regulations, even if Chu Yang wipes out the entire Woma royal family, no one can say anything. But the problem is that Cole wants to attract the attention of major civilizations through the war against the Woma civilization, and at the same time, try to contain Chu Yang here, to buy time for the plan in the shadow world. If Chu Yang takes action against the Woma royal family at this juncture, Cole's plan will fail. In that case, if Chu Yang, the chairman of the War Council, continues to ignore the affairs of the Angel Nebula, it will inevitably be a bit unreasonable. Even he does not stand up and deal with the scum who violated the war regulations, who will be willing to participate in war control in the future. If he takes action, Cole's plan to connect to the void will be temporarily shelved. Compared with the Ascension system, the secret of the void is more important to Chu Yang. It must be said that whose actions are very fast, or it can be said that the power of the rebels in the Woma galaxy has reached a great level. It took only 3 days for Hu to capture a direct descendant of the Woma royal family, and through the little Pandu, he analyzed and copied the complete genetic data from him. Chu Yang passed the genetic data to the space-based computing group, but he obviously had no time to study it at the moment, but fortunately he was not in a hurry. After solving this matter, Chu Yang began to wander aimlessly in the Woma galaxy, searching this huge galaxy inch by inch with Pangu. The Ascension land is the biggest secret of the Ascension system. Chu Yang wanted to understand the Ascension system, but he couldn't get around this link. Although he had a way to use other means to replace the role of the Ascension land, if he could figure out the principle, he would undoubtedly maximize the benefits. The more he understood, the more Chu Yang valued the Ascension system. This is a power that comes from science, but has a touch of fantasy. Once it is successfully mastered, with Chu Yang's resources in various worlds, it can completely magnify its role infinitely. At the same time, the mighty Styx army finally arrived at the Woma galaxy. The war was about to break out, and the Woma civilization was attacked from all sides. Although the Styx Legion and the rebels did not join forces, there was an unspoken understanding between the two. As long as one side took action, the other side would follow and attack from the front and back. On an asteroid, Chu Yang strolled in the barren desert, communicating with Pangu and the war. On the war, a parliament was being held at this time. All the civilizations participating in the war parliament sent representatives to jointly invite Chu Yang to attend. But Chu Yang did not attend in person, but only participated through Pangu's projection. But even so, the major civilizations did not have any dissatisfaction, but only cautiously tested Chu Yang's attitude. They seized this opportunity and wanted to find out in one fell swoop how Chu Yang would view the war between two civilizations that also had the right to war. This will be related to the attitude of the major civilizations towards war in the future. If Chu Yang sits back and does nothing, then everyone will get really angry in the future and can completely withdraw from the parliament and fight to the death. As for the consequences, the worst case is to hide in the corner of the universe and lose the right to war. If there is a lack of resources, you can completely go to a civilization that also does not have the right to war to start a war. But if Chu Yang intervenes in this matter, what will he do? Suppress it forcefully? Those are two major civilizations. The Earth Army is fighting the demons in the void battlefield. How can Chu Yang suppress the war between the two civilizations with his own strength, even if he is the supreme god? Chapter 300, a newcomer from Daoki continent. Why am I the only one who traveled through time so late? If it was the civilizations in the war dispute meeting, Chu Yang would come forward in person, and both sides would naturally give him enough face. But whether it was the Wama civilization or the Dark Nebula, they had already stood on the opposite side of Chu Yang, so why should they give him this face? If face didn't work, then there would be only violent suppression. Wipe out the leaders of the two civilizations? Or simply remove the two civilizations from the universe? The former was not a difficult task for Chu Yang, but the latter required a lot of effort. But no matter which approach was taken, it would trigger a series of chain reactions. After all, not all the civilizations in the universe participated in the War Council. There were many civilizations that did not participate. These civilizations were either pacifists who had never thought about war at all, or they did not give Chu Yang face. After all, few people knew that Chu Yang had power above the gods. Once Chu Yang violently suppressed the war, the civilizations that had not participated in the War Council would become nervous and even form alliances. Therefore, in the eyes of various civilizations, the two choices before Chu Yang were not good. Either leave a loophole in the war regulations, or declare war on the civilizations of half of the known universe. Listening to the representatives of various civilizations whining in the communication, Chu Yang said impatiently, okay. After all, don't you just want to know my attitude towards the war between Styx and Woma? I'm now in the Woma galaxy. No matter what the outcome of this war is, both sides must hand over resources twice the loss of the war to the War Council. Those who refuse, be wiped out. After saying this, Chu Yang directly cut off the communication, and the projection on the warship also dissipated. At the council, the representatives of various civilizations stared at each other. Each of them was confused. No one thought that Chu Yang would handle the matter in this way. Double the resources lost in the war. For a war of this scale, the loss caused is astronomical, and double the resources are enough to cause serious damage to advanced civilizations. This is equivalent to Chu Yang leaving a loophole in the war regulations, but with a clear price tag. Anyone who wants to take advantage of the loophole must be prepared to pay a sky-high penalty. Although those who refuse to obey would be wiped out, Chu Yang's move undoubtedly left some room for those peace-loving civilizations that did not participate in the War Council. With this room, they would not choose to fight to the death. This move was brilliant. The spokespersons of various civilizations were secretly shocked and became more and more wary of Chu Yang. In the Woma galaxy, Chu Yang was exploring a star. The extremely high temperature did not affect him at all. Instead, Pangu suppressed the nuclear fusion rate of the star in order to conduct a rapid exploration. Along the way, Chu Yang did not let go of any star and even searched for larger stardust. Just as he was walking on the star, his mind suddenly became dazed, and waves of black fog surged in his spiritual world and then engulfed his consciousness. Daoki continent Yunlin sect. Fuck, you guys fight your own. Why are you chasing me? Chu Yang ran down the mountain road desperately. His face was extremely ugly. Behind him, there were two figures chasing closely. Both of them were carrying Daoki wings, and they were Daowan masters. Even if Chu Yang used his fighting skills to the extreme, he could only watch the pursuers getting closer and closer to him. With a slightly cold look in his eyes, Chu Yang suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at the pursuers, took out a long sword from his ring, and the green Daoki flowed on the sword. Why don't you run away? The Daowan master in a grey robe sneered, with murderous intent in his eyes. Chu Yang took a deep breath, his heart full of helplessness and unwillingness. It has been only 16 years since he traveled to this world. The time left for him is too short. Even if he has good talent, he can't compare with Xiao Yan who has opened a cheat. The most important thing is, he traveled a little late. When he was 6 years old and joined the Yunlin sect, Xiao Yan's name as a genius had already resounded throughout the Jayamar Empire. Although Xiao Yan's talent was short-lived, Chu Yang knew clearly that everything was just the beginning. Chu Yang knew that he would be involved in the storm sooner or later in the Yunlan sect, but his strength was low and walking on the mainland was tantamount to seeking death, so he could only work hard to practice. The 3-year agreement came as scheduled. At that time, Xiao Yan had just broken through the Great Daoshi realm, while Chu Yang had only broken through the Daoshi realm. Although he was also called a genius and was valued by the Yunlan sect, the tension in his heart still lingered. The most important thing was that as he was valued, whenever he went out, the Yunlan sect would even send elders to follow and protect him. Now even if Chu Yang wanted to leave, he couldn't escape. Another 3 years passed, and Chu Yang's cultivation reached the level of a star Dowling. Together with Male and Yanran, he was hailed as the twin stars of the Yunlan sect. Some people even thought that they were a perfect match. But because of Chu Yang, Nalan Yanran did not change her mind about Xiao Yan and develop feelings for him. Instead, she looked at Chu Yang, her junior brother, differently. This made Chu Yang even more panicked. Damn it. I could bear the fact that I didn't have a golden finger when I traveled through time, but you ask me to compete with the protagonist of a cheating game for a woman. Isn't this a sure recipe for disaster? Then, Xiao Yan's strong revenge followed. At this time, at the top of Yunlan Mountain, many Blackhorn Domain and Canon Academy masters, led by Xiao Yan, were fighting a great battle with Yunlan sect. Chu Yang was planning to pat his butt and leave, but how could the masters under Xiao Yan let go of him, a famous genius disciple of Yunlan sect? As a result, Chu Yang was chased by 2 Daowang all the way. He felt that there was no hope of escaping, so he could only grit his teeth and fight for his life. After a long breath, Chu Yang's hands were often trembling, and the green Daoki condensed on the tip of the sword, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Boy, don't try to stop us. Wait for us to go back. Maybe Patriarch Xiao will spare your life. The grey-robed Daowang looked calm and indifferent, as if he was looking down at an ant. Chu Yang clenched his sword, feeling unwilling, and sneered at the grey-robed Daowang's words. Chu Yang didn't know whether Xiao Yan would embarrass him, but he was sure that if he went back now, he would definitely die. The old man Yunshin had lost his mind, and with the inhuman Wu Guardian, if he was taken back to the center of the battlefield, he would definitely become the nourishment for this guy to improve his strength. Glancing at the grey-robed Daowang, Chu Yang was very unhappy with this guy's attitude of life and death, but he could do nothing about it. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and if you don't have strength, you can only be slaughtered. Seeing that Chu Yang was not going to surrender, a white-robed Daowang next to the grey-robed Daowang waved his hand and said, "Don't waste your time talking to him. Take the man back first, and then let Sect Master Xiao deal with him." As soon as the voice fell, the white-robed Daowang stretched out his hand and clenched it. The strong Daoki surged out and condensed into a huge palm, grabbing Chu Yang. Chu Yang's expression was solemn, and he thrust out the sword that had been ready for a long time. Wind Extreme Meteoric Killing. The first move was the Dao skill that was at the bottom of the box. Facing the Daowang strongman, who spanned a whole realm, Chu Yang did not dare to be careless. The green Daoki condensed into a thumb-thick beam of light, which pierced through the Daoki palm, leaving only a small gap. The gap was restored in an instant, but the palm's power remained undiminished. Chu Yang sighed in his heart, and just when he was about to accept his fate, his consciousness was suddenly wrapped in endless black fog, and his vision gradually blurred. When his eyes became clear again, he found himself standing in front of a huge palace. The palace was magnificent, like the residence of gods. The black fog that enveloped him slowly receded, and he suddenly saw a figure not far away, who also looked towards him. Then both of them were stunned. Chu Yang, who was dressed in a white robe, was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost, because the other person looked too much like him, or to be more precise, like himself in a few years. Is this me from the future? Chu Yang in white robe suddenly had this funny idea, and the other person was only distracted for a short time before laughing. So there is a newcomer. No wonder he was suddenly summoned in. Super God Chu Yang took 2 steps forward and met the eyes of Daoki Chu Yang. The latter felt chaotic memories flooding into his mind, and his mouth gradually widened. This, oh my goodness. It turns out that I'm not the only one who has traveled through time. No. To be precise, I should have traveled through multiple worlds at the same time. Let's go. Say hello to everyone. Super God Chu Yang smiled and waved, and walked into the Soul Palace with Daoki Chu Yang. At this time, the palace was extremely lively. Everyone was present, staring at Daoki Chu Yang, with expectation in their eyes. After Super God Chu Yang finished sharing with them, everyone's eyes lit up. Daoki Continent. I've been looking forward to it day and night, and finally a fantasy boss has come. Pirate Chu Yang waved his fist a little exaggeratedly. Immortal Chu Yang held his forehead speechlessly and said, "You'd better have less contact with Luffy. It seems that anyone who gets close to Luffy will gradually become a middle school student, or even out of tune." Daoki Chu Yang has digested all the memories, feeling the surging power in his body, and said with a wry smile, "I'm not a big shot. You all arrived very early, but I was the only one who was several years late, and almost got pressed to the ground." Magic Chu Yang smiled and said, "You two are the hope of the whole village now. One is a pioneer in technology and the other is in the fantasy world. The upper limits are very high." Super God Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "In terms of upper limit, the Super God world is far inferior to the Daoki world. Without technological weapons, even the Holy Kasha is at best a 1-star Daosheng level." Marvel Chu Yang shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Kesha's sacred body has a powerful aggregation ability, which is almost equivalent to immortality. Unless it is a high-level Daosheng, it will be difficult to destroy her. Moreover, Pangu now possesses multiple technologies at the same time, and can even detonate stars, which is powerful enough to threaten the Dao Emperor." Daoki Chu Yang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "But this thing is completely useless in the Daoki world." Everyone couldn't help but look strange. Indeed, the Daoki world is a world where the sky is round and the earth is square, and there is no such thing as a star. Even if you have the technology to detonate a star, it is completely useless. The technology of the Super God world can only play a very limited role in a fantasy world like the Daoki continent. Without dwelling too much on this topic, damning Chu Yang teased, "With your current strength, you are walking sideways in the entire northwest region. What are you going to do after you go out?" Daoki Chu Yang showed a smile on his face, clenched his fist and said, "Of course, revenge if there is a grudge, complain if there is a grudge." Yunlin Mountain, halfway up the mountain. The grey-robed Daowan looked at the Daoki palm that suddenly hovered above Chu Yang's head, frowned and said, "Stop playing. Business is important." The white-robed Daowan was stunned for a moment, then tried to control the Daoki palm to continue pressing down, then frowned, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Something is wrong. Before the two could figure out what was going on, a dark sword light cut through the Daoki palm and approached in the blink of an eye. Bang! The Daoki palm exploded into light spots all over the sky. Chu Yang, holding Fengdu, walked forward slowly and actually stepped on the void. In a few steps, he came to the two Daowangs. "You." The grey-robed Daowang widened his eyes, reached out and touched the bloodstain on his neck, and stared at Chu Yang's feet standing in the air with a dull look on his face, with a look of shock. "Stepping on the void, a Daozang master?" Exclamation mark. This boy who looks only 16 or 17 years old, how could he be a Daozang master? Exclamation mark. But whether it is a scene in front of him, or the beauty of that sword, all show the strength of this boy. The next moment, the two of them felt their vision suddenly spun around, and vaguely saw two headless corpses slowly falling, and then they lost consciousness. Those who kill will be killed. This is indeed a world where the strong prey on the weak, but Chu Yang flicked the sword off Fengdu, and said coldly, "Now our situation has reversed." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked up, his eyes penetrated the clouds and mist, and looked at the battle on the top of the mountain. Yunlin Mountain Peak. The Guardian Wu held a ball of black mist in one hand, and quickly formed a seal with the other hand, sucking the black mist into a ring. At the same time, the extremely hot and beautiful Queen Medusa rushed over. The Guardian Wu got rid of it in just a few flashes, rushed towards Zhao Yan, and sneered, "Boy, your teacher has been captured. Why don't you come and accompany him?" Chu Yang looked at this scene, hesitated for a while, and still did not take action directly. The Soul Palace attached great importance to Yao Chen's soul. If he killed the Guardian Wu, it would probably attract the attention of the Soul Palace's high-level officials. Although Chu Yang had completed sharing with his own self in various worlds, his strength was not inferior to that of a low-level Daosheng, but he was not strong enough to compete with the entire Soul Clan. Besides, this matter had nothing to do with him. The reason why he did not leave was because he had practiced in the Yunlin sect for many years, and the whole sect treated him well. He had to repay a favor. As for why he tried every means to escape before, why would he die in vain when he couldn't help by staying? Seeing Ziyan helping Xiao Yan resist the fatal blow, Queen Medusa followed closely and fought with the Guardian Wu. The latter didn't want to get entangled anymore, so he used a secret method to leave. Chu Yang then stepped on the blue stone steps up the mountain and walked slowly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.